Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Oh, there I am. Hello. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute.
Eyes up, Guardian.
Oh. Fragilities, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Still trying to get used to the new look. It throws me off sometimes, but we're here now. Hello, yes, hi. Morning, good evening, good afternoon, good night to some of you, maybe. Australian? It's nighttime in Australia?
Alright, alright, alright. Let's see what we've got.
Yes, Skanor. Welcome back, hello. Man, 7 months, it doesn't feel real, I'll be real with you. It's too early in the morning for this shit. Hello, Daryl. I was eager, bite me. Oh man. Hi chat, hi streamer. Noob Trashington, welcome back, welcome back. Donna! Thank you! Thank you. While I wait for a handful of people to show up, assuming that they'll be here, I'm gonna go ahead and get through the list. We have a mighty list, like, damn, like 51 people list. Ryan, welcome. First live stream. I'm glad you can make it. This is the first stream back within 10 days. Took a break. Got my hair did. Got some resources and some new goodies to share and show. I'm pretty excited. I want to go ahead and shout out Amathic though. She is the one who actually did the new hair physics. And she did the new shading for it, and I actually have new hairstyles now, but I wanted to show off the basic one though, because it's so much fluffier than my model, or than the one that I made. And as far as like it replicating it, it's so nice. I love it. She is a lovely individual and very crafty. Much more crafty than I am with getting the magic to work in VRIOD. Welcome back, Fujiko! Let me go ahead and get through the mighty list here while we wait on some folks. If I can find the end of the list. Finding the end of the list is the bargain here. Alright, I'm going to speedrun this. I apologize if I mispronounce anything. We got Ronin Wonder, Calstar64, Album Corvus 03, Idle Dimensions, Six Path 6, Mr. Jag 23, Jack Jerk 30, Big Z 1000, Darius Black, Avian Death 1991, Norse Shades, Malakesh, David Browie, Cyanide Apophis, Wukro, Ash 1989 0506, Werebear Wizard, Slick Click, NX Shadow Game, Jacob Friday, MJ Carr, Young Demon Spawn, Kevin the Black Fox, Mr. No Bubble, I take it you're a Titan, Plasmian 99, Nookie Boy, Top SM, Straw Hat Highland, The Dasher 24, Wow Mal, Tyler Wolf 121799, Keiko 3232. Why is that very familiar? Keiko. Is that from Red vs. Blue? Ryan Drake Fox 2, Saris Shield Maiden, Dan Bull. Not to be misconstrued with Dan Bull Duggleby. This is not him. Mr. Cyberwolf Awu, Zenith Zip, Okiyasu 1, Akuma Shinrai, Metal Mike 16, Dark Knight 101233, Pojinon, Names Senpai.
Hello there.
Hello! Welcome back, Savage. Hello. I hope your week has been going well. Felix Lejean, Vessel of the Galaxy 731, Snowleaf 94, Vibing Blitz, Doc Chance 1, Silver Star 1996, Tokyo Ghoul 670, Judy the True A, Mute Massa NPC, Iramu, Simply Shade, Anonymous Savage 66, Delta Frost 132, Cursey 28, and just recently, Fragilities. Thank you kindly, guys, for your follows while I've been away. Welcome, welcome. I hope you guys enjoy the streams here and to come. Yeah, I've been So I was originally going to half my days when I was on break to kind of like half work on stuff and half kind of chill. There was maybe about 4 hours within the past 10 days that there was actually any chill. But I would say that it's worth it. I actually, man, there's so much. There's so much. I redid my textures, first of all. I redid some of the facial beat boops. I can zoom in briefly. I don't know if it shows up still, because I don't want them to be like very, very noticeable, because that's not the point of them being very, very noticeable. But the dimples are a little different now, and then I officially have the little star marks. Originally, the dimples were all little star keys, but I like the galaxy notes, and then just the 1 star on each side. So there's that. Stars are more noticeable now though, so that makes me happy. ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs did all the hair stuff. It's so nice and fluffy. I redid my Hana shade tool. So I spent an hour readjusting my Hana tool, which is essentially the facial tracking that I use to be a little bit more vibrant. And then I wrote over all the changes that I did by accident. Because I put stuff in the wrong order on the hierarchy. And man, it was a ride. I did this last night. I fucked up my shades last night. So I had to redo them so fucking much. For like 2 hours I was messing around with it last night, but I got everything to work, so. Like, my jaw is not broken. I can do my tongue again. ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs, hello! All these updates look so stunning. The new eyes are stunning. Thank you! I'm so happy because the new textures for the eyes that I made go so well with the textures you did for the hair. Like, the positive contrast is amazing. I love it. I love it! I also, after I fixed Hana tool, I went through and did all of my models. I have a model with every outfit I have up to date, with every different hairstyle up to date. So I have like 18 models sitting in Luppet right now. I really want to show the, I want to show the ponytail. I want to show the ponytail. I love the ponytail. Because if you think this is fluffy, oh my god. Oh my god. Immediately to how polished the tracking on it was. I'm glad it's noticeable. Ah! There was so much fine-tuning. Genji, welcome back. Thank you. Here, I'm gonna poof real quick. I'm still here. Just give me 2 seconds. I wanna Here, I'll do one better. I'll show some extra stuff that kind of went on, right? Right? So, on top of ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs helping me with the hair, I had a dear friend of mine help me with a custom suit. Because who doesn't like women in suits, right? So this was custom tailored for me, and oh my god, it came out fantastic. She's still working on the blazer. There's gonna be a blazer version of it, but this is the under part, and she let me use it in advance while she finishes it. And it is gorgeous. Yeah, I can. Let me turn. No, turn. Yeah. I love this. I love this so much. And she also, not that it can be seen really well right now, but she also did the pant layer for it. So, cha. When I have to dress fancy for a collab, or maybe I'm going out to a VTuber lunch or something. I think the thing I like about this the most, though, is the styling of it. The styling of it reminds me so much of Fontis and Pandora Hearts, like, even without intentionally being that way. So it just, oh my god, I love it. VTuber brunch. Nice strong interview with the vampire vibes, right? It's just, it's such a sophisticated look. I could not pull this off, like, IRL. Maybe? I don't know, I've never wore a suit IRL before. I've really wanted to. But yeah, I'm realizing I might have to change my backgrounds for my just chatting later on down the road because my arms kind of blend in with it when I'm wearing short sleeves. But that's a cost we're willing to take. But yes, there's a couple of other outfits too. They're not as intricate as this one. They're some basic logo playing t-shirts. I have an official Pact of Pain shirt that I worked on that I'm trying to clean up the logo for. Maybe Pact of Pain stickers soon, TM. I don't know if they're noticeable in the emotes, but we have 2 new ones, because some of them are getting approved quicker than others. I have a high quality heart one now. It's a little bit easier to look at. There's a Nico one. Nico's at tier 3 only because I don't have space to put him in tier 1 right now. At any point I do get enough space to put everyone on the tier 1 stuff, I'll do so. Nagisa one coming? I could. Speaking of not me icons, there's also this beauty here that literally just got approved as I was looking at it. For 1k bits total on the channel, Shax with a yes sign can be yours. Is the soup shirt still there? Of course the soup shirt is still there. I have a alternate version of the soup shirt with the glasses and without the glasses.
Alright. Let's see what we've got.
Thank you, Ryan Drake. Thank you kindly, and welcome to the city. Man, oh god. So I was redoing all my textures. I have fancy new things, new track, new textures. I built another whole VRIOD as a project. It's not for me to use, but I built that. That was fun. That took me about 2 days to get the gear and the VRIOD itself put together. I'm pretty happy with how it came out. It's still a very basic because I'm ass with hair, but Bacon Boy, welcome back. We tripped. Women in suits, my god. Suits. I can't wait to get the blazer version of this. It's gonna look so nice. I've seen the drawing, the blueprint she did for the whole thing, and I'm just sitting here, I'm like, can I get both? Can I get one with the blazer and then one without the blazer? And she's like, yeah, sure, why not? I'm like, thank you. I don't know her Twitch immediately because I know she's been test running it, but it is in the credits down below. Kitten is the one who did the suit for me. Tuxedo Perry Fog. Also, I have a lot of shit down there. I hope it doesn't look like too chaotic. I tried to keep it as organized as possible while still being informative. But there's a lot of stuff in the About section now, including the P.O. box that is namesake for me to contact with you guys. But, the people who want to send me random shit, they can do that too. Just be warned, if the box smells funny, I'm not opening it. I'm throwing that bitch in the trash can. As well as, some shout-outs to some of my peers down below as well. AA's...
Just stay calm. You already have everything you need to beat it.
The power to believe in myself?
No, a knife!
I know what you think it was, Daryl, but it is not. It's another trick one. I apologize. But I also have a static Discord button. You can still use any of the commands in chat, but now people don't have to use the command in chat to find the Discord when I'm not live. There's also a little bit of information about the sub stuff and more of the emote stuff that's gonna be more public. Kirk, hello! Did I get my own 1x1 corner format where I ask them questions in a haiku format? What? If you're asking if I made the timeout corner in Discord yet, I haven't. There's a handful of things that I wasn't able to get to. Doing a couple of edits in the Discord was one of them. Redoing my overlays in general was one of them. But you know, all of the emotes that are still some of the old ones are going to get revamped as soon as they're approved. They're gonna be more of the black outlining and a little bit more noticeable to the details when they're available. There are also many more emotes. many more emotes. I went ham on emotes, except I can only have up to 8, 9, 10. I can only have up to 10. 5 in tier 1, 1 in tier 2, 1 in tier 3, and then 3 in bits. But trust me, I'm gonna pump out those, and the bit ones are always gonna be special little gambles. The 1K is Shax with a yes sign. I haven't finished coloring it yet, but the 10K bit reward is a drifter emote. I don't know what I want to make for the third one. Is this still a VRIOD? It is still a VRIOD. Only 2 of us go into the timeout corner anyways. No, there's more than 2 of you. I can count probably up to 5 easy. Horatius made me add that one. That was his 15K redeem. He's like, I got one and you need to add it because I'm paying for it. And I'm like, okay, cool, what is it? And he sends me that from the fucking charity stream. And I'm like, do I have to? A different Discord. I got my own corner to ask dumb questions. I mean, there's a spam section in Discord. Just go ham. B-movie? Okay, so here's the thing, alright. Actually, I'm gonna walk through how the rest of the event stuff is gonna go. Maybe I should give my Prime in a couple weeks with all these new emotes. I will be, let's see here, let me look at them again. I know, so, and Spooky and GG are getting high quality updates. Sad is going to be removed because I have a pat emote now. That's just little sad piss baby me crying, and you can pat me now to either, you know, comfort me and be, oh, well, I'm sorry that happened to you, or you can think of it as just smacking me upside the head, telling me to shut the fuck up. Either one works. I also have a laugh one and a shy one and yeah, that one. This baby fairy. But there's a lot of them. I'm just waiting for them to get approved. There's a handful of them that I need to finish coloring. I think the ones I need to finish coloring are Drifter, And I have 2 ghost emotes. Lucky? Lahi. But in terms of like the rest of the donation stuff that hasn't happened yet, VScript movie. While we did not reach the goal for it, I've come to terms. Horatius convinced me to do it, and he is going to be joining us when we do. But Horatius the Dwarf is going to be joining me as we read through the script of the B movie. Do not have a set date for it yet. I know this week he's playing games with his significant other, so this week he is completely booked. Next week, I believe we're doing another collab with the Spooky Gang. And then the week after that, I'm not sure what he has available. I know August is gonna be a little tight because I know a lot of people have a lot of stuff planned. Between it being the start of the school year and all this other stuff, so collaborations and stuff are kind of getting like chunked in before people get busy. So the B movie may be at the end of this month, if not next month, at the beginning of next month. So at the end of this month or next month. I'm gonna pop this on screen real quick. So for the 700, the first returning stream is going to be reading The Great Catsby. We'll be doing that a little bit later today. The special art stream is something I don't have a date for yet either. I'm debating on doing it next week, but we'll see. And then there is the drunk stream, which I have to talk to Nana and a couple other people who are going to be involved to see how their schedule is playing out, to see when the best time to do that stream is. Also probably next month. And then the handwritten postcards to all of the donors. I have everybody except for like 3 or 4 people's addresses, which they are going to give me later. So I have all of that. I am working on the goodies that are being sent with these, so those will be sent at the end of September, guaranteed. The postcards will be at the end of the September, and your high quality foot commission focus is in the Prague. It was gonna be done yesterday, but they had some stuff come up, so they still have to do the shading and stuff for it. That'll probably be released later this week. Not ASMR, it's just a picture. Also, I couldn't figure out how to get Skeeb, like the anonymous Skeeb thing, to work. So I just commissioned. I commissioned off Reddit. I found a not safe for work artist, and I'm like, hey, I have a favor. Can you? Oh god, it was the most awkward commission phase ever in my life, but it's done. It's being due. I need you guys to understand, it's not just gonna be a picture of a fucking foot either. It's just it has a focus point. But yeah. The art stream is gonna happen sometime this month. The B movie and drunk stream are probably gonna be things that happen next month. So the strangers, can you draw feet? On Reddit, I've met a lot of fantastic artists on Reddit. And plus, it's so much easier to find examples and stuff on Reddit than trying to look through Twitter commissions with all the bot access and all that stuff on it. It's just bleh. Yeah. As of this week we're Sorry, I had to burp. Today we're reading Catsby, and I don't know what we're doing after we read that, because it's a little thick. It's probably the same size as the first 50 Shades of Earl Grey, and for anyone who was here for that, that took us about 3 hours. So we're gonna do that, and then depending on how that goes, we'll probably play some Destiny later. Tomorrow is gonna be Pact of Pain. We come back with Kibo, granted by the good old Nanashi, who, his hands were our, demise. He has set us up with Hand Simulator, Survival. Be doing that tomorrow. Friday is gonna be going back to Code Vein, back to Jack. See if we can get out of the memory phase and back to the cathedral. I have a spot on my monitor. And then Saturday is Destiny. What you're saying is I should just send you to Reddit when I need to find an artist. I mean, I always use r/hungry artist. I like r/hungry artist over just r/commissions or r/artist because they do have a minimal payment breach for commissioning people, so you can't undercut people. Your commission fees have to be bare minimum $15, and you have to be willing to pay accommodations and either by the hour or by the skill point. So it's a little bit more fair to artists who use it. And artists aren't allowed to link profit margin websites. They're only allowed to link portfolios. So you get a better judge of what they can do, their prices, and stuff like that. Perih IRL is a good commission subreddit. You got to the cathedral? I'm so sorry. Yeah, we've been on the cathedral the past 2 times we've been in there. The first one, I got lost. The second one, I fought the Berserker. And I would have finished the cathedral, I think, but I went into the memory instead for the Queensbreaker. And yeah, I found out that I could go on a 1v1 date with Jack, and I decided, yeah, I'm gonna do this first, then go back to the... Speaking of artists, can I link my wife's website /art portfolio? Yes, please! I meant to actually ask you last time when you mentioned she was working on chibi art. I wanted to ask what that looked like and if she had a Twitter or something. So yes, please, link right away. What is the Reddit called? Let me pull it up so I don't misspell it like a jackass here. Ba, ba, ba. So it's r/hungry artists. You can do variations of art from traditional, digital, 3D. VRIOD is sometimes mixed in here, except I think VRIOD has its own subreddit where you can commission and Q&A for that kind of stuff. Hungry Artists also has an additional subreddit called Hungry Artists Fed, where you can leave and read reviews on artists that have used Hungry Artists. All of the artists that I get through Hungry Artists, I leave reviews for. All of them so far have been very kind, very timely, and very on point with what I requested. But you can leave positive reviews, negative reviews, telling people which ones to stay away from. If you get a strike on a review in Hungry Artists Fed, they throw you out of Hungry Artists, that you can't use it anymore and stuff like that. It has a really good moderation system too. Links to Twitter and Instagram and Etsy. Thank you! Never thought about having a system? Yeah, that's what a lot of them don't have. Oh my god, this art's so pretty. Whoa, this art's so pretty. Oh, she has such a variation of skill. This is so cool! I'ma just favorite this real quick so I can look at it more in depth later. Yeah, their review system is really, really nice. Like I said, they it's different than other commission Reddits that I've seen, because you can't post without being at least $15 commission based, whether it be 15 an hour or 15 for scribbles. You have to have a certain amount of karma to be a commissioner on there. If you're looking to just hire or find an artist, you don't need the karma to do so. But if you're an active artist who is trying to get stuff on there, you have to have a certain amount of karma to be accepted in there, to make sure you're not a bot and to make sure you're not like an asshole. And then if you get a negative strike on your Hungry Artist Fed that's linked to your account and you can't give a grand excuse as to why the negative review's there, they ban you from the Reddit. Helps prevent the fiber problem? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. And while not all artists use it, the moderators of Hungry Artists highly recommend people to have some sort of written agreement that people sign with, rather it be on Google Documents or some sort of receipt program or what have you, just for your own safety. They have a lot of stuff on there that it highly benefits both the person that's trying to get art and then the artists themselves. See you later, but I need adult stuff. Hope you're still on. I'll probably still be around. Thank you for dropping by, dear. Like I said, I'll probably have to reach out to you or the wife when I browse into the portfolio. Whew. But yeah, a lot of stuff's been happening. I have another commission in the works right now, which is getting the Starting Soon music revamped. And I am sticking with ᴄʀᴇᴅɪᴛs, the one who did my original opening. He's doing me a new one. And the new one is gonna be fitting with the new opening screen whenever I have the money to commission that, because that one's gonna be way more expensive. Because I want it animated. Also, I've been on Hungry Artists a lot lately, as I'm trying to find someone who's fluent in animation styles. I might just have to put up a for hire sign soon, but I don't want to do that until I have the funds. Zoom's wife scared shit. I didn't click on any of the direct links, but what I saw on her front page, they looked so good. There's also another thing that I did not know if I wanted to do or not. I know it's been requested by a handful of people, but I wanted to... So obviously I don't upload to YouTube a lot. Anyone who follows my YouTube knows that I upload like maybe once a month there. And it's usually very limited editing. It's not anything like advanced like my TikTok stuff. I've kind of given up putting on manual subtitles and just kind of let YouTube's auto subtitles do the work. Because it's very, very time consuming. And they, for the most part, are just clip highlights. But I know a few people have been asking for a VOD side of YouTube to upload Twitch content to. And I was curious as to what people's feelings were on that. The main thing that I'm like half-assing is I don't know if I want to upload it directly to my YouTube, which is the Perih Gaming. I don't know if I want to link VODs directly there or just make a sub account that's just Perih Gaming VODs. I don't know if I upload enough on my main for it to be an issue to do small edits plus VODs on the same channel or not. I don't know. So I've been fidgeting with that idea, but not sure how to go with it. And then the next thing is, if I did do a VOD channel, how far back do I go? Right? Like, do I upload starting from the fucking debut in January? Or do I start where I got the advanced tracking? Like, how do people know how to fucking start with that shit? I think an archive would be good. So separate VOD channel. Separate VOD channel. Mind you, the first 3 months of content when I started streaming in January was just so much trial and error. So much trial and error. So if you can get past the all of the issues, then debuting forward. Ooh. Might be a good to start when you felt like you started getting hang of streaming. Yeah, that's the... God. That's the kicker. It's the first 2 months? 2 or 3 months? Maybe just the 2. I think by the 3rd month I was getting the hang of it. The first 2 though, but holy fuck. Good to include since people search for them. Because my debut was so much different than other people's debut. I didn't really grasp the idea of what it was supposed to do. Had to dig for something, I'm sorry. Every person's debut is different. Like, I didn't want to go with the cheesy, like, VTuber debut where it's like Q&A and like lore stories, because I had no idea what I was doing at that point. I didn't even know I was gonna stick with the hunter gig, because I was scared of Bungie's ban hammer for me using the term hunter. And I've been convinced otherwise to just fucking go for it, because apparently Bungie won't smack me for it intentionally. But my debut was literally just me showing off all the artwork I had done, showing off the model, and then playing for 8 hours with my friends, playing games. Because that's what I thought a debut was. I thought it was like, hey, here's the person, and we're gonna play games so you know what my personality is like, and not a fucking Q&A. Also, hello, Horatius. But, like, I'm not upset about it. Like, I'm happy of how the debut went. I'm not gonna say that it wasn't, like, a half-ass dumpster fire, though. It was my first time streaming. I streamed, like, once or twice before the debut, and... And thank you, Horatius. Some people sing the whole time. Yeah, I can't even say that I sang at the Laugh a Love event. It was more like just reading a script. I don't even know if I'm capable of singing. All I know is the stage fright was like, the stage fright was real. I can't stress that enough. Imagine Bungie banning hunters, right? Bungie bans hunters because they don't want to go to the tower. Hello, Jelly. Welcome back. New model and new hair. Not really a new model, just more design tweaks, texture updates. The hair is courtesy of Amothic, who is in chat with us right now. She did the new textures and the new boning for it. I love everything that she has put into it. She did the original hair. She did a revamp of the original hair. She did the ponytail variant, which is the one that I'm using right now. And I have a third one that you'll just have to find out when I use it. And then the suit is done by a friend of mine. This was custom. I say custom tailored. It was custom drawn. But this suit in particular it's for me. It's nobody else's. It's for me. Which makes it all super really, really cool. It'll have a blazer variant probably within the next month. I like the pocket watch, right? So cool. I said it earlier, but it gives me Case Study Vantis and Pandora Hearts vibes, which is completely unintentional. I didn't mention this to her when she made it. I just told her that I wanted a suit that was more like variant of like purple, black, and golds. And this is what she came up with. And there was no exchange of, you know, my dying obsession with ᴄʀᴅᴜɪns's artworks. It just happened this way. Excuse me. Yeah. Between this, upgraded emotes, some other stuff that's been going on the side, getting some stuff ready from the dono events. I've been doing a lot of sketching. I haven't sent out the sketches yet. I was gonna do that yesterday, but I just did not have the time for it. But all of the sketches for the majority of the donors who donated 25 or higher during the event, I think it's about 12 different art pieces that I'm working on right now from that. And I think I have seven are currently sketched. I just have to send them out for approvals to continue, as well as 2 regular commissions that I ended up getting while I was on break. So lots of art. My tablet is getting its money's worth this year. You're just walking Callus is selected then. I didn't think of it that way. Oh my god, if the blazer was like an ugly glimmering gold like Callus's cup. Some of the commands have been updated. As most of you figured out very quickly, a lot of the new sound effects have been added from the redeems and some other stuff. The about section below Twitch has been all remodeled and tweaked.
Just stay calm. You already have everything you need to beat it.
The power to believe in myself?
No, a knife!
But it's been a busy 10 days. Because I've also been, there's a demo variant down at the bottom, like at the very, 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 very bottom, where it says merch coming soon. That particular logo is something that I worked on as well, different variations of it, to potentially make merch. I have a silhouette variant used for myself, and then I made a silhouette variant for Kibo, which is going to be the Pact of Pain logo soon. My favorite one is still the Mercy. I currently have a favorite one, and it's this one.
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
And I have this one courtesy of I have 2 of them courtesy of Kagu. It's I can't fucking type on my keyboard now.
Ah, I'm Dai. Thank you forever.
I'm Dai. Thank you forever. What?
Woo! Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Person of culture? Fuck yeah. I love Charlie. Man's crazy, but I adore him. I've watched his stuff for years. Like when he used to do his original Let's Plays. Not streaming on Twitch, but just uploading on YouTube his Let's Plays. What is the woo from? Fuck, what was it? Is it the unicorn poop video? I think it's the unicorn poop review. But I can't be for certain. But it's from Charlie, aka Moist Critical, aka the legend himself. Not Destiny's legend himself, but YouTube. The one and only man who is literally sponsored by Victoria's Secret. And then I have this one for specifically Kagu. This was her request. I liked when he dubbed over commercials. Oh my god, those were so good. Wasn't he also sponsored by Adam and Eve? He is sponsored by Adam and Eve. He was sponsored by Victoria's Secret once upon a time. I know he's been sponsored by Adam and Eve for a long time. For people who don't know Charlie, the man has a collection of dildos that he just builds random stuff with. Like he builds go-karts and race cars and I know at one point he tried to get sponsored by Bad Dragon, but they wouldn't do it. But it's literally for the meme. Like, they won't sponsor him for it, but I think they sent him, like, this little... There's this little dinosaur, like, it's a regular, like, T-Rex figure. Except, it has the T-Rex feet, and then it just grows into a peen.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for. That's what it's all about.
Yes. Like, I think it started out as a meme. Like, it wasn't even something that he was genuinely, like, getting interested in as a hobby. It's just something that just accidentally happened because people kept sending him toys. Like, people just kept mailing him toys and sending him toys to getting him to do reviews. And not that he uses any of them, he just reviews them based on what they look like. He's a treasure. He's a man that must be protected at all costs. But let's see here.
Holy fucking shit, it's a space rhino. Oh my god, what the fuck?
And that is our Cabal anthem. Personalized.
I've got good news. You see, there's no need to wonder where your god is. Because he's right there. And he's fresh out of mercy.
Let's see here.
Ah, I'm die. Thank you, forever.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
There is one that I wanted to add, but I couldn't find the audio strip for it by itself, so I had to go through the episodes to find it. But I was going to add Thugisa from 50% Off saying, guess who just got out of prison? Calling it now, I'm gonna use that shit one constantly. So, I don't know who was here for the 50 Shades of 50 Shades of Earl Grey experience, other than Daryl, and Nana was here for a little bit of it. Every time shit goes sideways. But the book we're gonna be reading today, The Great Catsby, is by the same author did the 50 Shades Earl Grey. So if that's anything to stand by, I'm kind of nervous about reading this book. I don't know how, like, definite in just it being all cats is gonna happen. Someone say 50 Shades event. It wasn't an event, it was a journey. An aardvark road. Like, listen. Listen. Listen here. Main goal is to get a sound effect that just quotes Helsing Bridge. I could add the bitches like cannons one. Or bitches love cannons. So, the back of the book reads as is. Jay-Z Catsby throws the sickest party on the Jersey Shore. His neighbor Dick has heard all the rumors. Catsby's killed by man. He's richer than Blue Ivy. He's Hugh Jackman's butt double in the X-Men movies. As Dick soon learns, the truth is far stranger. Catsby is a furry who spends his days and nights in a cat costume, pinning away for Dick's cousin Dandelion, a maniac pixie Brooklyn knight with a brutish husband. Will Catsby's romantic obsession cost him all 9 of his lives? Okay, wait, hold up. Are you telling me this isn't The Great Gatsby as written by cats? That it's the fucking Great Gatsby written as by a furry? Is there no actual cats in this book? It's a man dressed as a cat? This just got 10 times worse without me even opening this book. Lucky Jay-Z Catsby. Oh man.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
See, you know, I didn't read the back of the book. I waited it out. I haven't even looked at the first page of this book. What's a greater gift than the love of a cat? Written by Charles Dickinson. The first fucking chapter starts out. In my younger years and more innocent years, my father gave me some advice that served me well. Never rub another man's rhubarb. What the fuck is a rhubarb? No, wait, that was Jack Nicholson in Batman. So this is about a man. This isn't about a cat. It's about a furry. F. Scott Fitzgerald written some boring-ass books. Were they boring? I read one. I can't remember which one I read. Fitzgerald is the one who wrote the, fuck, what was the one that made me read in high school? I didn't have to read Gatsby. I can't remember which one we read. Catsby is just trying to live his best life right now. Was it the one about the Civil War soldier? Yes. To Kill a Mockingbird. There we go. That's the one I had to read. My class was forced to read a book about veganism? The fuck? Why? It was Harper who wrote To Kill a Mockingbird. What all big books did Fitzgerald read? Or write? Fuck. I know we had to read To Kill a Mockingbird as well. She had to have written more than Catsby. Right? Also, hello, Thatch. Thank you. I know she wrote another one because we had to read it. It was about 2 kids. I think it was during World War... Lee or Fitzgerald? Fitzgerald! We're trying to figure out what other books Fitzgerald wrote aside from Catsby. See, now I have to look it up. God damn it. Curious Case of Benjamin Button. I don't think it was Benjamin Button. I don't think I read any of Benjamin Button's. You know what? It might have been Harper Lee.
All right, all right, all right. Let's see what we've got.
The only one by Fitzgerald I recognize is Great Gatsby and Babylon, but I never read Babylon. Also, thank you, Sither98. Appreciate it. Because it was To Kill a Mockingbird and then something else. It might have just been Harper Lee. Excuse me. Phew. I think fastly attribute the boring Civil War book I had read to Fitzgerald because it. Or apparently, fucking Harper Lee only wrote 2 books. What was that other book? I will not remember this. This was too long ago. I don't know, I remember reading, it was 2 kids, like 2 teenagers, 1 white boy, and 1... Is it only 2? I remember distinctly them going down a river? I don't know. The only other one that I can think of, I don't even know if there's a book, but it's, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, which is based on the Holocaust. I don't know. I can't remember. Anyway, Catsby, not actually a cat. Man who's a furry. And we're gonna indulge in this. Perih's talking to Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer, Tom Sawyer. That rings a bell. That rings a bell. Wait, wait. Is that... Oh, Google again. Ah! Yes! Yes! Would have had the racial element. Yes! It was Tom Sawyer. Yes. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. The Tom Sawyer Adventures is what I read. That and To Kill a Mockingbird. Anyway, who's ready to read about a furry? This is gonna be a mistake. I don't even know what kind of music to put on in the background for this. Let's see here. Book reading ambience. Okay, let's go. I mean, I don't think it's raining in the Catsby. I should just throw on thriller and suspicion mystery book for 2 hours, right? Wait, is there a Gatsby playlist? Ambient Gatsby music. What's this? I mean, it's the Great Gatsby 2013 ambient music and sound, so I guess we'll just have to use this one. I'm also realizing one of my... I have to fix that. Shit. My eyelid's fucked. Okay. Alright. Let's, See, I'm disappointed that it's not a cat. You know? Am I the only disappointed one that's, it's not a cat? Oh well. We'll get over it eventually, I suppose. Chapter 1. In my younger and more innocent years, my father gave me some advice that served me well. Never rub another man's raw herb. Wait, no. That was Jack Nicholson in Batman. Was it what my father told me? Oh, yeah. Not everyone has the advantages you've had in life, Nick. Unless you want to become a world-class asshole, you'll need to learn how to check your privilege. He explained it to me in an upper-middle-class white male that I'd won the privileged lottery. We lived in a posh, gated community in the Chicago suburbs, free of crime and poverty. While this probably sounds idyllic to the modern reader, it was, in practice, very boring. Don't get me wrong, my uprising certainly had more ups than downs. I have a sense that there was more interesting world out there, one conflict and drama. Growing up, I wasn't exposed to any of this outside the TV, though. My mother watched Friends. My father watched Seinfeld. or through the internet, which seemed too far treacherous till my parents caught up with me ordering my own baby food off Amazon. Why are you gonna say that it would, huh? Okay, so apparently this is modern. This is modern, because they have Amazon here. Keep that in the notes. And one day, the wonder died in the eyes of fucking JC Catsby. The school's library shelves were lined throughout thousands of novels, each a window into another world. Books were my escape from the prison of privilege. With books, I could be anyone, go anywhere, do anything. The books I remember being the biggest relaxation was The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. That's convenient. Although the school's copy was heavily boulderized, it was still quite a powerful tome. In the sanitized edition of Mark Twain's timeless tale, a boy befriends a strange orange tabby named Jim. Together, they float down the merrily Mississippi. Reader, I literally couldn't even. We didn't own any pets, but oh, how I longed for one. A dog or a cat would have been introduced much excitement into our household. Alas, it was not meant to be. My mother hated dogs because one had bitten her in the face as a child. Cats were out of the question as well. My father was allergic to them. Every time he saw one, it would cause him to break out into obscenities and kick wildly at the poor creature. That's not being allergic, that's being a dick. I once suggested that he see a doctor for antihistamine, and he started kicking me. I guess he was allergic to children too. Hello, Nepsy. Welcome. But back to the books. My love affair with the written word continued past Huckleberry Finn. In school, I read all the classics. Catcher of the Rye, To Kill a Mockingbird, The Hunger Games book Part 2 Catching Fire. When it came time for college, there was only one school on my short list, the University of Iowa, home to the venerable writer's workshop. I didn't want to write at the time, but my mind at the time was that the campus was a mecca for book lovers. My parents were understandably wary about sending their only son to a public school. At least I wanted to read books, not write them. After I purposely bombed my SATs, thus ensuring no Ivy League school, they relented. I have never met a person that didn't desperately want to own one. I mean, he wasn't allergic. He considers the allergy to be him obscenely throwing curses around and kicking the cat. During my first week at campus, I learned firsthand why Iowa was such a stellar reputation among writers. It was one of the heaviest drinking schools in the country. It should come as no shock to the reader that I fell madly, wildly in love with alcohol. My 4 years passed by in a blur. The only thing I remember reading were the labels on my beer bottles. When I moved back home, my parents asked if I had any plans for the rest of my life. I did not. They made it clear that a lot had changed in 4 years. It's like that old saying, you can't go home again, because your parents have become swingers and they've been using your bedroom for bi-weekly key parties. Ew. After Googling, I discovered the only thing my English degree was qualified me for was to publish my work. My parents agreed to finance my East Coast excursion for a year, which I figured would be enough time. Enough time for me to secure a real job. Based on my willingness to work without pay, one of the biggest New York publishers, Random House, hired me as an intern. When the big day finally came, I hugged my father at the door. He handed me a rectangular white device, about the size of a phone. The screen only took up a third of its face. It's a first-generation iPod, my father said. They don't even make these anymore. For good reason, I mumbled. What am I supposed to do with it? It's for listening to music. I loaded it up with all my favorite songs. There's a little Alicia Keys. She's my favorite. There's some Train. When you kids have it someday, You'll add your own music and pass it on. It'll be like a family heirloom. I muttered a barely audible thanks. Perhaps I could find an antique store in the city and pawn it. My mother embraced me next, crushing me with a powerful bear hug. I'll miss you too, I managed to choke out, coughing for oxygen. An x-ray would later reveal that she had cracked 3 of my ribs. Despite the pain, I would miss her. Who else is gonna cut the crust off my PB&J sandwiches? Once I arrived in New York, however, I was too busy to miss the confronts of home. There were plenty of other things to occupy my time. Other things like drinking. I wasn't alone in my love for alcohol. All of us drank a little too much. That was the tune of times. These were the years just following the Great Recession. The economy had begun to rebound. Just when you thought the stock market had hit a high record, along came another record to blow it out of the water. The parties were bigger, the liquor was cheaper, and the twerking looser. The tempo of the city quickly wore me down. When I returned to the Midwest, and less than a year later, I was disgusted. Disgusted with myself, disgusted with everyone. There was only one person exempt from my disgust. Or rather, one feline. J.Z. Catsby. Claiming a cat allergy is the reason you hate cats. You would never speak, or you would never guess that Perih is a... Shut up. Shut up. I failed public speaking classes, okay? For all in good reason. Guy who made Hey Soul Sister. Oh. Yeah, one of the main characters in here is named J-Z-Catsby. Chapter 2. The history of my first and only summer in the city really begins the night I had dinner with my cousin and her husband, Tucker Boobcannon. Tucker Boobcannon. Tucker and I were in a psychological course together in our freshman year of college. I remember him leaning over my shoulder one day. We had never talked before, but I knew he was a bit of a jock. I thought he was going to kiss me. It seemed like the sort of thing a macho man would do, at least in my mind. Instead of giving me a peck on the cheek, he started copying the answers right off of my exam. We were both busted for cheating and put on academic probation for the semester. He bought me a beer for causing trouble, and for reasons I still can't fathom, we became fast friends. I don't think he had many friends, to be honest, on account of something about him being a prick. Does it actually say that, or can you just not pronounce it? No, it literally says Boobcannon. Tucker Boobcannon. B-O-O-B-C-A-N-N-O-N. Name is Tucker Boobcannon. Millie was my first cousin. She was born and raised in Louisville, so I didn't see her that often until we both ended up in Iowa. I introduced her to Tucker one night, and before I knew it, they were hooking up, right there in front of me. It was a very uncomfortable night. After college, they moved to Park Slope. If you had money and children, both of which they had a terrifying abundance, it was undoubtedly the part of Brooklyn to be in. As I emerged from the subway, I marveled at how different the neighborhood looked from my own. I was renting a small beach house on the Jersey Shore. Even though they were only an hour's train ride apart, Brooklyn was light years ahead of New Jersey in terms of fashion and dining. In New Jersey, people were eating... quinoa? Quinoa? The fuck is quinoa? In Brooklyn, people were wearing it. There's like some fashion eating. Yeah. Also, thank you, Autumn. Kiwa? Kiwa? What the f- Rich people are weird. They need to stop making up words. Anyway, I followed Apple Maps to Boobcannon's address. 2 hours on foot, I later found myself in the Queens. I cursed the ghost of Steve Jobs. Fuck, it continues after 50 Shades! Fuck! Steve Jobs is dead because of Santa! I settled into the backseat of a taxi in a pool of sweat. As we traveled back to Brooklyn, the little TV screen in the cab assaulted my senses with an endless loop of Jimmy Kimmel clips. Finally, just as I reached the point that I wanted to Kimmel myself, the car pulled to a stop. I stepped out of the beautiful three-line street. Row after row of charming two-story townhouses extended in either direction as far as the eye could see. I rang the boob cannon's doorbell. As I waited for my answer, my eyes drifted to the neighbor's house down to the right. In the second-story window, a curtain was drawn to me. A furry figure clad in a maroon and black Star Trek uniform stared down at me. I raised my right hand and parted my fingers. The odd creature snapped the curtain closed without returning my Vulcan salute. Spanish? Yeah, I failed Spanish. The door in front of me swung open. Tucker swallowed me into his arms in a giant bear hug. Dick! How long has it been, old bro? We graduated 2 months ago. He set me down and gave me a wary look. Too long, my bro. Too long. I followed him inside. You have some interesting neighbors. Star Trek fan next door. Tucker rolled his eyes. What, Patrick Stewart? Is there another one? Not only does he dress up all the time in the stupid cat costume, but he also wears that ugly leotard over it. We get dozens of nerds every day walking by, gawking at him and hoping to catch a glimpse of his royal highness. The sidewalk is just a lousy with nerds sometimes. That sounds awful. Listen, Dick. I know you were always into books, but you were never a nerd. One of these days, I'm gonna go to a berserk and use my fist to beam down one of these Trekkies straight to heaven. Are you complaining about the nerds again, honey? A woman called out from the next room. Your cousin's here, Tucker shouted. Then, to me, Millie's been dying to see you. You want a beer? I hesitated. I was 21 days sober. Not by choice, but by necessity. Since arriving out east, I've done nothing but work, commune, and sleep. The few hours of free time I had were usually spent reviewing manuscripts for my boss at Fandom House. It was my first real job. If things didn't let up soon, I'd be throwing in the towel and it would be making it my last. I was lucky to find a few hours to sneak away to visit the boob cannons. Did I want a beer? Absolutely. My big worry is just I'd fall back into the same pattern from college. 1 beer would turn into 2, and then 2 would turn into 300. Boob cannon swallow dick, you say? Uh-huh. It's written like that, too. You know, I think I'm good, I say, declining Tucker's offer with a wave of my hand. He recoiled in horror. Dear Lord, who are you, and what have you done with Dick Norway? I sighed. You know what, I'll take 1. Just 1. That's my boy, Tucker said, grinning. He ushered me into the living room where he left me when he went to go grab our beers. I glanced around the room. Millie was nowhere to be found. A hand shot up over the couch, which faced away from me. Is that my dear cousin, Dick Norway? You're late, darling, so late. I'm still trying to find my way around the city, I said, peeking over the couch to find her stretched out. Millie wasn't alone, however. A tall, shapely brunette rolled off of her and onto the floor. Haha, whoopsie, the girl said, getting back to her feet. Millie introduced us. Dick, this is my bae, Cordon Bleu. I shook Cordon's hand. Although this was our first meeting, I knew who she was. Everyone did. In those days, Cordon Bleu was the reigning women's champion of competitive hot dog eating. Not only had she won the women's title in the annual Straham's hot dog eating contest 4 years in a row, but last year, she'd beaten the men's champ by downing more wieners than a cam girl trying to pay off her student loans. Deadass almost got in Discord to yell at you. I'm not in Discord. Are you mispronouncing French shit now? It's C-O-R-D-O-N and then blue. B-L-U-E. Fuck story did I walk in on it? Work with grimy hands. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Blue, I said. Millie left off the couch and onto my back. My legs buckled out from underneath me and she hit the floor with a thud. I turned around to help her. How much have you had to drink, Millie? She held her finger and her thumb an inch apart and giggled. You never drank in college. What happened? Kids, Dick. I have 8 kids. No, 9. I don't even know all their names. It's awful. It's so awful. You look good for giving birth to 9 children, I said. For once, I wasn't lying to her. Millie still had the same thin waist she had a few months ago. She had some brass, no treble, but didn't look like she'd given birth any time recently. My nipples look like a dog park chew toys. It's horrible. You're still breastfeeding? Should you be drinking? She didn't give birth to the kids, Corden said dismissively. Her surrogates did. They were my eggs! You're not even raising them, Tucker said, entering the room and handing me a glass boot filled with beer. The nanny's doing all the work. Millie shot her husband a nasty look and he stuck his tongue out at her. Oh, young love, Corden said, flashing me a devilish smile. I nodded and sipped my beer. It was like drinking the piss of angels. Delicious. You live around here? I asked Corden. Just in the town for the summer. I'm a Chicago girl. So's Dick, Tucker said, except he has a penis. Not that that means anything these days. Chicago? Well, that's fab, Corden says. I assume you're competing in the hot dog contest next month, I ask. I see my reputation precedes me. Precedes, I corrected. Corden glared at me. I wasn't sure if she wanted to slap me or rip my cardigan off. I raised my eyebrows with a smirk, indicating that I was game for either scenario. You said you're new to the city, she says. Do you live in Brooklyn? I shook my head. I work at a publishing house in Manhattan, but commute from Jersey's shore. I heard that's where all of the best parties are. Is it true? I shrugged. Well, I haven't been to any yet. Work's been killing me. I hear Catsby throws the sickest parties. Millie broke away from her silent little battle with Tucker. Catsby? What Catsby? Corden spun around. Why? Jay-Z Catsby. Is there none other? The color drained from Millie's face. Her husband felt her forehead with the back of his hand. Feeling okay, sweet cheeks? I'm feeling fine, she mumbled. Cordigan sighed. Are we ever going to eat? I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Do you want a horse? Tucker asked. Wait, I said. They serve horses in Park Slope? Tucker crossed his arms. I could get us a horse. Corden thought it over for a moment and then shook her head. I can get that anytime back in Chicago. I want something fun. Something interesting. Cronuts! Millie yelled, falling back onto the couch with a giggle. No cronuts, Tucker said. Dos Saints? Am I pronouncing this one right? Dos Saints? D-O-S-S-A-I-N-T? No, apparently this isn't a word. Dos Saints, Millie's ass? Now you're just making shit up. Tucker pulled his phone out and began strolling through his contacts. Millie sat up. Who are you calling? The loony bin. I'm having you committed, Tucker turned to me. Do you like chopped salad, Dick? I mean, I like salad. No, I'm asking, do you like chopped salad? What do you mean? I mean, they take the salad, all ingredients like the lettuce and the egg and the tomato and the ham and the salad dressing, and then they chop it all up for you. I shook my head. Millie looked at me incredulously. You've never had a chopped salad? I guess I never had. But it's so marvelous, Dick. You know how sometimes when you're eating a salad and you don't get every single ingredient in one bite? Like sometimes you get a little lettuce and some dressing but no egg. Or maybe you get all the egg and no ham. Or just you get dressing. It's horrible. So horrible. Tucker's eyes lit up. Chopping the salad solves the problem. They take really big knives and dice it up into tiny pieces. He swung his hands through the air as if he was carving an enormous salad. Millie nodded enthusiastically. And in each bite, you get just the right amount of each ingredient. I couldn't tell if they were putting me on or not. Gordon seemed bemused by the discussion. So it's like someone else chewing your food for you. Millie and Tucker glared at me as if I just called Taylor Swift a talentless hack. We're getting chopped salad for dinner, and then you'll see, Tucker said, putting the phone to his ear. Yes, I'd like the place in order. I turned to Gordon. What about you? Have you ever had chopped salad? She shook her head. I'm more of a tossed salad, sighed a girl. I narrowed my eyes. Was that a euphemism? You bet it was, she said with a wink. What a filthy, disgusting woman. I'm in love. What the fuck? Ah shit, is this the Gatsby? This is the Catsby, which we found out very quickly is not by cats. But Jay-Z Catsby is a furry who dresses as a orange tabby who throws parties. So this book is about a furry. This is not what I expected to hear when I joined. Chapter 3. We ate our chopped salad in silence until Tucker's phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced under the table and excused himself. A solid tear rolled down Millie's cheek. I'm getting another wine cooler, she said, excusing herself from the table. Once she was gone, I turned to Gordon. What do you suppose that was all about? You don't know, Gordon says, lowering her voice. Dick's got a side chick in Willingham. In the next room, I could see Tucker speaking into the phone in hushed tones, a broad smile across his face. You think he's talking to her right now? Did you see him snapping dick pics under the table after dinner? I shrugged. I thought that was just Tucker being Tucker. Well, it's beyond rude. I wasn't sure if she was referring to the dick pics or taking a booty call during dinner like some sort of Cambian thief. Before I could ask her for clarification, Millie returned to the table, bottle in hand. How are you liking the chopped salad? She asked me. I don't think I'll ever eat a salad another way unless it's chopped again. Damn straight you won't, boy, Tucker said, returning. We all tried to avoid the bulge in his pants, which was at eye level with me and far too close for comfort. Can you sit down, honey? You're at half-mast, Millie said to her husband, shielding her eyes. Gordon also averted her eyes, pretending to be mesmerized by her chopped salad, as if the dressing was telling her sweet whispers. Maybe it was. It was really good as advertised. Tucker, finally realizing his fox pass, sat down. He let out an exaggerated sigh. Sorry about that, ladies. It's just when all the blood rushes to the little head, I don't always think straight. You know what I'm talking about, right, Dick? I shook my head violently. Or maybe you don't, he said, glancing down to Gordon, back with suspicion. Say, Dick, why don't you tell Millie who you saw outside? Sir Catrick Stewart, I said, as if delivering the news of a royal birth. Really? Gordon said. He lives next door, Millie explained. Tucker, don't get started on the nerds. Who said I was gonna get started on the nerds? I was just making polite conversation with Dick. Once you get started, you won't shut up, Millie said. You'll just make yourself angrier and for no good reason. I'm sorry, but the neighborhood is lousy with them. They just take up the sidewalks every day. What's wrong with the nerds? Gordon asked. Tucker exhaled. I'll tell you what's wrong with the nerds. They're ruining this damn country. Used to be that they kept to themselves. They had their comic book conventions and their Star Trek gatherings and whatnots. Nowadays, they've taken over the whole goddamn world. You can't go to the movie theater without sitting through a half-dozen trailers of comic book movies. Superman and Batman, even Spider-Man. But then we got that Green Lantern? Gordon arched an eyebrow. You at least liked the Avengers. Hated it, Tucker said. Like I care about Scarlet Widow and Arrow Man. Don't get me started on that TV show, Agents of Shit. The only people who want to see that D-list superheroes are the nerds. They have too much disposable money. I suppose that's what has to be expected, since they mostly live in their parents' basements. There was a time where every other movie and every other TV show wasn't based on a comic book. Then, there was the time that you could enjoy a movie without worrying about missing out on all the little half-jokes of these fanboys. Whatever happened to the real movies like Die Hard and Lethal Weapon? Shane Black directed Iron Man 3, I said. Tucker stared daggers at me. Who? The director of Lethal Weapon, Gordon said, backing me up. I don't know anything about directors, Tucker muttered. Millie sighed up. Millie stood up. I'm going outside the vape. I joined her on the steps, if only to get away from Tucker's oppressive presence. He's kind of a bully, she said, pulling out an e-cigarette out of her purse. She took a drag. At the end of the stick glowed a cool blue. She looked like a glamorous Kardashian. He means well, I think, I said. You don't have to live with him. He gets worse every day. Well, how are the kids? What kids? Your children? Oh, those. She said with a little laugh. I don't know. I haven't seen them this week. I guess the nanny would text me if something happened to any of them. They don't live here? She gave me a look as if I just asked if testicles came in pairs. Do you have a favorite? I asked cautiously. Tilly, she answered, perhaps too quickly. She pulled a link on her phone and handed it to me. Here's a gif of her. The baby girl flailed in her crib like a turtle on its back. The gif repeated and repeated, just rocking to and fro. I handed it back to Millie. Cute, I said. She's the only girl in the bunch. 8 boys then? Or 9, I don't know, but it was to be expected with Tucker's sperm. He shoots straight out testosterone. The biology was a suspect, but I had to admit it sounded like Tucker. Well, with 8 brothers, she'll certainly be well equipped to handle men later on. She'll be smart. A girl's gotta be smart. A pack of nerds in the stumbled stairway nearby walked by, their necks craned up at Catrick Stewart's house. The windows were shut, and there was no hint of movement within. One girl in a green and yellow Loki hoodie held up her phone and snapped a picture of Stewart's home. Eventually, the nerds walked by. Listen, Dick, let me tell you what I said after I saw my daughter for the first time. Can I tell you? I want to tell you. Sounds reasonable. It'll go a little ways in explaining, how I feel about things these days. The first time I ever met our little Tilly, she was an hour old. I was exhausted from labor, which had lasted 48 hours, but I just had to hold my baby for the first time right away. Our surrogate mother had just given birth, sent us home back on the bus to God knows where she was from. Alabama, Alaska, one of those A states. Anyway, the nurse handed me my baby and she said, "It's a girl." That's what nurses usually say in that situation, I tell her. Millie nodded. But it wasn't the nurse who said it. It was Tilly. She was very bright for her age. Tucker didn't hear her, thank God. Who knows where he was or who he was screwing around with. Still, you should be proud. Tilly sounds like a smart girl. I hope not. I hope my daughter's an idiot. That's the best thing a girl can be in this world. An idiot. That doesn't sound very positive, I tell her. She blew the cloud of scent and mist towards my direction. It's not so bad. There's plenty of books for idiots nowadays. Like, Sex for Dummies. Well, I guess. Oh, no, my bad. I actually meant 50 Shades of Grey. I nodded sagely. I hadn't read the books, but then again, I didn't have much free time to read for pleasure. My job at Phantom House kept me plenty busy. Still, I was familiar with the 50 Shades books, probably because my boss had assigned me to the Pool to Publish department. If you're not familiar with the term, you're not alone. I had no idea what pulling to publish meant until my first day on the job. Apparently, 50 Shades of Grey was originally published online as a Twilight fanfiction. The story was set in an alternate universe where Edward Cullen was a rich businessman and not a vampire. Little difference if you ask me. After E.L. James changed the name and published her trilogy worldwide to success, every publisher out there wanted a piece of the action. Acquisition editors flocked to fanfiction websites in search of the next E.L. James. Overturning rocks and watching the fanfictions scatter for cover, they snapped up as many fanfiction stories as they could grab, a process known as pulling to publish. Once the writers signed their contracts, however, the editors realized that there was a problem. Someone had to go through each story and change all the names so they couldn't be sued for trademark or copyright infringement. This was a lot easier said than done. You have to go through the entire manuscript and change not only the names, but the other identifying characteristics such as the eye color, the skin tone, and even their race. In 50 Shades of Grey, the dark-skinned ethnic friend Jacob from Twilight was changed to a Native American to Latino, for instance. While that sounds easy using a find to replace, you actually have to read the story closely and change small details, like turning an Indian headdress into a sombrero. Naturally, the editors farmed out the grunt work to interns like me. I didn't complain about the work because I knew I had to pay my dues. Plenty of eager young people gave up on their dreams when they found out how sausage was made. I remember that Millie once had dreams about working in publishing back in the day. That was before she had met Tucker and decided that money was more important than silly dreams. Jacob. Poorly Jacob. A reminder that 9/11 cost 50 Shades. No! Also, why is this music so sad? I need this music to not be sad. This is fine. We're fine with this, right? We're fine with this. At least that's what I assumed. I couldn't see any other reason that she was with Tucker. He was a hulking, brutal hulk of a brute who hadn't changed since graduation. When a normal person gets worked up, their face flashed red with anger. But when Tucker got mad, his skin flushed green like the Hulk. His biceps rippled beneath the tight arms of Ralph Lauren polo shirt. His neck was as thick as a tree trunk polishing through the popped collar. He was obviously on some sort of performance-enhancing drugs. What he was training for, however, was a mystery. His days as a football lineman were behind him. I can only imagine what paranoid scenario he was planning for, which would require a hedge fund manager to have biceps the size of a rock, in the size of the Rock's chest. I feel my brain cells dying by suicide every minute. There's so much to hate in 3 chapters in. I don't know what you guys were expecting. When Millie and I went back inside, we found Tucker and Corden sitting on opposite sides of the living room couch. Corden had her iPad out and was busy reading aloud to him the latest internet articles on the topics of the day. The words, the opinions, the comments. Oh god, the comments! We sat down and listened to Corden read a Salon column calling for an end to end the baby carrot holocaust. It seemed reasonably argued, and gave voice to the voiceless carrot parents who couldn't stand up to the reaping of generations of their children. But Corden read a silly column next down, in which the author took the position we couldn't stop eating carrots altogether, regardless of their age. Not to be outdone by the Huffington Post ran a slideshow titled, "The Vegetable Genocide You Have to See." Clickbait title, if you ask me. Millie began bawling uncontrollably after flickering through the Huffpuff photos, where she was paralyzed in fear, or maybe happiness, I have no idea. I took her breakdown as an opportunity to glance at the time on my phone. It was already past 10. I stood up and excused myself for leaving. I wasn't expecting to hear a lady talk about tossing someone's salad. 50 Shades of Earl Grey was worse. I don't know, dude. We're only 3 chapters in, and we haven't even got to the introduction of Catsby. This is gonna be it's gonna be we'll see. Leaving so early, Tucker said, disappointed in his voice. But come on, Corden said. We just passed the longest day of the year last week. It's been dark for hours, I pointed out. I think the whole point of a long day is to take advantage of the daylight for as long as possible. Millie perked up. How many hours are in a day, Tucker? 20? 30? I'm sure Dick knows. He's smart about these things. Aren't you, Dick? Well, I'm not a scientific man, I said, but if I had to guess, I'd say there's probably 24 hours in a day. And how many in a night? Millie asked. Corden set her iPad down. Does it matter? The night is still young. The night is young, but I am not, I said. I looked 22 and I was beginning to feel it as well. I had a decent buzz, but I knew the longer I stayed, the more I would drink. Skipping morning colleges and classes was tolerable and even expected. Calling in with the brown bottle flute to work was just frowned upon. I returned to Jersey Shore and sat on my back door steps, marveling at the unending party on the beach just steps away. I closed my eyes and listened to the cracking of beer cans and cracking of bonfires, the rhythms emulating from the clubs and the mating calls of the Guidos and Guidettes echoing through the streets. I opened my eyes and took in the sights of a tan limbal bodies writhing and fist-pumping on the beach. The silhouette of a solitary figure crisply dressed up in a three-piece suit caught my eye. The man stood at the end of a long dock, his right arm outstretched in the direction of the New York City, groping it as if it was a giant bosom in the horizon. I couldn't see anything in the distance besides a bright red light that had danced and disappeared at odd fits. After a spell, he strolled back down the dock and towards the mansion where the sickest of parties occurred every Friday and Saturday night. The moon didn't cast enough light on him to make out his face, but just as he disappeared through the immense iron gate that separated his courtyard from the beach, I distinctly caught the flash of a tail. Look, man, maybe Catsby throws rave parties. We'll figure it out. Can't wait to find the reason why the light was changed to red. Chapter 4. Tucker texted me the next day. He wanted to take me to lunch to make up for practically shoving his junk in my face the previous night. I glanced at the manuscript in my computer. I was in the middle of a 100,000-word novel about Edward Cullen as a chef, a common trope in the fanfiction world known as chef ward. It was my third chef ward of the week. I'll meet you at noon, I texted back. We met at the Phantom House lobby and he greeted me with another one of his stiff bear hugs. Sorry about last night. I tried to tell him that it was okay, that I enjoyed the chopped salad, but he would hear none of it. Millie was a drunk mess, he said. I lost my temper. It's just those damn kids. Nobody ever told me that being a parent would be so stressful. I nodded. I couldn't even imagine the responsibility of having kids at our age, even if you did never see them. Where do you want to eat? There's a Chipotle right around the corner. Of course, it's lunchtime. Packed. Hello, Cyber. Welcome back. Welcome back. What's up with this milady Yassie ass model? It's my suit. My custom tailored suit. We are currently reading into chapter 4 of The Great Catsby, which we found out by the back blurb that this isn't about cats. It's about furries. He shook his head. Chipotle, Dick? What are we, still in college? This is New York. Could go to Shake Shack out in Brooklyn. I think there's a Shake Shack a few blocks away over on the one on Brooklyn's better, he snapped, cutting me off. I don't know, that sounds pretty far, Tucker. Nonsense, he said. If I don't have you back in an hour, you can kick me in the baby maker. I didn't entirely trust him, but he knew the city better than I. We descended into the nearest substation and caught a train to Penn Station, where we were transferred to the L. I glanced nervously at the time on my phone. 25 minutes had already passed since leaving the fandom house. Put that thing away, Tucker said. Enjoy the ride. I stashed my phone and leaned in on the hard plastic seat. The train was deserted except for a few poor homeless scrubs. Above the gray walls and spasms of bleak humanity hung a colorful ad featuring a middle-aged man in a white lab coat. Have clear, beautiful skin as never seen before, the man, a certain Dr. Zuckerberg, MD, proclaimed. Only takes a few minutes to apply. Approved! Dr. Zuckerberg's drooling, darkened eyes peered down on me from the faded advertisements, brooding over the solemn dumping ground that was New York City subway. I looked sideways at an elderly woman, several seats over. Her eyes were closed. I wondered if she was asleep. Or maybe she was dead. New York was indeed a very different place than back home. I ran my fingers over my own cheeks, which broke out occasionally. Did I need a tighter, firmer, younger-looking skin badly enough to undergo a non-surgical thermage procedure? Tucker jumped up as soon as the train screeched to a halt. This is our stop. He was out the door before I could question him, and I looked out the window at the train station name, Bedford Avenue. I bolted after Tucker and caught up with him, sprinting up the stairs. We emerged from the subway. We were in Brooklyn. This wasn't posh Park Slope neighborhood. There were too many flannel shirts, too many beards, too many vinyl shops. Where are we? I passed an artisan pencil sharpener. We're in Williamsburg, Tucker said. And how far is the Shake Shack? I don't know, he admitted. I pulled my phone out. I'll look it up. Tucker snarled at me. Real men don't use maps. I was gonna check Yelp. Forget it, he said. Lemma will know where it's at. Who's Lemma? My girlfriend. She works at the bookstore just around the corner. So Corden had been right about Tucker. In college, he hadn't always been the most faithful to Millie, but then again it was college. Still stowing your wild oats, I supposed. I teased. He held up his ring finger to show off his wedding band. Don't be crude, Dick. I'm a married man now. I breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, good, so you're not sleeping with this girl. Of course I'm sleeping with her. I'm not gonna just spill my seed everywhere. Not more random hookups. I've settled down. I'm a one-woman man. He paused. Unless you count my wife, in which I'm a two-woman man. He matured so much since Iowa. He was no longer a boy. He was very clearly a man. As I learned in my literary fiction courses, there was nothing more growing up than having an affair. Really starting to think that what Perih is reading is strictly cringe. Uh-huh. The Great Catsby. I forgot that Org was not here for the original 50 Shades of Earl Grey. The original reading. Not the sequel. The original one. The Great Gatsby, and I was so confused because I didn't remember it being like this. Good morning, Otis. No, we're not reading the Gatsby, we're reading the Catsby. Difference. We stopped in front of a little shop called Books and More. Tucker held the door open for me. I had been in plenty of bookstores before. This one didn't strike me as odd until I only realized that they only carried paperback books. How they stayed in business, I have no idea. The only bookstores left in the Midwest carried tablet computers, e-readers, board games, plush toys. The gentleman behind the counter surveyed us, one eye squinting at the other behind the thick-rimmed monocle. With his pencil-thin porn stash and his Fox Vintage Pac-Man t-shirt, he could have been anywhere between 100 hipsters in Williamsburg. Hey, Harper, your wife around? Tucker asked. The man nodded to the back of the store. In the back room, we just bought a collection of choose-your-own-adventure books. Sorting through them, we might have a complete set. I loved those books as a kid, I said. Tucker scowled at me. His temper was really getting out of control. If anyone should have been pissed off, it should have been me. I was the one playing hooky from work as we hopscotched through the burrows in search of Nookie. On our way to the back room, a black cat brushed up against Tucker's leg, nearly tripping him. "Watch where you're going," I said to it. "Stupid thing." The cat darted off with a yelp. "Oh, so you're allergic to cats too," I said. He stared hard at me. "When we bought our first place, Millie wanted to get a cat. I don't know what she was thinking. Everyone knows I'm a dog person. I told her there's only one type of pussy I'll ever let in my house." I'm doing well. How about you, Otis? "Well, what type of cat is that?" I asked. He shook his head. "Jesus, Dick. Such a bright guy, you're denser than a 70s bush sometimes." He knocked on the back room door and it swung open. A woman was pawing at the box of small paperbacks. "Yes," she said, not bothering to turn around. "You miss me?" Tucker asked. The woman spun around and jumped to her feet. She threw her tattooed arms around Tucker and kissed him. I looked nervously over my shoulder, wary at her husband who was behind the counter. Neither of them seemed to be at least a bit concerned, and then he was out of line of sight. Still, it made me feel uneasy. I was used to conducting my affairs with a modicum of secrecy. That was all part of the fun of cheating, right? Be secretive? "Who's this handsome fella?" she's asked, eyeing me. "This here's Dick. He's an old college friend." "We just graduated 2 months ago," I told her, holding my hand out. She bypassed my outstretched arm and hugged me. It smelled of old books and patchouli. Is this a type of pasta? What the fuck are you reading? I'm reading The Great Catsby. Dick, this is... Oh my god. This here is Limma Bean. She co-owns the bookstore with her husband, that clueless nerd you just met up at front. She nodded. "So what are you doing here, Tucker?" "We're looking to party," he said. "Why don't you put down these dusty old books and come along with us? We got a whole afternoon free. We can head to our usual spot." My eyes widened. "Party? At 1 in the afternoon? On a weekday?" "Sounds cool," she said. "Can we get cupcakes and vitamin water?" "Of course. I think you can invite your sister, Molly?" Limma giggled. "I'll see what I can do. You two head out. I'll meet you out front in a few." On our way past the register, Tucker smiled and waved up to Harper. "I'll see you later, after I do unspeakable filthy things to your wife." Harper nodded absentmindedly and returned to the computer. I could feel my eyes bulging out. What the hell was Tucker thinking? Saying that to the girl's husband? Once outside, I hit Tucker on the upper arm and felt my knuckles turn to dust. It was like hitting a concrete wall. "Jesus, what kind of supplements are you taking?" I asked, shaking my hand out. "Abrabol, Danabol, Norwegian Dandronol, plus the usual stuff like testosterone, high, a little EGH. EGH? Equine growth hormones. Need a hookup?" Before I can answer, Lemma joined us, a rubber horse mask covering her face. She gave us a thumbs up. I glared at Tucker. "We're not going to Shake Shack, are we?" He grinned. "We're going to someplace even better. We're going to the Love Shack." What the cat doing? I don't know. We still haven't made it to the cat. I just know that the cat lives at the beach house, right? Yeah, it's a parody book. It's by the same person who did 50 Shades of Earl Grey. Also done my 2 standard tests done, so I'm done with school today. Nice! I hope the first day of your senior year went well. It only goes downhill from here, I'm sorry to tell you. Chapter 5. The Love Shack was a hotel that Tucker liked to take his mistress to, since his wife would probably nag him if he brought her home. I agreed that being discreet was a sensible thing to do, at least if he wanted to keep his hooves intact. Now, not to say a word of this to Millie, he whispered as we walked by. You know, the whole rule. Bros before hoes. Could I lie to my cousin? I didn't honestly know. I'd lied to plenty of women, usually the ones I was dating. Still, I guess I could try, for Tucker's sake. You have my word, I told him. Balls before malls. What are you boys jawing about over there? Lemma asked, removing her horse mask and racing up to catch us. Just talking about man things, baby, Tucker said, putting an arm around her and taking the mask. Like pickup trucks and football and Adam Sandler movies. She wrinkled her nose. That's gross. Lemma stopped dead in her tracks, not that she was literally dead or anything. I guess it would just be better to say that she had stopped. Lemma stopped. I followed her gaze to the pet store. Christ. Lemma raced to the window and cooed over a litter of white labs like she had never seen a puppy before. Can we go in? She begged Tucker, pleading with puppy dog eyes. Combined with the actual puppy dog's eyes in the window, it was enough to make any man break down. Tucker was overpowered and he knew it. Fine, we can go in, but make it quick. I declined to follow Lemma and Tucker inside. Pet stores have always had a particular sadness for me since my family's house was a no-pet zone. I checked the time on my phone again. Going back to work was out of the question today. Getting a few extra hours in on Saturday looked like the only way I was going to be able to make up the time that I had lost. I checked my Twitter feed, and then my Facebook, and then my Instagram, and then my Tumblr, and then my Twitter, and then my Facebook, and then my Instagram, and then my Tumblr, and then my Twitter, and then my Facebook, and then my Instagram, and then my Tumblr, and then my... Lemma burst out of the pet store, an animal carrier, deep in her clutches. Tucker followed her, a frown on his face and a horse mask under his arm. I've always just wanted one, Lemma said. I'm not taking him home. Millie would kill me, Tucker said. You buy a little doggy? I asked, peeking into the cage. Before Lemma could answer, a 6 foot of burst flame shot past me, barely knocking me on my feet. I picked myself up off the pavement and marveled at the newspaper rack behind me that was now in flames. People continued to walk by as if nothing happened. This was New York, after all. No one had time for a little street fire. It's a baby dragon, Lemma said, smiling. Are those even legal? Tucker scoffed at me. Listen to you. What happened to the dick I knew back in college? I think he'd be just as alarmed that there's an exotic, dangerous pet in the cage. Lemma clutched the cage tight. There's no way to talk about Judi Dench. That doesn't sound like an appropriate pet name. She's a classy dame, Lemma said. I followed them a few more blocks until we reached a rundown frat house straight out of the gutter gangster flick. The windows were boarded, a tin roof rusted, a sign posted on the door that gave us the warning, "Stay away, fools." Looks like your hotel's been closed off for a while, I said. Now, can we go find something to eat? I'm still hungry. I can eat an entire Subway. Nonsense, Tucker said, wrapping up the door. We'd stayed here just last week. The door swung open and like a junkie who looked like a Walking Dead cast member stumbled out. Any bags today? No, we don't have any bags of smack, I said, brushing him away with the back of my hand. Let's get out of here before we get a needle and get AIDS. Tucker grabbed my hand. You don't get AIDS from needles. You get HIV. Besides, a little respect. This man is the bellhop. Tucker grabbed my I looked closer at the bum and his tattered, loose-fitting clothes hanging off his grunt frame. Upon further inspection, the scabs on his face were nothing more than theatrical makeup. Welcome to the Love Shack, he said grimacingly. Finest bouquet hotel on the East Side River. I'm gonna go eat a whole KFC. Get her a helmet? Why do I need a helmet? Rude ass. The man ushered us inside. The lobby smelled worse than a Danny McBride egg fart. I stepped in a wet spot. Wet with what, I couldn't say, because I wiped my shoe off on a passed-out winnow and dropped $1 on him as a tip. Maybe he worked at the hotel. Maybe he didn't. Who's to say? As Tucker was checking up on us in the front desk, he turned to me. Hutchins or Houston? What? Every room here is modeled after a famous celebrity hotel death. The only 2 rooms they have are Michael Hutchinson and Whitney Houston suits. I thought about it for a moment. Neither choice sounded appealing. I just wasn't that big fan of music, I guess. What about Belushi? Tucker frowned. You're kidding, right? You have to reserve that months in advance. I guess I'll go with Hutchinson then, I said, disappointed. The 3rd floor suite was indeed as filthy and disturbing as the rest of the hotel, complete with blood-stained mattresses. I pulled my phone out and ordered delivery from the nearest Chinese restaurant I could find on Yelp. I needed to get something to eat, and fast. I don't think I'd ever gone more than 8 hours without food in my life. I was beginning to feel lightheaded, like how poor people must have felt all the time. The fuck is this hotel theming? Got 2 cents to say that they check out anytime they like, but they can never leave. I don't know, we'll see. I peered out of the window and onto the street below. I fantasized about leaving the suckered hotel room for the outside world and walking until I found a park to sit in and watch Mother Nature dim her lights on Brooklyn. Every time I tried to leave my mind, however, something pulled me back to the hotel, as if within ropes. I was at once within and without, both escorted and revolted by the inexcusable choices that the city had to offer. Oh yes! Oh god, yes! I whipped my head around and caught the sight of Lemma's legs wrapped around Tucker's bare ass. I looked away before I saw any more. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and cry, I said to no one in particular. Turns out the restroom was really quite luxurious compared to the dilapidated state of the rest of the hotel room. Stated solely based off the fact that there wasn't any freestanding vomit in the sink or the tub. I couldn't sit on the toilet seat, however. There was just no way. Instead, I removed the top of the tank and climbed on it. While I was leaving an upper decker, there was a knock at the door. Before I could answer, Tucker swung open the door. He had a stained sheet wrapped around his waist and frowned when he spied me perched above the tank like some sort of parrot. Can I help you? I asked. Did you order the food? There's a delivery man at the door. Oh, I'll be right out. I'm making room for it. Take your time. Lemma is banging the delivery guy right now, Tucker said, shutting the door. By the time I emerged from the restroom, the delivery guy had come and gone. And a charcuterie of hipsters have arrived. I counted 10. There was like more of a pack of them, but I only had 10 fingers to count them on. People in publishing ain't great with math. What are you doing, giving birth in there? Tucker asked, now wearing the bed sheet like a toga. Been gone for almost like 2 hours. I was tweeting, I said. Tucker shook his head. That's more embarrassing than dropping a deuce the size of queens. Anyway, some of Lemma's friends have joined us. A gorgeous redhead saddled up next to me. I heard you're from the shore. I'm renting a place on the beach. The siren licked her luscious lips. I was at a party there last weekend. It was at Catsby's. I nodded. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. I haven't met him yet. Lemma, who was miling about Hello Kitty flannel PJs, held a palm out to me with a round white tablet. Have you met my sister Molly? I took the pill and swallowed it. I had been on MDMA just twice in my life, but the second time was that afternoon. The first was a crazy night in college when I lost my virginity to an oak tree. A little party never killed anybody, right? Lemma asked, giggling. Except for, you know, all the celebrities that the hotel rooms are named after, I assured. Tucker grunted. Why you gotta be so morbid, Dick? We're here to have fun. We're here to be all up and get lucky. A hand reached around me and started unbuckling my belt. I turned to see a girl I had never met before, a wicked smile upon her face and dilated pupils the size of basketballs. What do you say, Dick? She said. slipping my belt off. Not that I would only be returning to work that afternoon, but there was also a good chance now that I wouldn't even return to work until Monday. F it. YOLO, bitches. Real talent, reading with your eyes closed. Look, man, it's because I'm looking down at the book. Could have thought of this, but this book is destroying my brain cells. He's just a man trying to have fun. Or something. I don't know. Chapter 6. Before I had even cracked an eye open the next morning, I knew it was going to be a rude awakening. I was half naked with a tub full of ice. There was also something on top of me. Something warm and breathing. And it wasn't a woman. Like I had hoped. At least not a human woman. Lemma's baby dragon was resting on my bare chest, snoring. Previous night was a blur, a glorious drug-fueled blur. I moved the dragon onto the floor. I was worried about waking it and shearing my face off, but she didn't wake. Poor thing must have been as exhausted as I was. As I sat up from the tub, I winced. My lower back was killing me. Of course it was. I had slept the night away in a freaking bathtub. I stretched my arms and yawned. In the mirror, I caught sight of myself. It wasn't a pretty sight. I touched my abdomen and nearly passed out from the pain. When I turned around, my back in the mirror, and that's when I noticed the 6-inch row of stitches. Someone had stolen one of my kidneys. I picked my clothes up off the floor and dressed. Thankfully, the kidney thief hadn't taken out my most prized possession, as my phone was still in the pocket of my khakis. I checked it. No messages. More disturbingly, however, the time was 7:30 a.m. Saturday. That meant I had been sleeping for more than 24 hours. I missed work, of course. What else would have happened? Hanging around Tucker. He partied hard in college, and being a parent hadn't slowed him down in any way. I tiptoed out of the bathroom. The hotel room was empty, and then there was a knock at the door. "Housekeeping," a woman's muffled voice echoed. It didn't seem possible that such a seedy hotel would need a housekeeper, but I opened the door anyway. I wasn't going to be sticking around for much longer. I had to get home and see if there was any sign of my kidney. It was always possible that maybe I just left it at home before this drug-full adventure. I come back, the elderly woman said in her broken English. No, it's okay, I'm checking out, I said, letting her in. She propped open the door and I exited. I was halfway down the hall when she cried out behind me. "Wait!" I stopped. Had she discovered my upper decker already? I'm sorry, You forgot dog, she said, holding the door open as the baby dragon trotted past her, swinging its tail. Oh, that's not mine, it's... The dragon looked at me fondly. She had apparently formed some sort of attachment to me during the night. What had ᴛᴅ planned to do with her anyway? A fire-breathing dragon inside the warehouse of a dead tree book seemed like a bad idea, and Tucker couldn't take it in. How would he explain to my cousin? Leaving the dragon at the hotel was out of the question, because it'd probably end up in a shelter. I really had no choice. I returned to the room and found the carrier, and got to my knees to coax her into it. Judi Dench crawled into the cage willingly, submissive little gimp. We have a baby dragon now. It's officially ours. Chapter 7. Once I arrived back to my beach house, I let Judi Dench out. She flapped her tiny wings. For a second, I wondered if there wasn't a chance that I might not be able to keep her. My lease didn't allow for any pets besides cats. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be a way to disguise Judi Dench as a kitty, even if I taped down her wings and had her fitted into a costume. Then, there was the other problem. She could breathe fire. I ordered up a couple of DVDs online about dragon training and prayed they would arrive before she spit another fireball at me. Judi Dench let out a plaintive cry. I opened the door to let her outside, but she just stared back up at me. Maybe she was hungry? I assumed that I was starving too, but that wasn't sure. I felt weak, but that could have been just as easily the fact that I had recently undergone major, involuntarily unconsensual surgery. I opened the fridge. It was bare except for the bachelor pad staples. Eggs, ketchup, and liquid egg beaters. No wonder my gas has been steadily getting worse over the summer. The doorbell rang, startling me. Stay out of sight, I told the dragon. Right back. I opened the door to find a well-dressed older gentleman who resembled Morgan Freeman, all down to the smug, all-knowing smile. Can I help you? I asked. I've brought you an invitation from my employer, he says, presenting me with a cream-colored envelope and a small gift-wrapped box. An invitation and a gift. I set the box down on the table and examined the envelope. Dick Norway was written in the calligraphy on the front. The back was sealed with red wax, and imprinted on the wax was a large paw print. Who is your employer? Why, Mr. Catsby, of course, the man said with a thin smile. He lives right next door. Finally, the pieces started falling together. I should have realized it sooner. The mysterious, well-dressed man with the tail on the dock was none other than the legendary J.Z. Catsby. You probably already suspected this, because as the book's title. At least I hope you suspected it. If not, I'm a little worried about you. You his butler? I asked. Butler? That's such an antiquated name. I prefer to be called his bitch. Really? I asked. No, not really. Of course I'm his goddamn butler. Good day, Mr. Norway. I watched the man leave through the bushes that separated our properties. He stumbled into the roses and then disappeared into Catsby's yard. I opened the envelope, and inside was a card. On the front, there was a vintage black and white photograph of a man butt naked with a trumpet sticking out of the ass crack. Also, hello. I apologize for anyone who comes in here midway. Dear Mr. Norway, you are cordially invited to the party this evening at 7 p.m. No need to RSVP. Yours truly, J.Z. Catsby. P.S. Here is a belated welcome to the neighborhood gift. Enjoy. I stayed up some nights editing fanfiction on my porch and listening to the sounds of men and women partying over the bushes, wondering just what one had to do to get an invite. I would have blown a grizzly bear. I didn't, and I'm probably a better man for not going through such extremes, because considering that I'm alive, at least. I tore into the wrapping paper, revealing a cardboard gift box. The whole thing only weighed like a pound or two. He baked me something? A fruitcake, perhaps? I removed the lid and found the corpse of a tiny mouse inside of it. I got you some dinner, Judi Dench, I shouted for the dragon. Chapter 8. Around 9 in the evening, I threw a tuxedo jacket over the dress shirt and jeans that I snuck through over the hedge. The party was already well underway. Not only had the dubstep been pounding since 3 in the afternoon, but the line of cars dropping off young things off at the front door was now backed up traffic all a half a mile out, and all the way past Bruce Springsteen's place itself. Judi Dench was in the carrier on my back porch, where I had hoped she would sleep for the night. There wasn't much to set ablaze on my porch except for the giant pile of firewood and 100 stacked copies of old newspapers. Oh, and I still hadn't found my missing kidney. Excuse me, waiter, I said, approaching an old man in a white suit. Do you know where I might be able to find the lord of the manor? The waiter scowled at me. I'm not a waiter. I'm the writer, Tom Wolfe. I apologized and moved through the crowd towards the house. The name was vaguely familiar, but all of the old white male writers of this sort of genre blended together for me. Tom Wolfe, Philip Roth, Margaret Atwood. There was a tap on my shoulder, and I swung around and found myself face to face with Corden Blue. Having fun yet, stranger? She asked. Nice to see you too, I said. Still training for your big competition next week? Like you wouldn't believe, I'm taking a night off from wieners. Just champagne for me tonight. She slipped the flute to her hand. I can feel the stitches acting up again. Do they have anything harder than the champagne? She shrugged. Harder than champagne? You want to kill your liver? Is liver anywhere near the kidneys? I asked. How should I know, Dick? I'm a competitive hot dog eater, not a doctor, he said. You feeling okay? Long story. I'm not staying for long. I just got this invitation from Mr. Catsby. An invitation? Nobody gets an invitation to a Catsby party. Well, I did. How odd, she said, lending me inside the mansion. I believe you, but it's very strange. Have you ever met him? Who, Catsby? She laughed. Don't be absurd. Nobody meets him. He's like Bigfoot. So he's just really hairy and walks really funny? She shook her head. I mean, he's mysterious. And he craps in the woods. I glanced around at the assembled throng of guests, chatting and drinking and dancing in three-dimensional splendor. A Kanye West track was thumping so hard that my teeth were shaking out of their sockets. It's been a while since I had a dental checkup. Maybe that was something I needed to get checked with health insurance. We found the kegs, and a waiter handed me a solo cup and a Sharpie. Let me guess, you're not a waiter. You're some sort of fashionable writer, I said, taking the note of the gentleman's thick-rimmed glasses and bookish demeanor. I'm a novelist. Name's Jonathan Saran Foyer, he said. But I'm also a writer. Oh, I said, avoiding his plaintive saddle gaze. I scribbled a crude penis on my cup. Corden scrunched her face up in mocking offense. What? It's my name. Dick? You get it? Dick, she said, and we both laughed. God, I love this woman. I pumped my cup full of Miller Lite and took a swig. The beer was cool and refreshing, and the same golden color that's known to be coming out if, my kidney had remained to do its job. I've been drinking for the past week, Corden said. How about we find some place quiet to settle down for a bit? Like a library, I teased. I think that's on the 3rd floor, she deadpanned. We wandered through the vast interior of the mansion, through the living room, through the dining room, and through the bowling alley. So who is this J.Z. Catsby? I asked Corden as we passed through a long, cavernous hallway lined with old black and white photos. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be recent Instagrams printed out and framed. Who is Catsby? Corden asked. I hear he killed a man. I also heard he's part of the Illuminati. I heard he's Hugh Jackman's butt double. For the sexy scenes. Why don't we just find him and ask? He's gotta be here somewhere, right? Is this his house? Corden peeked into a room and waved me through. Found the library. So she wouldn't be kidding. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of printed books in the room, all organized on shelves according to the Dewey Decimal System. This was a proper library. Right down to the row of computers in the middle of the room where old men clicked on pornographic websites, hands unzipped. Who cares who he is, Corden says. He throws, large parties. And I like large parties. You like large things, I said suggestively. Corden slapped me on the arm. You're so dirty. A woman our age with hair in her bun put a finger to her lips and shouted at us to shush. Pointing at a sign. Welcome to the Catsby branch of the Jersey Shore Public Library. Quiet, please. Corden lowered her voice. It's so rare that a woman runs across a man who can say filthy things and not sound infinite. I farted. Then we both doubled over in laughter. Again, the woman raised her hand to shush us. Unfortunately, I laughed so hard that my stitches on my back tore asunder, sending me to the ground screaming in pain. This no doubt threw the librarian into a further paroxysm. What else could I do? I was bleeding to death on the floor of Catsby's library amidst a pool of beer. A good death, but a death nonetheless. Welcome back, Leroy. We are reading The Great Catsby. We are... Honestly, at this point, we are a third of the way through the book. We're on chapter 9. And we're getting closer to meeting Jay-Z Catsby, which makes me very uncomfortable. Fun. Right now, our main pro tag, his name is Richard, but he goes by Dick. He just moved to New York. His cousin lives in New York. His cousin's husband, Tucker, is a bit of an ass who's cheating on his wife with another man's wife. And Cordon Bleu is his cousin's best friend, who is 4-year state champion in the hot dog eating contest for both men and women. So our main pro tag and Cordon are currently at a party hosted by the great Jay-Z Catsby, though no one needs to seem to know who he is aside from a nerd who's interested in Star Trek, who has a tail. Having a good time, Old Spice? I opened my eyes slowly. I had been moved from the library and was resting on a hospital bed. Someone was leaning over me, and as his face came into focus, I realized that I was being attended to by an enormous talking cat. Cordon Bleu hovered over his shirt, biting her lip. Did I pass out? I'm afraid you did, Old Spice, the cat said. I popped myself up on my elbows. I'm sorry, have we met? He rested a paw on my shoulder. Not until just a few minutes ago when you passed out in my library. The name's Jay-Z Catsby. My jaw dropped. The wealthy, solicited Jay-Z Catsby was an orange, domesticated short hair with brown fur around his eyes. His white-tipped ears stood attention. His mouth seemed stuck in a permanent frown. Shouldn't we call an ambulance? He needs to see a doctor, Cordon says. Catsby shook his head. There's no time. I glanced around the room, which was stocked to the rafters with drums of ketchup, mustard, and other condiments. I wasn't in a hospital, and I wasn't on a bed at all. I was on a kitchen table. A woman passed by with freshly made chopped salad. As she exited through the swinging door, a cartoonish-looked gentleman entered the room. I recognized him from the subway as the famous plastic surgeon, Dr. Zuckerberg. His face was beginning to droop at the edges, as if he was melting. Perhaps he was. I've brought a doctor to take a look at you, Catsby said. Does he know anything about internal medicine? I asked. Someone cut one of my kidneys out. I believe the wound is causing me some trouble? Have I messed around with the inside of a man's abdomen before? Dr. Zuckerberg asked as a thick Eastern European accent. Not professionally, no. But there's a first time for everything. Jesus, I was just about to be operated on a hand scrubber. Can I just go to a hospital? I asked. Hospitals aren't very intimate, Old Spice, Catsby said, patting me on the back. His touch sent shivers of pain through my body and I screamed on the operating table. Why do you keep calling me Old Spice? Because you smell awful, he explained. Dr. Zuckerberg produced a pill from his pocket. Lucky for you, I always carry roofies, he said, slipping one into my mouth. First follows bringing your sanity. Chapter 10. When I came to, I was resting in the middle of a large bed. It was so big, in fact, that I couldn't reach either side of it. I stretched my arms out, giving me feeling that I'd float upon the sea. A sea of comfort. Once again, Catsby was sitting next to me, attending to me. For a cat that no one had seen before, he and I were getting pretty chummy. It was suspicious. How you feeling, Old Spice? I really wish you'd stop calling me that, I said. It wasn't an offensive name or anything, but I associated the cologne with my father, who liked to splash it on his bag after shaving. What would you have me call you then? My name. Dick. Catsby mulled over this for a moment, as if it were a matter of some weight. Finally, he said, "Afraid I can't do that, Dick. Perfectly fine name and all, but I feel like we're too close for first names at this point. Old Spice will have to do. The hubris of this creature. Look, I thank you for saving my life and all, but I don't know how close we are. I mean, we've only just met. And yet here we are, a special bond. Can you feel it? I certainly do. After all, it's not every day that I'm able to save a neighbor's life by donating my own liver." I gulped. I was missing a kidney. I wasn't missing a liver. You only have one liver. You died without it in hours. Catsby cocked his head. Is that so? Huh. Dr. Zuckelberg. The surgeon strolled up into the room. His kiss of the cook apron was splattered with my blood. Doctor, I believe we need to put the patient back under. Apparently he was missing a kidney, not a liver. And in my case, it'd be imperative that I get mine back. Dr. Zuckelberg sighed. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. He pulled out another round of pills from his pocket and set it on my tongue. Whatever, but we'll have you fixed up in no time. Where's Terry Crews? Terry Crews is married to Earl Grey. Remember? Chapter 11. The next time I opened my eyes, Catsby was doubled over in pain on the chair. I was back in his bed, reclining. This bed's big enough for the both of us, I said, surprised that my voice had anything left after all the screaming I had been doing. Catsby sat up with his back flush against the chair. You're a guest in my home, and now Dr. Zuckelberg has stitched you back up. I have my liver back, and you, once again, have 2 kidneys. Where'd the extra kidney come from? For legal reasons, it's probably best that you don't ever learn the answer to that question. Fair enough, I said. I don't know how to thank you. You've really been so kind. Think nothing of it, he said, waving his hand. You're just lucky that we're both of the same blood type. Lost a lot of blood on the operating table and we had to give you a transfusion. I winced. Don't take this the wrong way. I appreciate the gesture and all, but is our blood even compatible? Why wouldn't it be? Well, you're a cat. Obviously, he said, shrugging. What of it? I'm a human. I don't think that's ever been in the question. I shook my head. I wasn't disputing how either of these are facts. I'm merely asserting them. I'll get to my point. I'm not a doctor, but I don't believe cats and humans have compatible blood for a blood transfusion. I see. Look, listen, Dick. You'll never hear me do this again. For your sake, I'm gonna break character here. He leaned close to me and whispered 3 words that would forever change my perception of reality. Don't tell anyone else. But I'm actually not a cat. Okay, that was more like 10 words, but you get the drift. I can't count. Not a cat. What are you? Dog? Don't be gross. I'm not gonna remove my fursuit, but trust me when I say I'm a person underneath this heavy attire. I'm a human being. But the costume, it's so real, I said. It better have been nearly real for the price I paid for it. I marveled at the detail, right down to the wet pink nose. Wait, I remembered that I was in the midst of a medical emergency. What is your blood type? I'm clean, if that's what you're asking. No, I'm not asking about diseases. I'm type A. I can only receive transfusions from donors with type A and type 0. Or type O. I'm pretty sure I'm B? However, I'm a type A personally. Does that count? I shook my head. Oh man, this isn't good, Old Spice. Not good at all. Don't worry though, we'll have you to the hospital and have them pump it out of you. and then fill you back up with some fresh stuff. Corden entered the room and looked at me. I probably looked like death, but she looked good as ever. Standing vigil at my bedside hadn't taken much out of her. If you excuse me, Old Spice, I need to speak with Corden in private for a minute, Catsby said, rising from his chair and escorting her out of the room. I tried waving to her, but I couldn't muster the strength to raise my arm. With an immune system fighting against the transfusion, I was destined for the grave if they didn't get me to the hospital soon. This isn't how I saw my life dying. I thought for sure that I would die by being crushed to death between a stripper's bosom, or some other manly thing. At least I'd die at a party. That would look good on my tombstone. Dick Norway. He died like he lived. At a party. And then maybe a little penis drawing underneath that. If there was enough money, maybe add a drawing of a butt with the back of a grave marker. Corden returned alone and sat at the edge of the bed next to me. You won't believe what I just heard. It's the most amazing thing. There's an ambulance on the way? I asked. Oh, I don't know about that one. I'm sure Catsby's calling one right now. But he told me a fabulous secret. I can't wait to tell you. If you live, that is. Could you just, tell me now? I mean, I could be dead soon anyway. You could just tell me right now. Don't be so morbid, Dick, he said, slapping me on the chest. I coughed up a big loogie of blood, farted, we all laughed, and once again I lost consciousness. You ever smack somebody so hard that they just fucking fart? Fuck is this shit? This is by far the dumbest shit ever. I would say the first round of 50 Shades of Earl Grey is probably worse. Cause at least Dick here, right? At least he has some means of like being conscious and like intuitive. Anna in 50 Shames is dumb as bricks. Absolutely dumb as bricks. Like, her and Earl Grey take a helicopter ride to go across the street to get Starbucks. But you read it all from the perspective of Anna, and she's so goddamn dumb. She was convinced that the helicopter, if it flew too close to the sun, they'd burn up. Chapter 12. It took me a few weeks to fight off the infection resulting from Catsby's ill-fated blood donation. There were several times where my doctor thought I should have died, and a few times they might have actually tried to kill me because of the awful things I allegedly said. When I get feverish, I've been known to turn into a bit of an anti-Semite. That makes me a bad person, and I guess I'm guilty as charged. Much to chagrin of the Anti-Defamation League, I survived. My new genital doctor finally dispatched me after 14 days. The bad news is that I would be able to return to work. The good news is that I got a bona fide doctor note for missing work, which would cover me back to the day I left early for Tucker and his secret little hotel party. Tucker hadn't visited me in the hospital. Then again, I hadn't told him anything about the incident. Didn't mention it on social media either. All it would do would worry my friends and family, and I wasn't in the misery business. You might say that I was in the publishing, and that's practically the same thing, but I digress. On the train ride home, I answered a call from an unknown number. How you feeling, Old Spice? Catsby, I said, recognizing the purr in his voice. I'm feeling much better. Thank you for taking care of my hospital bill. I didn't take care of it, he said slowly. That might be why they were chasing after me, I said. Good thing I had my strength back and no more stitches. I was going to offer to pay you your bill, he said. Since it's no longer an issue, though, why don't I just take you out to lunch? My stomach grumbled. I hadn't eaten anything but hospital food for 14 days. I'm on my way home now. Do you want to go out today? That works for me, he says. Might want to meet me at the Jersey Shore first. It appears there's been an incident of some sort at your house. In fact, that's the main reason I called you. An incident? That didn't sound good. That sounded bad. That sounded very bad. You don't call good things incidents. When you say that Johnny had an incident at school, that probably doesn't mean he scored a 780 on his SAT. It's more like Johnny was caught playing with himself in the girls' locker room. What happened? A break-in? I'm looking out the window right now, Catsby said, and there's several fire trucks battling a blaze. I don't know how to tell you how much of your house is left. There's too much smoke to tell. You didn't leave a gas burner running on your stove or anything, did you? Oh no. How many chapters are there? We just got the chapter 13. There are 34 chapters. Had your stream open for the lowest volume for most of it, and your voice works so well as background music. Totally ignoring that you're reading a shit show. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. Does that mean you like me reading things, or do you not like me reading things? Oh, man. Chapter 13. When I stepped off the train, I saw the thin trail of smoke rising in the distance. My house, or rather, the house of my parents that were renting for me. As I walked 10 blocks from the station to the beach, the smoke grew darker, confirming my worst fear. A block away, I saw that there was nothing left of my house to return to. 3 fire trucks were parked outside the front, hosing down the ashes like gardeners watering the lawn. What happened here? I asked one of the firemen. Some idiot was keeping a pet dragon, he said, his Jersey accent thicker than the prime rib. They're not even legal in this state. The cops are going to scrounge this guy are going to string this guy up by his nards, whoever's Dumbledore this is. Oh, man, that sounds awful. I nodded. I hope they cut his nards off, I said, trying to throw him off my path. I hope they paint them pastel colors and display them at town square on Easter. This pleased the fireman, or he nodded. So, what happened to the baby dragon? I asked. Oh, the dragon? The dragon's gone loose, he said. But I didn't say it was a baby dragon. You didn't? He narrowed his eyes at me. I said it was a pet dragon. That's interesting. I guess, I just assumed. You just assumed, he said. Say, what's your name anyway? You live around here? I felt sweat beading on my brow, either because I was nervous or because the ashes were still plenty warm. My name is, Nick Caraway, and I live with me, a voice behind me said. I whipped around, and Catsby was standing there on a yellow Segway. Come on, Nick. Lunch awaits. I saluted the fireman and climbed onto the Segway with Catsby. Thanks for saving me, I whispered. I owe you one. He waved me off. Think nothing of it, Old Spice. Consider ourselves even now. The Segway lurched forward, and I wrapped my arms and legs tight around Catsby's torso. The ride was long and awkward. My arms and legs quickly tired. If I let go, however, I would have splattered on the pavement. An hour later, as we crossed the George Washington Bridge, I broke the silence. We're heading back into Manhattan, I said. I wouldn't eat in New Jersey if my life depended on it, Catsby said. It's all dog food as far as I'm concerned. After a few moments of silence, he asked if I knew what happened to my bungalow. Not a clue, I lied. Catsby, detecting the subterfuge in my response, nodded. Friends now, Old Spice. If you were in some kind of trouble, I'd want you to come for me to help. You can trust me. Could I though? While my groin was pressed up against his back and his tail was flopping in my face, I couldn't say we were friends. Not yet. I still knew nothing about him. I knew he had money. I knew that he had expensive and exotic taste, both in party, food, and transportation. I also knew he was a grumpy cat. His perpetual frown made everything that came out of his mouth sound a little salty, like an old, world-weary settler. What is it that you do again? I asked, hoping to learn more about him. You could say I'm a shot caller, he said. A baller. Oh, so you played basketball. Oh, no, not since grade school, no, I'm afraid. You tried dribbling a basketball with these paws. He raised his arms up for me to see. I don't really play any sports. That doesn't mean that I don't like to play games. The way he said games made a chill run up my spine. What was he into? One possibility was that he was a gambler. It couldn't be stretched into imagine illegal high-stake poker games taking his place in the basement. His money had to come from somewhere, unless he inherited it. As someone who came from a decent amount of money, though, I understood just how sensitive the rich are to questions about their revenue schemes. Wanted me to know. Tell me when the time was right. Catsby is Cat in the Hat. I hear you're a Midwest boy, he said. I'm a Midwest boy myself. Yeah, I was born and raised in Chicago. The city proper or the suburbs? Naperville, I said. Where'd you go to school? Iowa. I never been to Iowa, he said. What's it like? There are cornfields bigger than Walmart parking lots, I said. Where'd you go to school? Arizona. A creditable institution. I suppose. After college, though, I didn't know what to do with my life. I decided to go into the military. They turned me down. Apparently cats can't serve this country. Can you believe this? This is the 21st century. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bore you with all this. Oh, no, go on. Well, Old Spice, after I did that, I did the only thing a cat could do. I lounged around in the sun during the day, and I lounged around under the moon at night. A lot of lounging around. A siren drowned out our conversation. Catsby looked over his shoulder to see the NYPD cruiser, lights flashing, trailing us. He pulled the Segway over to the side of the road. We were in Lower Manhattan now, and the car stopped behind us. License and registrations, please, the female officer said. Catsby pulled his wallet out of his suit jacket and pawed through it. This Segway is unregistered, and I don't have a driver's license, he said. But I do have this. He handed a card over to the officer. She looked at it. My apologies, she said, passing it back. Have a good day, gentlemen. We continued our way on. What was that about? I asked. Catsby showed me the card. It was a Rite Aid Wellness Rewards card. I get 1 point for each dollar I spend there and up to 25 points for every prescription. Once you hit a certain level, you know you've hit it because they'll issue one of these special platinum cards. You can use it to get out of traffic tickets. The standard Walgreens Balance Rewards card on my keychain suddenly felt inadequate. Like I was less of a man. I thought my family did well for themselves. The Catsby was clearly on a whole nother level. Only question was, why did he seem so grumpy all the time? Was it just a permanent scowl on his furry headpiece? Or did the sadness go... You know, I need one of those, right? I don't have Rite Aids where I live anymore. They're further up north. Why wasn't it to get out of jail free card from Monopoly? Because you were expecting a get out of jail free card. And if there's one thing that Andrew Schaffner does in their writing, is they make it to where it's impossible to understand what's happening. Chapter 14. We stopped for lunch at Times Square Applebee's. A valet tried to steer Catsby's Segway but was immediately thrown off. The poor kid sailed over our heads and landed in the street, where he was backed over by a garbage truck. He pulled himself off the ground. Don't worry, Catsby. We'll park your vehicle, he said, before being struck by a taxi. Should we help him? I asked, disturbed that no one was rushing to his aid. This time, he wasn't getting back up. He'll be fine, Catsby said. Segway is a sentient model and has grown attached to me. I'll get it under control eventually. Catsby rushed me into the restaurant. I glanced over my shoulder at the valet. He was still lying motionless in the street after the car rolled over his lifeless body. Table for 3, Catsby told the hostess. Are we meeting someone? I asked. We sure are. I hope that's alright, Old Spice. Of course, I said. I'm no stranger to threesomes. The hostess grabbed a couple of menus and led us to a dark booth in the back of the restaurant, where a Wolf? Daryl, how do I pronounce this? FOLF. I'm assuming it's a type of material. Anyway, led us to a dark booth in the back of the restaurant where a cosplayer was seated. The fursuit hugged Catsby, then extended the paw next to me. Dick Norway, I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Stratton Bellyflop. Was in the other room I heard my name. Floff? F-O-L-F? Like I said, I just assumed it was a type of material, because he was getting introduced to a cosplayer. Presentable, another furry. Floff is furry talk. So it's a furry thing. Found lying on the floor! I'd like you to meet an old friend of mine, Stratton Bellyflop. Pleased to meet you, I said, although I was anything but. Bellyflop was the notorious hybrid between a wolf and a fox. Yeah, well, apparently he's notorious to being the fluff of Wall Street. He'd risen to fame through a series of illegal stock schemes. He was also out and proud Foff, a fox and wolf hybrid. Despite the small permanently plastered across his mask, he made me uneasy. Neither foxes nor wolves were domesticated dogs. They could snap at any moment and bite your hand off, just like stockbrokers. Boob cannon and belly flop. I see my reputation precedes me, he says, reading the look of abjectary terror on my face. There was a wicked glint in his eye, like he wanted to eat me. When Catsby had asked me to go to lunch, I hadn't count on being eaten. I must confess to seeing your movie, I said, slipping into the booth next to Catsby. Just put the table between the monster and me, for now. The sorceress flick? Half-truths and lies, he said, waving a paw dismissively. I never used a straw to blow coke into a girl's butt. But seriously, who does that? What if she farts? Then you got coke all over the place. That's drug abuse. A thin waiter with an even thinner mustache stopped at our table. Y'all ready to order, or should I give you a minute? Do you know what you want? Catsby asked me. I hadn't had a chance to look over the menu. You guys order first. A round of Red Bull and vodkas for the table, Bellyflop said. And what is your soup of the day? It's just the grease from the vat of fries. I'll take a cup of that, and a house salad. Catsby ordered a bowl of the Perih Friskies Grillers Tindy Meat Tenders and Crunchy Bites. TM. The waiter looked at me. And what about you, sir? Oh, I said, stalling for more time. What's good here? What do you recommend? The waiter shrugged. I recommend you eat somewhere else. He just got out of the hospital, Catsby said, snatching the menu away from me. I'm sure your food can't be any worse than what he had there. Just bring him one of everything. Got it, the waiter said, collecting the menus and rushing away. I'm hungry, but I'm not that hungry, I told Catsby. Don't worry about it. It's my treat. I'll just take whatever you don't eat at home. Then I remembered, I don't have a home. But I guess we'd worry about that later. How do you even read this without having a stroke? Bellyflop eyed me with his giant full eyes. Catsby tells me you're looking for a business opportunity. An opportunity? Says you're interested in becoming an independent business owner. An IBO. Catsby cuts in. No, this isn't the guy I was telling about you. Dick's my neighbor. Oh, my apologies, Bellyflop said. If you'll both excuse me, I need to freshen up in the men's room. Don't worry, I'm not gonna go do cocaine. Unless either of you have any. We both shook our heads. Once he was gone, Catsby turned to me. Did you watch the 2014 Super Bowl? A terrible game, I said. Seahawks blew out Denver by like 35 points. Correct. Peyton Manning, one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, put up 8 points in one of those most important games of his career, Catsby explained. That doesn't happen. I have it on good authority that the Broncos threw the game. Impossible, I said. It's true. That man paid them off to just leave the table. The waiter? Straighten. Wolf of Wall Street. Oh, you know, that makes more sense now, I said. He mentioned a business opportunity, though. After something like windfall at the Super Bowl, doesn't he have enough money? Catsby shrugged. Does one ever have enough money? Plus, it's never been about the money for him. After you make your first billion, it's just paper. Stratton is addicted to the hustle. He can't stop playing the game. Our waiter returned with a tray of Red Bull and vodkas. I wasn't in the habit of drinking before the sun went down, but you know what they say. When in Rome, drink up, because you'll probably be buggered soon. Look here, Old Spice, Catsby said, sipping his drink. I had an ulterior motive to bringing you out here to lunch today. Don't worry about it. It's got nothing to do with Saturn. It has to do with Miss Blue. Catsby didn't smile as he said this, but then again he never smiled. He paused, clearly in no hurry to elaborate. I was beginning to feel played, like I was some sort of mouse in Catsby's little game of mouse. That would make him the cat. You okay? You feel better?
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Low volume, and yet I can tell. What is it? I asked impatiently. Let's hear it. I'm not big on mysteries. Really? Have you never read an Agatha Christie mystery? You're missing out on some great fiction. Mystery books I can handle. Real-life mysteries drive me nuts. There's no mystery here, he said. I just got a small favor to ask of you. Miss Blue will elaborate. She should be stopping by any moment. His phone rang and he pulled it out of his jacket. This is Catsby? You... Who? Who's in charge? Napier? Hold on. He covered the phone with his paw. If you'll excuse me, Old Spice, I have to take care of this call. Bellyflop returned just as Catsby was leaving. Always up to something, that cat, Bellyflop said, watching Catsby head for the door. What a fine feline, wouldn't you say? A good-looking cat. Yes, he's an Arizona man. So I've heard. Bellyflop nodded and smiled. How long have you known her? Have you known him for a long time? I asked. Many years. I have had the pleasure of meeting him for the first time in the Fantasy Football League. Catsby never mentioned that he played football. He was good at it. One of the best I've ever seen. Do you play any fantasy sports? I sipped my drink. I play a little Magic the Gathering in my younger years, if that counts. Haha, you're a funny man, he says, without any hint of amusement. Catsby returned. Sorry about that. Business before pleasure. I apologize I can't stay for the pleasure, Bellyflop said. But I must be off. Papa John's awaits. You're skipping out of here to go get pizza, I asked. He laughed. No, I'm meeting Papa John, founder of the pizza chain. We are business associates. I waited for him to elaborate, but he said no more on the subject. I watched him leave, and then I returned to Catsby. Where do you suppose our food is? They're cooking the entire menu for us, he says. I'm assuming that'll take a while. I sighed. My eyes wandered around the room and stopped for a familiar face. Tucker Boobcannon. Come along with me. I need to introduce you to. Catsby raised his eyes in intrigue, but followed me to Tucker's table without asking any questions. Tucker was dining solo. He looked at me with confusion at first, but then a warm smile broadened across his face. Dick! I haven't heard from you since our little night out. I was beginning to worry about you. You looked pretty pale when we laughed at you in the bathtub. I called the morgues Monday just to make sure you were safe. It was nothing a 2-week stay in the intensive care unit couldn't fix, I said. Anyway, I thought I'd introduce you to my neighbor. This is Mr. Catsby. Tucker Boobcannon said, making no effort to rise from his seat or shake hands with the Catsby. How do you do? Not your wife, Catsby said quickly. Excuse me? Asked who I did. I asked how you did, said. Oh, my apologies, Catsby said. In that case, I'm doing very well, thank you. Tucker turned back to me with a roll of his eyes. Millie keeps asking about you. I told you you're a big boy who can handle himself. You're not like one of those weird nerds who needs mommy to take care of them. Women worry, I said. Sweet. I turned to Catsby, but he was no longer there. He had headed back to our table. What's with your friend there? Tucker asked. Is he slow or something? On the contrary, I said. He's one of the sharpest cats I know. He was frowning like someone peed in his Cheerios. I tell you, the smarter someone is, the more likely they are to experience depression and anxiety. It's fact. There's something to be said for being ignorant. It's the main reason I don't read. I can't risk exercising my brain. If I ever got smart, I'd end up all depressed like one of you eggheads. Paused. No offense, Dick. None taken, I said. His argument was sound. In my experience, stupid people go through life with smiles plastered across their dumb, stupid faces, oblivious to half the pain and suffering going on around them. Many of my friends in college had gotten elective lobotomies for this very reason. They couldn't wipe themselves afterwards, but at least they weren't worried about how the Middle East or the plight of baby carrots. Earth to Dick, a faraway voice said. Tucker snapped his fingers at me. Sorry, I said, returning to our conversation. Sometimes wonder what goes through that head of yours. It's like you're writing a damn book in there. Maybe I'll write everything down someday. And maybe when I'm old and nostalgic for the bygone days of yore, it feels like we're living in our best times and the worst times. I look around and see the age of wisdom, the age of foolishness, and the epcot of belief, the epcot of incredulity. It's the season of light, the season of darkness, spring of hope, winter of despair. We have everything for us and nothing before us. We are getting bored, Tucker said. If you write a novel, don't include any of that garbage. Nobody has the patience these days. Get right into the action. My life ain't really action-packed, though. Then don't write about your life. Write about somebody else's life. Like your furry friend. It's gotta be a good story behind the scowl on his face. It wasn't the worst idea in the world. If I wanted to capture the essence of the era, zitziest of the post-Great Recession in America, why not write it about the richest of the rich, the wealthy that are living embodiments of American dream? Everyone is fascinated by them. Nobody wants to read about poor people. Working in publishing, I knew just how true this was. Half the romances were published featured billionaire heroes, others featured zillionaire heroes. If I were to write about Catsby, though, the challenge would be to humanize him. I had to find out who the real Jay-Z Catsby was. Is this Vor? No? I don't think so. I hope not. Have a good one, Lucky. Thanks for sticking around. We're on chapter 15 and there are 34 fucking chapters, bro. This might be a little thicker than 50 Shades, I don't know. I don't have my copy of Earl Grey sitting next to me right now. Chapter 15. Later that afternoon, Corden joined us at Applebee's. By that point, I had eaten away about a quarter of the menu. I couldn't stop stuffing my face. When Catsby took a silverware away, I thrust my hands into the panini, shoveling pasta into my mouth like a toddler. Corden averted her gaze, too embarrassed to watch. But let me tell you, I had no shame at all. After 2 weeks in the hospital, my appetite had returned in full force and then some. I think that's enough there, Old Spice, Catsby said, pushing my plate to the center of the table. If you can eat any more, I'm gonna have to wheel you out on a stretcher. I leaned back at the booth with a heavy sigh. As if on cue, the button of my jeans popped off and hit a passing waitress in the face. A thin mist of blood sprayed from the air as her head snapped to and to the left, like a zapper film that still plays in my head from time to time. 2 cooks emerged from the back. They picked up the waitress's lifeless body and hauled her into the kitchen. You know what? I think I'm done, I said. Catsby glanced at his phone. Look at the time. I must be off. If you kids will excuse me. Can I catch a ride back with you? I asked. My business is in the city, I'm afraid. He handed me his Rite Aid card. Take a cab home. On me, Old Spice. I took the card from him, such power in the palm of my hand. The feeling quickly passed when I realized I didn't have a home to go back to. My house. Catsby slapped a paw onto his forehead. I'm so sorry, that's right. Why don't you stay with me until we can find you a new place? I couldn't impose. It wouldn't be imposing. I have 32 rooms, only of which one I use. You practically have 31 of them to your place. Thank you, I said once again, dumbfounded by his generosity. After he left, I remarked to Corden just how selfless Catsby seemed to be to me. She smirked. No such thing as a selfless cat. Then why help me? We're just neighbors, practically strangers at that point. You have something he wants. I scoffed at her suggestion. Possible. He has all the money in the world. If there's anything he wants, he could buy it in a heartbeat. Corden leaned over the table. Yeah, but he can't buy your cousin. Billy? Tucker would probably sell her for the right price. What an awful thing to say. Women aren't property to be bought and sold. You're right, I said, readily conceding to the point. Now was not the time to get into a somewhat controversial views on prostitution. And besides, Catsby would never treat a woman that way. He's too classy. If you say so. What does he want with Millie anyway? I only heard her mention his name once, and that's when you brought it up at their place at Park Slope. Have they even met? Oh, they have met, Corden said. Let's go for a walk in Times Square. I'll tell you everything you need to know. As we strolled through the squalid crowds of the human garbage that is Times Square, Corden related the entire solitary backstory of Catsby and Millie. Although she was a Chicago girl now, Corden was born and raised in Louisville, where she met my cousin on the regional beauty pageant scene. Corden was a couple of years younger than Millie. Her pageant talent was hot dog eating, which she would one day turn into a luxurious career. Millie's talent was reading books. While a novelty on the pageant circuit, there was no money in it. My aunt and uncle decided to send her to college in Iowa, where she could at least put her talent to some use. The summer before Millie went to college, she was in the talk of the town, Gordon told me. We all thought she would become a model or something, and here she was talking about going to school to develop her brain. It was such a foreign concept in Kentucky. A girl with looks and smarts? You can't play that. One morning, I was jogging past her house when she pulled up riding on the back of a moped. Her arms were around a young gentleman I'd never seen before. When they stopped in her driveway, she waved me over to introduce to her friend. He removed his helmet, but not the paper brown bag underneath. His name was Shia LaBeouf. We all knew what eventually happened to him. And here, Gordon made the sign of a cross. But at the time of his rising Hollywood star, a major catch for a small-town girl, he had been in town at the film festival and met Miley at the line at the KFC. 5 minutes later, they were making love in the bathroom, and then 5 minutes later, that's when I met them. Didn't you say this was this morning? Doesn't KFC normally serve lunch? Gordon laughed. This is Kentucky, darling. We eat KFC 3 meals a day and then some. I shuddered with fear. Perhaps it was too soon to be discussing food, as I had 45 pounds of Applebee's lodged in my bowels. I'd be backed up for days like traffic at George Washington Bridge. Was it love? I asked. I suppose. They started dating seriously after that. Shia even dropped out of the Transformers franchise to be with her. I held out my hand. There was something so romantic about the transforming simming trucks that put me into a semi-romantic mood. My surprise, Gordon clasped her hands with me. We continued our stroll, hand in hand, through the neon wasteland. Times Square was once a breathtaking and revolting, like a world-class BJ from an ugly hooker. Not that I would, know anything about that. It's funny. But she never mentioned Shia, I said. I don't even think Tucker's mentioned him either. My lips are sealed, Tucker doesn't know, and it's better that way. You mustn't tell him. My lips are sealed, I said, clamping them tight together. Can you open your lips again? I can't understand you. Sorry, that's why they split up. They were walking downtown one day, and Millie stopped to watch some kittens in the window of a pet store. There was this one cat she absolutely fell in love with. A cat the size of a human being. And this gigantic furball returned her gaze. She swore to me that they were connected on some deep, mysterious level. Now, Shia was no dummy. He could see it in her eyes. She would never love him passionately as she loved the cat. He ran from her, tears streaming down his face, soaking the paper bag. It took Millie several minutes before she even noticed Shia was gone. Millie entered the pet store and approached the window display. The cat's cage had no lid. Pet stores, like gun stores, encourage you to touch the merchandise. Millie stroked the kitten from forehead to tail, marveling out loud of his silken, luxurious fur. Never had she pet a cat so soft before. My name is Millie. What's your name, little guy? His neck cranes up at her, showing off his collar. She reads the name aloud. J.Z. Catsby. I gasp at the revelation. Catsby purred at the sound of his own name. There was a mysterious excitement in the air, the kind that usually happens at the heights of summer when the days are long and anything is possible. Her heart beat quicker as Catsby brushed against her arm, rubbing his body as if to claim her as his own. He needed her just as she needed him. That's when Millie approached the employee. How much is that kitty in the window? She asked. The one with the waggling tail? I do hope that kitty's for sale. The employee told her yes, the kitty was for sale. Catsby, decked out in the fursuit, had snuck into the pet store one night and crawled into the window display. They couldn't get him to leave. They thought about calling the cops, but the customers seemed amused by the furry in the window. The pet store employee named a price, like $20 or something. And of course, Millie could afford it. Her parents were well to do so. For her sweet 16, they bought her a brand new Mercedes, a diamond necklace, and a travesty? Some sort of surgery term. But the money wasn't the issue. The problem was that she was going off to college. That's enough trouble on campus without adding pets to the mix. It would never work out. She thought for a moment that maybe she'd adopt Catsby and leave him with her parents. But no, Catsby deserved to be with someone who loved him, not someone who would abandon him. Catsby watched her return his way. His eyes were full of hope and passion, and he no doubtably expected Millie to liberate him right then and there. "Oh, if only I could make you understand," Millie said, tears swelling up in her eyes. "What we have is special. I can already feel it. I wish we could run away together, like Romeo and Juliet, without the whole death part. But that would never work. My parents didn't go to college. The question then becomes, how would we pay the bills? No offense, but you're a cat, and I'm just a big dumb girl. I can read, but I still need to go to college to learn on. It just wasn't meant to be. Goodbye, Catsby. Goodbye forever." And she runs off in tears. I shot Corden a look of disbelief. Couldn't she have just, I don't know, asked him to remove the costume? They could have discussed things like two rational people. I'm sure Catsby would have supported the both of them. He's filthy rich now, at least. She's your cousin. Have you ever known her to be rational? Point taken. Was that the last time they saw each other? As far as I know, I didn't see Millie much after that, as I began traveling for more hot dog eating competitions. The circuit really heats up the late summer with all those state affairs. Rumors circulated about Millie. Someone had said that her mother caught her leaving the house with a suitcase in one hand and a bag of cat food in the other. I don't think she was all that serious. Where was she gonna go without her parents' money? Was it just gonna be her and Catsby living out in a suitcase under the bridges for the rest of their lives? I never asked her about it because it was none of my business. Millie didn't leave the house again until the day her parents drove her to Iowa. That's where she met Tucker, of course. Yeah, of course, I said. They dated for 4 years and were married just a few months ago back in Louisville. I didn't see you at their wedding. That's because I didn't go. Are you not a fan? Corden asked, batting her eyelashes at me. I get too emotional at them, I said. I can't believe you cry at weddings. That's so sweet. Oh, sorry, did I say emotional? I meant drunk. I get drunk at weddings. Oh, she said, and I felt her her fingertips slip from mine. But sometimes I get so drunk that I cry, that I do cry, I added, hoping to bring her back to my side. It was a little too late, though. She had let go of my hand, and I could feel our connection shutting down. Oh well, you know what they say. Women can't live with them, can't live without them. I heard the wedding was a big one, I said. It was, Corden said, her voice wistfully. It was full of more pomp and circumstance than Louisville had ever seen. Hundreds of guests had arrived from all corners of the country. They rented out the entire Seabatch Hotel, and the day before their wedding, he gave her a bronze bald eagle egg. She was one of the bridesmaids. I was one of the bridesmaids before we left for the rehearsal dinner. I found her sprawled out in her bed, cradling the egg in one arm and a bottle of Seagrams in the other. We were supposed to be at KFC in 20 minutes, I told her. Here, she said, rolling the egg across from the bed. Take this and give it to the silly boy who wants to marry me. Tell him the show's over. Millie's not getting married tomorrow. No way. And then she started bawling. Of course she went through with the wedding, I said. Of course she did. Her mother chalked her up to cold feet, but I'm not so sure. I felt her feet, and they weren't cold. In fact, they were pretty warm, probably because she was drinking. Did she say she wanted to call the whole thing off? No, but when her mother was slapping some good sense into her, I found something in her wastebasket, something that might explain her odd behavior. A needle with Herodin residue? Question mark? Worse, a blue box from Tiffany's with a giant collar inside. I'm assuming you think this has something to do with Catsby. Her eyes widened. Well, who else would it be? A pack of Elmos surrounded us, engulfing us in a sea of red fur. I suppose you're right about being from Catsby, I said, batting the street performers away. Couldn't have been from Tucker. Dog man through and through. You could say that again, Corbett agreed. I suppose you're right about it being from Catsby. It couldn't have been from Tucker. He's a dog man through and through. The Elmos continued tailing us. We ducked into a public restroom, also known as a Starbucks, where Corden continued her story as we waited in line. Millie and Tucker were married, of course, and that was it. They had all those kids. I assumed that she buried her feelings that she had for Catsby. Till a few weeks ago, when I asked if you had been to one of his parties. There was a big to-do in the paper when he bought that place in Jersey Shore. I thought she'd read about it or heard about it, but apparently not. Let me ask you about something. Don't you think it's a strange coincidence that Catsby bought the house so close to Millie just after she moved into the city? I commentated this. Well, there's 90 million people in New York City and New Jersey metro region. So you do think it's a coincidence? No, I'm just saying he might have just have bought a residence in Jersey Shore because of the proximity to Manhattan, not to Millie. It sounds like he's well connected with this town. He probably just has business here. So you're saying it's a coincidence? I shrugged. Only Catsby knows. I'm just saying that it's possible. Anyway, what does it matter? We're talking about a guy who used to sleep in a pet store window. Men do foolish things all the time. They certainly do, Corden said. After a pause, she added, and if there's one more foolish thing I'm supposed to relate to you, Catsby wants to know if you'll invite Millie out to the shore some afternoon. Then he'll show up as if by accident. Since you're staying with him now, I guess that doesn't have to be an accident. Why doesn't he just invite her himself? Why involve me? You're her cousin. She trusts you. Tucker trusts you. There's no way he'd let his wife go out to New Jersey by herself. I don't see why Tucker should care. He does whatever he likes. Wife should be allowed to do the same. You know men and their double standards, she said. I knew, and I did, and I knew them well. So him moving town to town of all these parties, you think it was all for her. Sounds like a lot of work for just some girl. Like you said, men are fools. I didn't say we were fools, I said we were foolish. She smiled wanly at me and took my hand again. I didn't know there was a difference. I drew her towards me, closer this time, and bent down until our lips touched. She greeted me hungrily, and... She used her tongue to trace over the contours of my mouth, flapping my face like a thirsty dog. She pushed me down into the counter, spilled some poured Smuck's Grande iced frappuccino, and then shouts and cries of the baristas fading into the background as we started to make love in front of the milky froth. I had to read ahead to make sure there was no actual explicit details. Chapter 17. When I returned to Jersey Shore, I was afraid of what was left of my house was on fire again. 9 o'clock in the evening and the whole shore appeared to be ablaze. As my cab turned the corner, I saw the glow was coming from Catsby's house. Dozens of tents were pitched on his lawn with lights of every color strung between them. There was a rickety Ferris wheel and a tilt-a-whirls, as well as carnies taking tickets and smoking. Well, most smoking. There didn't seem to be anyone there at the attendance of the impromptu festival. Catsby strolled across the lawn to greet me. Your place looks like a country fair, I said. It does, he surveyed the front yard enthusiastically. I guess so. Why else would you set up all these rides? He kicked the dirt. I thought a carnival might be fun, and it reminded me a little bit of the fairs of my youth. But now, I'm not so sure. It was a stupid idea. Let's get out of here, Old Spice. We'll take the Segway into the city. How about a rain check? It's been a very long day. It's been a very long day, hasn't it? How'd you and Miss Blue get along? We had, fun together. It's a tough one to read. 1 minute she's a good girl, and the next minute she lets loose. The filthiest thing you've ever did here. We're going to a Yankees game on Saturday. Here, I paused, and Catsby waited for me to continue. She also mentioned that you and my cousin once knew each other, I said. I'm going to text Millie and invite her over for lunch this week. Oh, you know, that's not necessary. You don't have to go through all that trouble. It's no trouble, really. I think she'd have a great time. What day would work best for you? Catsby glanced around the fair in progress on his lawn. I'd probably want to have all this cleared out first. How about later in the week? Say Thursday, around noon? I nodded. The chances of Millie being free during the day were close to 100%. She didn't work. She didn't have any children to care for today. Her weeks were like her nights in that regard. The only problem was... you know what? I totally forgot that I have to work this Thursday, I said. I've been off for so long, I don't even remember what it's like. Maybe I can invite her over for dinner instead? Dinner's too formal, Catsby said. Say, what if you didn't have to go back to work? What if you came to work for me, Old Spice? If you've been following my story so far, you'd know that my job was more about the money. On the other hand, I was already disillusional with the publishing industry. Scrubbing the serial numbers off of fanfiction had me running down long before I landed in the hospital. What do you propose? I asked. This doesn't have anything to do with your fluff friend, does it? Oh no, nothing to do with him, Catsby said, shaking his head. It is confidential, however. I need to know if you're interested before I could tell you. It's just a little business I run on the side. You're not a bootlegger, are you? Oh no, heavens no. Moonshine is so boring 20s. Have you ever heard of a business called ᴄʀᴇᴅɪᴛs? Isn't that a pyramid scheme? He recoiled at my question. Scheme is a strong word. ᴄʀᴅɪᴛs is a business that levels multi-level marketing techniques to maximize sales and growth for entrepreneurs. Cough, cough. We sell customer goods like healthcare products and jewelry. But the more people that sign up to Amway underneath you, the more you make, right? Isn't that a pyramid? It's more like a triangle. Aren't pyramids and triangles the same thing? Catsby sighed. Let's agree to disagree. The bottom line is, thanks to Amway, I have money. And now, being rich isn't as sterling as I'd assume it would be. I always thought I had money, that I'd have money, like Scrooge McDuck. Have you ever seen DuckTales? That guy had a room full of coins that he swam in. It sounds very unsanitary. Every year or two, there's a study that examines on what our currency and fecal matter tops the list. Well, fecal matter and cocaine. Sounds like the makings of a great party, Catsby said. In any case, I've been looking for someone to manage my money. Since you work with books, you seem like the logical choice. We might be talking about two different types of books, I said. I'll take a look, though, if it makes you feel better. What? What? What's with the Never mind the fact that the pile of coins doesn't have the same properties as liquid. It would, Old Spice, it would. It would make me feel better. But let's worry about the latter. As you said, it's late. I'll show you to the room I've set up for you and you can get some sleep. He led me through his house, which I only vaguely recognized without the throngs of partygoers. The place looked badly in need of remodeling. A woman's touch, specifically. Not surprising, since Catsby was also in need of a woman's touch. Putting them back in touch was risky, though, as Tucker would certainly not approve. But if everyone owed some sort of happiness in the world, even if it was only for a few hours. I called Millie from my room once I was settled in for the evening. It was after midnight, but I knew she and Tucker slept late hours. She answered on the second ring. I thought you were dead! Rumors of my death were greatly exaggerated, I said, stealing a quote from Mark Twain. He wasn't using the phrase any longer. He was dead now. No exaggeration. Hello, Ravage! thank you for dropping by. Hi. Looking very regal. This is the suit that Kitten made for me. Very nice. How are you today? Don't joke about death. You always say such morbid things. Sad to say. I think I'm coming to see it your way. You're becoming a misogynistic? A massage therapist, Dick. I could use a good deep tissue massage after the week I've had. The kids are hell. Hell, I say. At least that's what the nanny says. Then why don't you take a day off from Park Slope rat race? Come to the shore for lunch, like Thursday or something. Aren't you working? I've got a new gig. I'll tell it to you about it over tea. Just you and me. No one else. Especially no one else that you know. You know, or anything like that. Make it a Long Island iced tea, and I'm in. It's a deal, I said. After I hung up, I began trying to formulate a plan to get iced tea all the way from the Long Islands to New Jersey without the ice melting. We're reading Catsby, which is apparently a parody of The Great Gatsby. I never read The Great Gatsby, so this is all, I don't know how relative. But it's about a furry. Chapter 18. I spent the week shuffling through boxes of financial records in Catsby's office while Catsby supervised the teardown of the fair. I couldn't make heads or tails of all the numbers, more of which were little more than illegible scribbles on napkins. Catsby needed a real financing advisor, not an ex-publishing intern. If anyone in publishing knew dick about finances, they wouldn't be working in publishing. Catsby reassured me that there was no one he'd rather have working for him, because he could trust me. He was big on trust. Did I trust him? Thursday arrived with a thunderous boom. It was pouring rain, which meant we wouldn't be having Long Island iced tea on his back porch overlooking the sea. Local businesses hated rainy summer days, because that's what killed tourism. However, a good rain every once in a while cleaned the sidewalks of all the tanning lotion and vomit. Around 11, I realized I hadn't seen Catsby at all that morning. I searched the house for the proprietor to no avail. He just up and disappeared. Have you seen your boss? I asked the butler, who I caught playing the Wii in the main living room. One of the main living rooms, at least. You're not likely to on a day like this. Master Catsby is deathly afraid of thunderstorms. For what reason? He looked at me cockeyed. Why, he's a cat, of course. Ah, yeah, of course, I said deliberately. Sure, I had gotten a few glimpses into his distinctly feline behavior, such as eating cat food. But cat food is delicious, at least the wet stuff. Never had any of that dry crap. Being spooked by thunderstorms puts Catsby on a whole nother level. Was he so far in character that he forgot that Millie was visiting today? You look worried, the butler said. But I can assure you, Master Catsby will be fine. I just hope the storm passes soon. My cousin is coming over for lunch, and I think he'd be interested in meeting her. Of course, he's told me all about it. I'm having the kitchen prepare lunch as we speak. PB&J sandwiches with the crust cut off. Long Island iced teas. Before I could thank him, the front door swayed open with a blunderous force. We raced down the stairs and found Catsby standing in the doorway. His standard three-piece suit was dripping wet, soaked like a plush chair at a Josh Groban concert. I thought I'd go for a walk, he said glumly. Millie should be here within the hour, I said. We need to get you toweled off. She's not going to be too impressed by you if you're looking like a wet dog. The butler rushed off to find a towel. Who says she's going to be impressed by me anyway? Catsby complained. This was a stupid idea. I doubt she'll want to see me. Don't say that. Has she ever mentioned me, Old Spice? Be honest now. I can't say that she has, I said. But that doesn't mean she still doesn't care about you. Stop being such a puss. But that's what I am. I'm a pussycat. You're so much more and you know it. Going out in a storm like this was a brave thing to do. I thought I'd get hit by lightning. I wouldn't be such a nervous wreck if I was dead. You're not getting off that easy. If what they say is true, you have 9 lives. It's just an old wives' tale. Cats are like everyone else in this world. We have 1 life to live. 1 lived life. Let's get you out of your clothes and take that wet fursuit off. The fursuit stays on, he snapped. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. The doorbell rang and his panic eyes met mine, and in them I saw the depths of his fear. Go dry off. I'll take Millie to the dining room and stall for time. You can do this, Catsby. I believe in you. Catsby crawled up the stairs on all 4s. The sight of him running like that as an ordinary house cat worried me. He seemed to be falling apart. If he truly bought this mansion here just to be close to Millie, then how sad would it be to be so close to the goal line and fumble? I took a deep breath and opened the door. Millie stood on the porch, umbrella in hand. She looked as dazzling as ever, as if I had half a mind to ask her out myself. Are you going to let me in? Sorry, I muttered, ushering her inside. I stowed her umbrella on the solid gold umbrella stand. It had probably cost Catsby more money than the men made in their lifetimes. So this is your place? No, not my place. It's a friend's, actually. I'm just staying here temporarily. Friends are so wonderful, aren't they? If you don't mind me asking, well, what's your friend's name? His name? His name is, Catsby. There was a long pause as she tried to suppress her shock. Before she can compose herself, Catsby emerged into the entryway. He had thrown on a clean suit over his regular fursuit. He still looked haggardly, but at least he was walking on 2 legs again. He stopped at the bottom of the staircase, and for several minutes, nobody said anything. You could feel the awkwardness in the air, like when your mother catches you tugging one out under the covers. Millie let out a loose laugh. I'm awfully certain to see you glad again. Excuse me? Catsby asked, confused. I mean, I'm glad to see that you're certainly awful. The words were there, but not in the right order. You know what I mean, she said finally. Catsby shrugged. I guess. It's been forever since I've seen you. Nearly 4 years to the day, he said. And you look as beautiful as ever. At this, Millie blushed. You're such a good liar. There are 2 things you should know about me, he said, slinking towards her. Catsby seemed to have suddenly regained some of his lost confidence. I like big butts, and I cannot lie. Millie blushed. She had some curves on her, that girl. I'll let you 2 catch up, I said, backing out of the room. They didn't even appear to notice me leaving, even after I purposely knocked over a flower vase and half-heartedly kicked the spilled dirt around for a few minutes. I sulked away, my heart heavy with the distant feeling that I had just become secondary character in my own narrative. Hello, Wrecker! Fun fact that the term pussycat has its origins in a Dutch word for cat. The more we know. This is, one of the new outfits that I have, as well as one of the new hairstyles that I have. We are currently reading The Great Catsby, and we are on chapter 19. After an hour in playing in one of Catsby's many bathrooms, playing Angry Birds on my phone, I returned to the foyer. Catsby and Millie had taken their reunion somewhere else. I checked the dining room, also empty. That's when I heard laughter from one of the living rooms. I peeked into the room and found Millie and Catsby on separate ends of the couch. I had been worried that their reunion would be painful for the both of them, that I would have to meditate. They didn't look up when I walked in. Neither of them was crying. That's a good sign. I said, making an obnoxious attempt to clear my throat. Catsby whipped his head around. Oh, hello, Old Spice. I motioned to the picture window, where a steady stream of sunshine was making its way in. It's finally stopped raining, I'd just let you know. You're just a regular old weatherman, aren't you, Dick? Millie said. Indeed he is, Catsby said. His spirits seemed greatly improved since last time. I'd never seen such a change in somebody before. Although the frown was still on his face, a permanent feature of his fursuit after all. He was positively radiant with good vibes. Millie was all smiles as well. They could have a little bit of happiness, even for an afternoon. Who was I to be the cockblock? I should leave, I said. No, stay, Catsby said. Now that the storm has passed, we'll all go out on my boat this afternoon. You have a boat? Millie asked. A yacht, he said. It's parked out back. We can go ram some icebergs. I hadn't planned on dying today, she said. Catsby shrugged, as if he prepared for this eventually. Then we can just drive it down the coast, anchor it in front of Chris Christie's beach house, and then kick off some golf balls into his windows. We all agreed that this sounded like a lovely way to spend the rest of the day. After lunch, Millie downed so many Long Island iced teas that it was a miracle that she could still stand. Catsby dragged me back to his master bedroom to find me something more appropriate to wear. I was still in my open-backed hospital gown. Catsby was tired of looking at my ass every time I turned around. Catsby disappeared into his long lock-in closet. Returned 20 minutes later with a stack of polo shirts of every conceivable color under the sun, and a few colors only possible in the solar system. He chucked them at me, one after another in rapid succession. I dodged the first two, but the third one caught me square in the face. The fourth one hit me in the stomach, knocking the wind out. The fifth one took me off my feet. I fell onto the bed, where Catsby continued to pile the shirts upon me. I can't breathe, I said, attempting to claw my way out of the pile. Catsby extended a paw to me and pulled me to safety. I was just trying to have a little fun, Old Spice. Sometimes I get a little carried away is all. Not all of us have your cat-like reflexes. I'll try not to let it happen again. I held up a blue polo shirt. It looked about the right size. A large painting above the cat bed's head caught my eye, however. Is that who I think it is? He glanced up at the painting, which featured a regal-looking gentleman in a maroon jumpsuit. Sir Patrick Stewart, he said. Are you a Star Trek fan? Not particularly, he said with a sneer. I'm a Patrick Stewart fan. He's one of the most predominant furries of our time. First non-fleshy Star Trek caption. He's done a lot of work for our community. I wouldn't be here where I am today if he didn't blaze the trail. I saw him the other week in Park Slope. He lives near Millie. Don't say. I do say. I mean, I just said it. It's a small world, isn't it? Everyone knows everyone. It's almost as if there's a writer in the room somewhere, working with limited cast members. Not a very good writer based on the sheer amount of coincidence. But it's a writer nonetheless. It's in our nature to see the connections between peoples and events, I said. I don't think the novelist should have to apologize for it. You sound like a writer. I have all these ideas for books, but never any time to write them, I lamented. I did a lot of lamenting back in the day. I saw how many drinks you were able to toss today at lunch. You definitely got that writer's temperament, he said. And you say you have all these ideas, but no time. Here's how you become a writer, Old Spice. Make a buttload of money, and then hire a team of ghostwriters to develop your ideas into books. That's what I do. I slipped the polo shirt over my hospital gown. Catsby solved money to the answer to every problem. However, there were some problems that money couldn't solve. It was with Catsby that I began to develop my own theories about life and wealth, and I could already see our paths would shortly diverge. I would come out east to escape my privilege, only to be confronted with the more money and privilege than I've ever seen before. Or something like that. Who knows? I was just thinking. I was literally just sweating alcohol. Catsby looks me up and down. Looks like we still need to get you some pants. He went back into his closet and returned moments later with a stack of sweatpants, which he proceeded to rifle at me just like he did the shirts. By the time I was finally dressed head to toe, there were so many clothes on the floor that it looked like an IED went off in an American Apparel. I started picking up the clothes, but Catsby told me not to bother. My butler will sweep them up and burn them into the incinerator. As Catsby and I boarded his enormous yacht, which I honestly never noticed docked off at the side of the beach, I caught him pawing at the horizon. I had seen him doing this once before, the night I laid eyes on him. "What's out there?" I asked, peering across the ocean. Millie, who was already feeling queasy from overeating at lunch, disappeared into the main cabin to get her sea legs. I think that meant she was going to throw up. "Millie's out there. Or she was," Catsby said, gazing into the distance. "On clear evenings, there's this red light that dances around the direction of New York City. I used to think it was Millie signaling to me. Of course, I knew it was nothing like that. Maybe a boat, I guess. But I like to think that she was out there, letting me know not to give up on us. That someday our paths would just cross again." There was a long silence. "Wow," I said. "That's kinda messed up." "What? I thought it was romantic." I shook my head. "Do yourself a favor and don't ever tell Millie about this red light. She's here now. Just let it be what it is. A couple of old friends having a good time. Don't overthink it. And more importantly, don't let her know you've been thinking about her this much. Nothing turns a girl or guy off faster than a creeper." "Huh. You bring up some interesting points, Old Spice." Millie reappeared. "This boat is amazing! I can't believe you have an Olive Garden on here. Where did you even get such a thing?" "I won it in a poker game against a fellow named Earl Grey. Poor guy had a nasty gambling problem. His loss, my gain." "You certainly have changed a lot since I saw you in the pet store window," Millie said. I swore I could detect a hint of sadness in her I swore I could detect a hint of sadness in her voice, as if she was nostalgic for the kitten she once knew. Much in the same way that Catsby was still in love with the striking Kentucky girl that he made eyes with all those long times ago. Then again, I could be overanalyzing the situation. Wasn't I the one who just told Catsby to stop overthinking things? Everything seemed to be coming together quite nicely. The good times couldn't last forever, but hey, with the half-assed attempts at foreshadowing. Rip Earl Grey. Today we learned that Earl Grey had a yacht with an Olive Garden on it that he lost to a cat. We are at chapter 20, but I need to grab another drink because mine is empty. Can I fight the author of this book? You can try. I think they're very entertaining. I enjoy them. The inner monologues of these characters is something that I can relate to on a very biased level. What? Stop picking on me with how I say Arthur. It's either that or I just fucking stretch the O.
Just stay calm. You already have everything you need to beat it.
The power to believe in myself?
No, a knife.
Make me sound like a broken Canadian. Just go Arthur. 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 Shut the fuck up. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing a drink. Hello, Ghost Hunter. How are the cases of solving ghosts? Well, as you can see, 3 of us are fucking dead.
I died because my dick got stuck in the radiator.
Did you see, you see, Jen actually broke his ankles and his nose because he tripped.
It was quite unfortunate.
Oh, Jesus.
He took 1 step too many. Oh god.
Wait, hold on. Man. Wait, wrong way. Man?
Oh, we got it. You're man. Let's go. Oh my god.
About 6 to 18 French fries worth of energy.
Have you been counting?
No, was I accurate?
And his name is John C.
There it goes. Do I have an exotic cipher? I do have an exotic cipher.
You have 4?
Don't have 4. I do need to talk to Zer. Where the fuck is Zer?
Yes, Proto, you got gifted a sub. Now accept it, you fucking pleb.
He's not in the tower.
I could take it back.
I
Is
mean,
that what he
Proto,
wants?
Proto is the kind of guy where he's a big memer. That's what it is.
I did not get him before he banged. I'm sorry.
Get hand.
It's not like the story that they had before Operation didn't make sense or anything. It all made sense. It was just not as important.
It was just very vague and.
How did 2 fucking crocodiles get out of nowhere?
Don't go near the praying mantis, please.
Also, I checked.
Don't touch it! Don't fucking touch it!
Oh. Pain. So
I'm still crazy.
Why do they have to scream like people though?
Just in case killing the adults wasn't sadistic enough.
Oh no, I made them angry. Fuck, why are they all screaming?
Eyes up, Guardian.
I'm just standing here and they just run past.
Oh my god, what the fuck? I want one.
Talking about aras. Formation in the chat is supposed to be with a kind of an L.
I can't roll my R's, so this is gonna go poorly.
Which is a good thing because we just took a L right now, so that.
Ara? That's all you get.
Ara.
No!
Life is pain. All I know is suffering. This is what I get for having a juicy ass.
They're gonna spy on me because they're gonna put a tracker in my bones. Meanwhile, I got all my social outs with all my stuff on it and my social security number, but the tracker's gonna be the end of the world to me. You think they just found this man lying here on a cold Tuesday?
Yeah, maybe.
They went out to go get their coffee.
Cold Tuesday.
They walked out of their house. Walked out. Oh man, what a beautiful morning. Oh my god, this man has been murdered.
There's a tree branch in him.
They've been frozen in place ever since in fear. Hello! You have the carbuncle shoes! I never realized you had the carbuncle shoes. Okay. We are back. Back. Okay. Let's see here. There we go. Do not know why this is coining Kingdom Hearts music, but I will let it vibe. Alright. Chapter 20. We're gonna see how this boat ride goes. Maybe somebody drowns. Who knows? The days seemed to go on forever. Just when I was beginning to think that Millie would leave her family and move in with Catsby, God knows there was enough room even if she bought her 11,000 children. Returned home to New York. The afternoon wasn't the last time I saw her around the Charlotte Catsby. Not by a long shot. As the summer wore on, she visited the Jersey Shore several times a week. How did she do so without raising her husband's own suspicions is beyond me, but I suppose he was tied up with his mistress. For my part, I kept my mouth shut about the whole thing. Other people's problems, yo. Around the 1st of August, I was shooting clay pigeons in one of Catsby's living rooms when the doorbell rang. Catsby and Millie were aboard his boat, I think. They invited me. They always do. But I declined. In my experience, third wheels were only worked on tricycles. I waited for a minute for the butler to answer the door, but he was obviously preoccupied. Whenever Catsby left the house, he seemed to disappear. Cat's away. I opened the door with a crack. A timid, young-looking fellow wearing a thick-rimmed glasses and a fedora was standing at the doorstep, rocking back and forth on his feet. "Can I help you?" I asked, shotgun still in hand. He gulped. I'm looking for Mr. Catsby." "He's not available right now," I tell him. "Can I take a message?" I'm a reporter with the Daily Peanut," the man choked out. I've known a few reporters back in my college days, but I hadn't realized that they were still around. The Great Recession had killed off most newspapers. These days, people just use them to sit at home in their underwear banging out 1,000-word recaps of episodic TV shows. "What is this regarding?" I asked. I'm just wondering if he has anything to say about..." I slammed the door in his face before he could finish. Like I had the time for his stammering act. I was a stinking drunk in 1 in the afternoon answering the door in an old hospital gown. You might say I've been a bit of a funk since breaking things off with Corden. After that passionate day in Times Square, we hooked up a few more times. The last of which was around the middle of July. I knew it was after Independence Day because she had already won the world-famous Shaw Sims hot dog eating competition on the 4th of July. After we bumped uglies our last time, our relationship fizzled out. It's a typical occurrence in these days. My phone died. I couldn't find the charging cable. That was it. With no way to text Corden, we just sort of drifted apart. In the aftermath of our breakup, there was a nice little reason to get out of bed. I had an entire library branch just down the hall from my room, but couldn't muster the energy to. It was as if life had been sucked away from me. I was tempted to return home to Naperville and crawl back up to my mother's womb. When I talked to her on my phone, however, I learned there was probably no room at the inn that they stayed. She was pregnant. Probably my father's child, but who could tell with them anymore? "What about the job, you ask? The one that Catsby offered me? Well, despite my deliberate depression, I'm still technically employed as his financial consultant. He seemingly hasn't noticed that all I've been doing is shifting papers from one filing cabinet to the other. The numbers, as I've read, made no sense to me. My eyes blurred just looking at them. Or maybe the blurring was related to my alcoholism. Either way, I don't think Catsby even cared that I was or wasn't doing his office work on the rare occasions. Even the casual perception of his records that blurred through my eyes led me to believe that his stories about being an Amway salesman was grade A horse manure. But again, other people's problems, yo. When Catsby returned from his daily sojourn with Millie, I pulled him aside and mentioned the curious fellow from the Daily Peanut. After a brief look of concern on his face, a flash of nervousness I've never seen him exhibit before, met with his reunion with Millie. He relaxed. Grab some wine coolers from the fridge and wait me out at the back of the pool. I'll send Millie on her way, and then it'll just be you and me. Old Spice, I think it's about time I told you about the truth. I literally had a whole court session. Why is this still going? That reminds me. I'll have to worry about that later. Catsby was rumored to be involved with a number of schemes. I'd heard all of them. I had heard that he had killed a man in Reno just to watch him cry, and then he tried to kill Johnny Cash for taking credit for his life story. I could either sit here and go through every rumor one by one and debunk them, or I could tell you his story from beginning to end. Really? Want opinion number one? Sorry, that's not how books work. Or at least the kind of books that I grew up reading and writing, unless you count those choose-your-own-adventure books. No, the book you're reading right now has one course, charted by yours truly. Strap in and enjoy the ride. If you hate it, leave a nasty review on Goodreads on Amazon. See if I care. So here it is, Catsby's story, as true as James Dean as is long. Chapter 21. In his early 20s, Catsby had been a systems administrator for the healthcare company in Louisville. He went by a different name back then, of course, a name he declined to tell me. One summer, on a lark, he went to a local comic book convention. He didn't read comic books. That was besides the point. You couldn't find an actual comic book at a comic book convention if you tried. It was more of like a pop culture convention. Hello, Pen Goblin. Wondering where my god is. Did I fight him and kill him? And if not, do mercy of Johnny Cash into this? There were, however, plenty of superhero fans in the costume parading through the aisles. Although Catsby was a straight male, his eyes didn't linger on the ample bosom spilling out from Wonder Woman's Stars and Stripes corsets. Nor did he pay much attention to the female Thor, whose ass was harder than her hammer. Instead, he found himself staring at the cosplayers dressed as animals. They looked like college sport mascots covered from head to toe in furry costumes. They intrigued him. At first, he was unsure of the reason. Upon reflection, he had always been drawn to the anthropomorphism. That word is too long. Too long. He felt the kinship with animals that could walk and talk, from like Tony the Tiger to Bugs Bunny. A quick, unfiltered Google search later, he discovered what he had been all along. Catsby was a furry. I blew all my savings on feline fursuits of my own, he said. Not the one you see today, but a cheap one, a ragged old thing that had seen better days. I wouldn't be caught dead in it today, but by the time it served its purpose, every night after work I zipped it up and became a new man. Or, rather, I became a new cat. He stayed in character longer and longer, to the point that it was emotionally painful to remove. The real costume was the suit he put on for work. He was no longer the guy who became a cat at night. He was a cat who became a guy during the day. He saved all of his money to buy a new fursuit, one of the highest craftsmanships, created by a Florida costume designer recommended to him in a furry chat room. Once he put it on, he stared into the mirror. What he saw took his breath away. He couldn't have been more perfect. Even the frown sewn into the suit's headpiece fit his grumpy depiction nicely. He'd always loved animals, but humanity? Humanity he loathed. He would permanently wear this contempt on his face. He quit his job, took the name Jay-Z Catsby and broke into the closest Petco in order to live amongst his tribe. The pet store employees discovered Catsby the next morning sleeping in the window display. Shockingly, they didn't call the police or kick him out. The other kittens in the window didn't seem to mind his presence either. In fact, Catsby claimed that after a few days, he even began to communicate with them through meowing. I wasn't sure if I believed that part. Turns out, it was the most plausible part of his story. The other cats, 2 boys, 2 girls, all from the same litter, had never met their birth parents. Most cats never meet their own fathers, and most are separated from their mothers at birth. That's just the cat's lot in life, Catsby said. Can't throw a feather toy without hitting a broken home. Although the other cats accepted him as one as their own, the makeshift family didn't last long. After their week together, they began disappearing one by one from the window display. They weren't there to make friends. They were there to be adopted. After a store employee plucked feline Dion out of the window, Catsby turned into his last remaining sibling. It looks like it's just me and you, brother. Tomcat Petty yawned. Brother? Listen, I like you. We ain't brothers. And I don't know about you, but I can't wait to get out of here. If I have to spend one more night listening to those dogs whimper, I swear I'm gonna claw out my own throat. Except where declawed. Petty examined his claws, fear growing on his face. Think that's bad, Catsby continued. Don't look between your back legs. What did they... Oh, hell no, Petty said, inspecting himself. Maybe they're like your first pair of baby teeth. They could grow back and be even bigger. Catsby didn't say anything in response. Let's bust out of here, Petty said, pawing at the glass that surrounded them on all 4 sides. Petco wanted them to see the outside world, the menagerie of the other animals to display, to make them feel like their helplessness. Had their captors taken dogs' claws as well? Did the parakeet has his testicles? Did birds even have testicles? Bust out of here. We got it pretty damn good in here, Catsby said. Where'd you want to go? Home, Petty says. Catsby scoffed at this. You don't even know what that word means. As you said it yourself, you only have the slightest recollection of circumstances surrounding your birth. You don't even know how good we have it here. Petty yawned and drifted to sleep, just like that in the middle of the afternoon, right in the middle of their conversation. He had forgotten about his revolution. Catsby, however, couldn't shake the feeling that life was pointless. Inside, outside, wherever. He stood alert, one paw against the glass, tracking the movement of people on the sidewalk. What if a family adopted him? What if he went home with them? He had a family of his own, a family that disowned him after he came out as being a furry. Perhaps a new family was in order, one that would accept him. A pretty young girl placed her hand at the side of the window, interrupting his thoughts. Although they could not touch the things in the glass, there was a connection there, and Catsby's eyes met this girl's. To what he suddenly saw, the relentlessly bleak life had turned to one silver lining. Love. I loved everything about her. Her hair, her eyes, her lips, Catsby said. Even her voice. Her voice was like... Money, I said, nodding. Her voice is like money. He stared at me. No, Old Spice. Her voice sounds like Peter Griffin. Does it? I asked. The more I thought about it, the more I saw that he was right. My cousin sounded exactly like Peter Griffin from Family Guy. Of course, the romance between Millie and the grumpy cat in the window was fated to be short-lived. Gordon had already told me my cousin's side of the story, so there's no need to recount it here. Suffice to say, it was during that encounter that Catsby learned that love, that uplifting feeling warmed in his cockles, had its own silver lining. Heartbreak. Some guy became a furry, is now living in Petco or something. We're learning the backstory of Jay-Z Catsby. Heartbreak was only the beginning of Catsby's incredible tale. After Millie ran away in tears, he made up his mind. He would prove his worth to her. He would find a way to support them both, and most importantly, do something without removing his fursuit. The task wasn't as impossible as it seemed, though. Dozens of animals had made their own way in the world over the years. Some ran for political offices like Stubbs, a cat elected mayor in a small Alaskan town in 1997. Catsby wasn't very politically minded, however. No, he decided the likeliness route to success of an animal would be an actor. While he may have passed for a cat in the window, he knew he still had much to learn before he could pass as one on the big screen. There was one furry who made his way out of the fleshy world without removing his fursuit, and he had done it in Hollywood. Sir Catrick Stewart. Catsby would find him. Before he could leave the pet store behind, a bearded and bespectacled gentleman approached him. Hello, little kitty cat. My name is Dr. Schwing. What is your name? Catsby cocked his head and stared at the man. Oh, don't be shy, the doctor said. I only wish to parley with you. I'm afraid I don't know the meaning of that word, Catsby said, embarrassed at his lack of culture. Hetty continued napping. I mean, my good cat, I only wish to speak to you. Moment of your time. Catsby shrugged. He had nothing else to do. Plus, this man was the first uptight ape who understood his meows. My name is J.Z. Catsby. Dr. Schwing clapped maniacally. Excellent, excellent. What a fine name for a kitten. Tell me, dear Catsby, were you born to a mother on the grounds of a factory farm? Do you remember a barn, perhaps? My brother might hear. What kind of doctor are you? The only type that matters to your kind, Dr. Schwing said. A veterinarian. A chill ran down Catsby's spine. Don't worry, Mr. Catsby, the doctor said, sensing the cat's alarm. I'm not here to hurt you. I know your experience with vets haven't been all pleasant thus far, and I do not make apologies for those in my professions who hurt fair creatures such as yourself. Have my deepest sympathies. Easy to say for a man who still has his balls, Catsby said. I cannot give you back what has been taken, but there are certain procedures that can be done. If you help me, then I can help you. You have my word. Catsby sighed. What did he have to lose? Nothing. He had already lost everything, including the love of his life. Perhaps this Dr. Schling could help him get to Hollywood. Tomcat here was born in a barn. I'm sure he'd be willing to help you. What do you want with us, anyhow? I am on a mission of vengeance. It's not a pleasant business, I'm afraid, but I think you'll see how necessary it is once you learn about the particulars. The men who run the factory from where you were born are really bad motor scooters. I need your brother's help to get past the front gates. I figured someone would recognize him and let us in. And then once we're in... A teenage employee approaches Dr. Schling. Hey, stop talking to him like that. Like what? Like that. You're using big words. Knock it off. Let's calm down, okay? I'm simply a customer trying to conduct a transaction. The boy's face reddened. He showed no signs of backing down. We don't want your business. Whatever you're here into, take it elsewhere. These cats aren't for sale. Let's not be ridiculous. Dr. Schling pulled his wallet out and began counting $100 bills. For everything, there is a price. Am I correct? Don't make me get my manager, the kid said. Resolve was unwavering. Dr. Schling returned to the bills in his wallet. Get your manager. The boy scowled at the doctor and sped off to the back of the store, brushing past a handful of customers, oblivious to the mounting tension. Catsby looked at Dr. Schling blankly, confused as to why this man would go through so much trouble to buy their freedom. Dr. Schling smiled down at the cat, a gentle smile that would let him know his questions would be answered in due time. The employee returned with a middle-aged woman. She had short hair and even a shorter fuse, and carried a cordless phone in her hand. You better leave, mister, or we'll call the cops. I was simply trying to ascertain. She started dialing on the phone before he could answer, but before she could make it to the second number on the keypad, there was a loud crack of a firework that had gone off inside of the building. The phone laid on the ground in pieces, and in Dr. Schling's hand, smoke trailed from the tip of a handgun. The two employees were too shocked to speak, but customers ran out of the building in a mad dash. Let's go, Catsby, the doctor said, lifting Catsby into his arms. Whoa, you're a heavy one. Why don't I just walk and you carry Tomcat? Dr. Schling picked up Tomcat Perih, who had opened and closed his eyes as if to say whatevers. The poor dumb animal had snorted through a whole commotion, not even opening the fact after a gunshot. Catsby finally had his purpose in life. He was somebody. He was Catsby Unchained. So is this vet just talking to some guy in a neon cat costume? He's talking to a guy in a neon cat costume in a Petco. And he just shot the phone out of the manager's hand. Yep. Yep. That happened. Chapter 23. Wait a minute, I said. This sounds a lot like the movie Django Unchained. Never seen it, Catsby said. Are you sure? Because instead of the dentist freeing the runaway slave, you're telling me that a vet freeing a couple of kittens from a pet store. I think you even copied some of the dialogue, word for word. Catsby considered this. What an odd coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence. It's called plagiarism. Let's split the difference and say that it was a homage. I stood up. Either way, it doesn't sound like your story. It sounds like a Quentin Tarantino story. You've opened your house to me? Opened your financial records to me? Why can't you open your heart? Be honest with me, Catsby. You're right, Old Spice. Sit back down. I'll pour us a couple of more margaritas and I'll tell you the rest of the story, sticking closer to the facts. You don't need to dress up your story with shootouts and explosions to make it interesting, I said, sliding back into my chair. Just tell me your story, in your own words. Of course. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen the movie, We Are the Millers? I shook my head. Catsby nodded. Now let's start the story over. I'll begin with the family that adopted me, the pet store, the Millers. Six false starts later, Catsby finally relented to stop telling me stories and started telling me the truth. He hadn't been freed by a gun-wielding veterinarian, nor adopted by a band of drug-using rogues masquerading as a family. The real story was much, much more exciting. Catsby took me on a ride, back through the years to where he walked out of Petco and hitchhiked across the country to meet Sir Catwood Stewart. His story was an epic in scope of Lord of the Rings, but with fewer lords and few rings. I won't bore you with the play-by-play recap here, but suffice to say, it was the greatest story ever told. I could do it little justice. A few highlights included his battle with Sasquatch in the foothills of South Dakota, the heated political debates in Minnesota with the Republicans of the unusual size, being left for dead on the side of the road by a gang of meowing Nazis in a botched bank robbery, etc. You get the idea. I listened intently to his story as he acted all of it out. I didn't dare get out of my seat. Even my bladder was close to bursting from hours on end. To break the tale would break his spell. In the end, until the final end. Finally, fluids were too much for my body to handle, and I simply let it go. Catsby glared at me, and I could see for once that I had eared him. There was horror in his eyes, as if I just wet myself. Which, admittedly, I just had. Continue, I said. I'll skip ahead to the end, he said, irritated. I know it's getting kind of late. Catsby flashed forward to the iron gates of the Paramount Studios in Burbank, California. The napping security guard paid him no attention as he strolled through the gate. It was a lot of gritty, desolate wasteland, a post-apocalyptic concrete jungle populated by boxy warehouse, forklifts, and a few palm trees here and there that couldn't possibly be real. Even the unusual sunny sky seemed to take a gray parlor. He didn't see how they could film TV shows and movies here. It didn't just seem possible. Maybe the magic of television was literally magic. Couldn't that be something? The roar of a great motor startled Catsby, and he leapt into the road just as a yellow 1922 Royal Roast zoomed past him. He had to be more careful. The irony of being hit by a car right now at the end of his road trip was lost on him. But that wasn't how he wanted his story to end. Car accidents are cheap narrative tricks, deus machinas pulled by the authors too lazy to craft a logical conclusion. He didn't know what he was looking for. The Enterprise? Surely it couldn't have been parked somewhere on the lot. Perhaps one of the warehouses doubling as a hangar. He hadn't been able to peek inside any of them. It meant that this fool's errand. Catsby stopped, and he fixed his gaze on the Holy Grail. No, it wasn't the starship. Even if there was one. Maybe there was at all. Who cared? This was even better. A row of 10 trailers decorated with the Star Trek logo, presumably one for each lead and supporting actors. 9 of them were unmarked, with the names affixated to the door he didn't recognize. But the last trailer, however, made his heart race fast and furious. The captain quarters. Meowing Nazis? But there was no one around. So what would Catsby do, he wondered? Hang out underneath the trailer until the stars showed up? He knew how long that would be, though. At the time, Catsby had no idea why filming was shut down for the day, nor how long it would be before it would resume again. Perhaps they were in between sessions. Perhaps, gasp, the series had been cancelled. He would have to read about one of the industry websites, wouldn't he? Well, yes, but remember that Catsby is a nomad back then and didn't get onto the internet much. And when he did, he usually just clicked around at this or that, reading headlines of the day. Catsby mulled over his options and decided to stay the night, to see what the morning brought. Just as he was ducking under the trailer to hide out, the door flung open behind him. He turned to see Sir Catwick Stewart, dressed in his red and black leotard, exiting the portable litter box. Stewart jumped at the sight of Catsby. "Sorry," Catsby said. "This isn't what it looks like." "It's not," Stewart said after catching his breath. "Because it looks to me like you're trying to climb underneath my trailer." I lost the ball under there. You're a terrible liar. You're not the one who's been sending all those weird 30-page handwritten letters, are you? Letters? No, I've never written a letter to you before. I can't even hold a pen, honestly. Damn, they were all well-written letters. Anyway, I get furries like you coming around all the time. You're not the first and you won't be the last. You want an autographed headshot, though? Give me your address, and I'll have my agent mail you one. Catsby lowered his head. I don't have an address. Stewart looked over him. You're declawed and living on the streets? That's no easy task. I'll give you that. Are you hungry? Catsby nodded. Follow me, Stewart said, opening his trailer door. We'll get you some tuna. Inside, Catsby had inhaled the tuna one after another. When he wasn't chewing at a breakneck pace, he related to his story to the actor, unsolicited, of course, but the actor didn't interrupt. Instead, he nodded along, as if like trying to absorb every detail of the cat's journey. I need your help, Catsby said at the end of his tale. You're one of the most respected actors working today, and you've done it all while wearing a fursuit. When people look at you, they see a cat. When they look at me, I don't know what they see. Probably just a sad man in a costume. You're not bad as far as furries go, Stewart said, removing his headpiece. Underneath, he was an old, bald man, still handsome, but old and wary. People talk about the furry space, Catsby said, where they lose themselves in their persona and they forget they're a human being. The tea kettle on the stove let out a long whistle. Stewart rose up from his chair. I'm familiar with the concept. Then tell me how to get there. No matter how long I wear this damn fursuit, no matter how long I crawl on all fours, I go without speaking a word of English. I never seem to reach that plateau. I never become Jay-Z Catsby. I'm still... Would you like some Earl Grey? Catsby shook his head. Stewart poured a hot water over the tea bag and sat back down at the table in the middle of the trailer. Do I look like someone who has who has disappeared completely into my persona? He asked, dipping the tea bag. What makes you think that I'm just not a well-trained actor who occasionally wears a costume for film and television projects? There's no filming going on today, and yet you're living in your trailer and using a litter box. You can't fool me. The guys, the tea-drinking British actor, isn't who you are, not in your heart? You presume to know me. You can't hide your true self, Catsby said. It's written all over your face. Stuart laughed. His voice was as rich as deep as advertised, and the trailer nearly shook with laughter. So it is. So you want to know how I do it. How I wear the fursuit like a second skin, Stuart said. He ceased fiddling with the tea bag and looked up to his left, as if he was peering into a distant past. You may not believe this, Catsby, but I used to be a cat. We are on chapter 25. And this whole next chapter is like 8 pages long of Sir Catrick Stewart being a cat. And apparently a wizard is involved. Have you met a character named Catherine at all? Not yet. How many chapters left? 9. Wasted cat pun. We're gonna find the tale of Catrick Stewart now. Once upon a time, I lived in a small cottage on a picturesque English hillside with an elderly woman. A cat lady, Sir Catrick Stewart said. She rarely went anywhere, but when she did, she'd bring back another cat with her. There had to be 24 of us living underneath her roof. She kept us fed, I'll bet on dry food that the postman delivered once a week from Amazon. None of which had her full attention, not even for a moment, which for a cat is a tough thing to handle. If we don't get enough attention, we get testy. Not a day went by that one of us didn't go wee on her mattress. I'm not proud of it, but I'll admit having it done on occasion. Catsby shuddered. He could barely imagine how bad things could have gotten. The only way to get someone to notice you was by urinating outside of the litter box and on their master's bedding. What filthy way to conduct themselves. But what if what Stuart was saying was true? Then who could blame the poor animals? I couldn't live with such an miserable household, Stuart said. While I wasn't put together, the gentleman you see here today, I had some sense there was a future out there for me. And I was only close to one of the cats there. Ian McKitten. We became fast friends, having entered the house only a few times a week apart. He had a similarly refined senses. It didn't help that he was a bit of a looker. Together, we hatched a plan to leave the house of ill repute. Didn't know exactly what was beyond the doors of our poor house, but we had the determination and we had claws. We would be free, and that's all that would matter. One day, the old woman opened her doors to receive a weekly supply of the crap she called food. Ian and I launched ourselves through her legs and out into the world. The gloriousness of our surroundings was almost too painful to behold. The sights, the smells, God, the smells. I passed and drew in the deep breath. I couldn't even identify half the smells tickling my nasal passages. Ian snapped me back to my senses just before the woman could scoop me up and drag me back inside. The postman, meanwhile, just stood there with this giant box in his hands, trying not to tip us over. The other cats watched from the windowsills. The blank expressions on their eyes chilled me to the bone. They are bloody slaves. Most of them believe that the woman was actually the captive. Did you believe such poppycock? Anyway, we ran. 4 legs will carry you faster than 2 legs, and so we easily outran the woman. We had no real destination in mind, but we headed for the tall trees that marked the edge of the woods. There, we hoped to find cover under the brush. Catsby shook his head. You guys were crazy. What about all the other animals in the woods? Stuart shrugged. We were young and dumb. We didn't think there was anything out there that could hurt us. After running around for what felt like miles, we stopped to hurdle under a fallen tree. First thing we realized is that it's a lot cooler than we expected, especially after the sun set. The howls of the wolves kept us awake. We were scared shitless. Literally. Defecated in the woods and did our best to cover it up. We felt wild, untamed, and uncivilized. It was impossible to keep our coats clean, and all the dirt and grass and twigs sticking to us. One night in the woods, and we reverted back to animals. You know, or maybe you don't. There's some debate in the cat circles to whether or not we lost or gained something by being domesticated. Ian and I didn't want to go off the grid. Deep down, I think all we wanted to do was to find another human to take care of us. One that would pay us the right amount of attention and respect. One who wouldn't turn her house into some sort of feline tenement. Ian and I, we weren't revolutionaries. We weren't looking to overthrow the system. We just wanted a little attention. Is that so much to ask? They didn't wipe. I mean, they're currently actually cats. Like four-legged cats. They're not furries. I don't think cats wipe their butts. They lick their butts. But it also doesn't specify that they lick their butts either. Everyone wants to feel loved, Catsby said. Exactly, Stewart continued. There are 3 things we all need. Food, water, and tummy rubs. Much to my surprise, everything I had been looking for was right there under my nose the entire time. Your mouth, the Catsby said. Excuse me? Your mouth is under your nose. Well, yes, but I'm talking about Ian. You mean you two were lovers? While I curled up with him to stay warm, it dawned on me that I'd be willing to go off on this crazy adventure without the slightest thought to what would be happening next. I was in love with Ian. As long as we were together, we could face down any obstacle. Ian's breathing grew deep and labored, and his heart beat faster. I assumed his mind was in the same place as mine. I moved a paw to his tummy and heard at my touch. Had he been thinking about this moment for months? Or had it been taking him as surprise as well? Even though neither of us had a full wedding tackle, we still had urges. No, not urges. We had needs. Sir Catrick Stewart's eyes glazed over, as if he had been transported to another time and place. Catsby didn't want it to be rude, but he wasn't sure how much more he could listen to. And you, dear reader, may be worried that we're about to get onto a full cat-on-cat sex scene. Thankfully, Stewart sensed his guest's discomfort with the turn, and had escalated the story to move on, thus saving you, the dear reader, as well. After we finished our lovemaking, we dozed off. Wolves and raccoons be damned, he said. Afterglow of our lovemaking was too powerful to resist, and when I woke up the next morning, Ian was still asleep in my arms. I let out a massive yawn, not that I was tired, but because I slept until midday, judging by the position of the sun over our heads. Do you ever find sometimes that the sun just makes you yawn? Catsby yawned, not because of the sun, but because the story was dragging on and on with no end in sight. Stewart continued. I slipped away from Ian, who was still sleeping. He was doing the little snoring thing he always did, which was so adorably. I stretched out my legs. What a perfect morning. The gray English skies were blue for a change. Bunnies were hopping. Birds were singing. Children were laughing. Okay, well, there weren't any children, but you get the picture. And if there was children, they would have been laughing, so hard that they would have been put down with tranquilizers. That's how beautiful this day was. Leave it to me to screw it all up. There was this trail, you see, right next to the log. We hadn't noticed it the night of, but there it was. I was hungry. Even more importantly, I was thirsty. Ian would be when he woke up as well. What if the trail led to water? I didn't see any other reason anyone would try peace through the woods besides for water. It couldn't help to check it out. I doubted any dangerous animals would be on the prowl during midday. How incredibly naive of me. Dangerous animal all prowls during the day. A man. The trail was not wide enough for a horse nor a cat, but the grass was beaten down to the dirt. Perhaps it would lead to a house where I could scrounge up in trash for a small meal. The thought of digging through garbage repulses me. I had to eat. After 10 minutes of any luck, I was just about to give up when I found it. Cabin. off to the side of the trash can. A sneak peek into an aluminum trash can couldn't hurt, and who knows, maybe the owner of the house would be on the market for a pair of house cats. Wherever we ended up, we would end up together. It would be no other way. I approached the cabin with caution, going by the overgrown lawn. The cabin might have been abandoned, or maybe the homeowner just hated doing yard work. I stood on my hind legs and nudged the lid. It was securely fastened. Of course it would be out in the middle of the woods. I probably wasn't the first animal to get the idea to go after table scraps. Oh well, it had been worth a try. As I turned to walk down back to the trail, the cabin door opened, and a man in a blue cloak with a long white beard emerged. It looked like he hadn't set foot outside in ages. What was this male version of the cat lady? Rose. In his right hand, he had a great wand with a brilliant scepter on the tip. "I am a great and powerful wizard," the man said, his voice booming through the clearing. "Anyone who follows my happy trail to my secret lair is granted 3 wishes. Therefore, I shall grant thee 3 wishes." Without thinking, I said I was famished and would want something to eat or drink, and with a flick of his wrist, a lightning bolt shot out of the wand and struck the spot at my feet. Once the smoke cleared, I found a bowl of Meow Mix seafood special and a bowl of water. I dove into the Meow Mix, and before I noticed, I had finished off the entire thing. I then washed it down with drinking my body weight in water. I rolled onto my back, feeling like a bloated American feline. I realized that too late that I hadn't left anything for Ian. My second wish, then, was for my friend to be fed as well. With another flick of the wrist, the powerful wizard shot a lightning bolt into the forest. I was down to 1 wish. So far, only thought with my stomach, and with my heart. I would need to think this 3rd wish through. If I could have anything in the world, what would it be? Clearly, the one thing Ian and I wanted the most was to live in a household with someone who understood our needs. But it was clear that we understood each other's needs as well. We didn't need a person. We just needed each other. But a cat can't own another cat, unless... "I want to be human like you," I began. "I want my friend to be human as well, and I want to be able to speak like you, walk like you, and..." The wizard stopped me. "This sounds more than 1 wish. You cannot make multiple wishes. Just use the word 'and' to link them together. I am giving you 3 wishes for free. I mean, you're not even paying for it." I told him I didn't see what the big deal was. He was acting like a sore loser. I was well within my rights to use 'and' to string my wish together as long as I wanted to. So what if I wanted a longer wish? How was it harder to fulfill? He shouldn't have offered it in the first place. I didn't ask to be granted the after all. The wizard shook his head and let out a big sigh, but let me continue with my final wish. When I finished, he asked if that was all, and I said yes, it was. And then with one last flick of the wrist, I was transformed by his magical wand into the man you see today. And Ian? What happened to Ian? Sir Catrick Stewart's counterstance grew somber. He was transformed as well. Unfortunately, the magical bolt responsible for his transformation also struck the dry bush, where Ian had just finished eating the meal I had wished for him to have. His last meal, as it turned out. The fire started, and a blaze consumed him alive. It was horrid, but it was over quickly. The wizard couldn't save him? I was out of wishes. The wizard's power only worked as he was granting wishes. He couldn't even save his own cabin from the blaze. The fire burned through the woods and destroyed the cat lady's house too. She lost her life, as did every cat inside. Horror. Oh God, the horror. There's a saying, be careful what you wish for. The truth of the words haunt me to this day. I lived for a while as a man, but I could not escape my true nature. I was a cat, and I still am a cat. The fursuit is irrelevant. That is why, unfortunately, I cannot help you. Be careful what you wish for. Tragic ending to a tale that would have turned any furry away, but not Catsby. He had nothing to lose. If the wizard could transform Sir Catrick Stewart into a human being, surely he'd do the reverse. Catsby stared in the steward's eyes. Where is this wizard now? Oh man, So Catsby, Stewart, or fucking, yeah. Started off as a cat with Ian McKitten, and then he killed his friend. What a ride. I'm not liking the length of the story inside of a story, though. I get that that's the point of it, but I want to go back to our main protag, you know? Chapter 26. Stewart gave me a London address, Catsby said. Thought crossing the United States in a fursuit was rough. Try crossing the Pacific Ocean. Mean the Atlantic Ocean? I went the back way. So you found a wizard and he transformed you, I said. Catsby shook his head. The wizard had moved to New York. He was no longer in the business of granting wishes. It had no money in it. Instead, he had become a stockbroker. You may have already guessed his name. Harry Potter? What? No. His name was Stratton Bellyflop, the fluff of Wall Street. He took me under his paw and started me on the path to becoming the wealthy social solicitor you see before you today. He lived among animals in the woods for years and brought that experience to his performance. He taught me how to become one with the animals within and without. As you see, there's no longer a dividing line between my persona and my fursona. Wow, I said. You swear on your mother's grave that you're telling the truth this time. I swear on her grave that story I just told you is true. Or mostly true. What does mostly true even mean? Does that mean that you embellished a few details for dramatic effect? Or that you made things up? Why can't you ever give me a straight answer? Catsby rolled his eyes and let out a great yawn. Listen, Old Spice, it's getting late. I was born, someday I'll die. That's what happens to us. Any of us. And between the first and the last page of our lives is irrelevant. That's a bit of a cop-out. Anyway, what are you trying to do now with Millie? She's married to a dog person. I know you're having fun with her and all, but you can't make her love you again. She can't repeat the past. Can't repeat it, he said. Of course you can. No, you can't. Yes, you can. No, you can't. Yes, you can. No, you can't, I said. No, you can't, he said. Yes, you... I paused. Okay, look, I see what you did there, but the answer is still no. You can't repeat the past. Catsby rose from his chair and looked out over the Atlantic Ocean in the direction of the red light, in the direction of the New York City, the direction of his beloved. I'm going to make everything better, like it was before. Millie will see me. I'm not the same cat anymore. At least, that's what I believed. He probably wasn't the same cat as he first met Millie. It apparently hadn't crossed his mind, though, that she might have changed as well. What do you think? What time do you think she'll sober up in the morning? He asked. I shrugged. Probably around noon or so, I said. Not that I ever really stopped drinking, not even in my sleep. He nodded. I was wondering if you'd like to visit the boot cannons in Park Slope in the afternoon. Millie's invited me over for lunch. Tucker will be there, and, well, you know. Tucker will be there? I had a bad feeling about the whole setup and told him as much. That's why I would like you to come with me, he said, in case there's any trouble. If Tucker started pounding on Catsby, I wasn't sure if I had the strength to pull him off, or pull Catsby out of harm's way. I preferred exercising my mind and my body, and thus my arms were about as round as chicken fingers. On the other hand, Catsby had become one of my friends. He was also my employer and kind of my landlord. I don't think I had the option to tell him no. I haven't been to Brooklyn in a while, I said. It'll be an adventure. That's the spirit, Old Spice. I'll see you around noon. I'll see you right now, I said. So I can, he said. Another thing, it looks like it's gonna be a hot day. My personal weatherman says so at least. The hottest day of the year. Dress accordingly. I hadn't met his weatherman yet. There were many rooms in the house. I only saw his staff in passing. At some point during the summer, I started to see different people. More trustworthy, Catsby said. He wanted people who wouldn't gossip or sell his story to the papers. I assumed that the rumors began to circulate about him and Millie, which caused a turnover in the staff. I wonder how many of these rumors had reached Tucky's cauliflower ears. I suppose we're gonna find out soon enough. Catsby and Millie wanted to fight a scene. They wouldn't have picked any better day for it. Temperature was running high, and their tempers would certainly be running high as well. If I had the distinct feeling that we were being approached not only by the climax of the summer, also the climax of the book, I'd eventually write about this as well. Chapter 27. As we entered the boob cannon's brownstone, I glanced up at Sir Catrick Stewart's window. The shades were drawn. Millie hugged me. "Cordon's here," she whispered. "Shoot me in the face with a fire hose," I blurted. I mean, that's great. It's great. Millie hugged Catsby a little longer than seemed proper. "Where's Tucker?" I asked nervously. "Oh, he's on the phone doing God knows what," Millie said. Cordon was sprawled over the couch, reminiscent of the first visit here to the boob cannons. "It's so hot. I can't move," she complained. "These stupid leather couches, you just stick to them in the summer. If I get up, my skin will peel off like a grape." I smiled at her, but Cordon didn't seem to return the smile. I was in the doghouse for good reason. I heard Tucker's gruff voice from the kitchen. It sounded like he was arguing with someone. "He's on the phone with his mistress," Cordon explained. Millie pretended not to hear her comment. Catsby and I kept our mouths shut. Fine then, keep your damn book," Tucker shouted. "Could we talk about this later? I have company over. Some lunch date. Millie's cousin, I think." "That bastard," Millie said, pretending like he's talking to some rare book dealer. He hasn't read a book in his life. "I don't know," I said. "I've visited his rare book dealer with him before, a little place in Williamsburg. A place called a bookstore." "He's just full of surprises, isn't he?" Millie said sarcastically. Tucker entered the room, strutting around like a new man with 50-pound balls, by which I mean he appeared to be in great cosmic pain. That's what kids would do to you. "Dick," he said, shaking my hand. "How have you been?" "Honestly, or do you want me to lie?" "You amuse me, Dick," he said with a laugh. His smile faded when he saw I wasn't alone. At the sight of Catsby, his eyes nearly popped out of his sockets like a pug. Tucker leveled a pointed finger at Catsby. "You." Catsby held his head high. Millie jumped between them. "Tucker, this is Jay. We've met before. You invited this stray into our home? Hey, now, I'm no stray. Then where is your collar?" Catsby said nothing. He was his own man, or cat, or whatever we would see in plain sight. There was no reason for Tucker to take cheap digs at him, besides the fact that Catsby was spending more time with his wife these days than he was, which is admittedly very good reason to take cheap jabs at somebody. "Let's calm down," Millie says to her husband. "Catsby is a guest. Why don't you go grab some drinks for all of us?" Hello, Pyro. Why'd you change your name to Pyro Spud? Tucker left the room, grumbling to himself. The second he was out of sight, Millie returned her attention to Catsby. "I love you," she whispered to him, loud enough for Cordon and me to overhear. Ahem. I didn't appreciate them drawing me into their little game. It was clear that Tucker hadn't known that Catsby would be coming over, and that they had been planning the visit around my appearance all along. I used to be their third wheel back in the Jersey Shore, and now I feel like the fourth or fifth wheel. By the end of the summer, I expect to fully be an 18-wheeled semi. These people, I swear, I can't even. A nurse entered the room, leading a small girl by the hand. "Mommy?" the child blurted out. Millie broke away from Catsby and stared at the child. "Tilly!" "She wanted to see you," the nurse states. "She's growing up so fast," I said. The nurse nodded. "It's the gluten-free diet." Millie reached out her arms to the child that ran at her. They embraced. It was a touching moment, made all the more by Millie's later revelation that it was the only second time she's only met her daughter. Cordon, meanwhile, started shaking on the couch. It appeared like she was having a grand mal seizure. The nurse rushed over to her side just as she wet herself. She was complaining about the heat, I explained. The nurse slapped her face until she came around. I wish we could spend more time together, Tilly said, ignoring the medical emergency unfolding. For a child, she was incredibly well-spoken, far from the cryberry idiot that Millie wanted her. Are the boys not treating you well, Millie? Millie asked. Boys mature at such a slow pace, Tilly said. They're still in diapers. I'd love to wear diapers, I interjected. Then I could drink all day without having to get out of bed. Catsby shot me a dirty look. We need to talk about your drinking problem later, Old Spice. Tilly studied me. Are you depressed? It's nothing, I said, averting my gaze from the child. It was like she could see straight into my soul. She reminded me of one of those spooky children in the horror films. If I looked into her eyes, I might catch fire. Millie must have been creeped out too, because she told the nurse to return Tilly to whatever hell they kept the kid in. A nursery? Under the stairs? I didn't want to know. I wanted to stay as uninvolved with Millie's affairs as physically possible, so I wouldn't have to lie when I took the stand in her inevitable trial for child neglect. As they say, ignorance is bliss. Actually, that was a pretty wise thing to say. Whoever said it couldn't have been more ignorant, and thus probably wasn't very blissful. Once the child was gone, I felt myself relax. What are we gonna do this afternoon? Millie asked. And tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after, and the day after for the next 40 years. Some of us don't have that long, Catsby said. What an awful thing to say, Corden said, apparently recovered from her little episode. It's true though, cats don't live longer than 20 years. Tucker returned with a cocktail shaker and some martini glasses and began pouring a neon green liquid for us. It looked really girly until I got a whiff of it and it singed my nose hair. It smells like antifreeze, I said, taking a sip. And it tastes like antifreeze. That's because it is antifreeze, Tucker said, handing out the rest of the glasses. Drink up. Catsby declined, sending Tucker into another frenzy. What's the matter? Is this not fancy enough for you? Maybe I can find you some milk in the fridge. Catsby ignored the other dig and asked for a glass of water instead. Tucker left, seething with anger. This guy was a walking, talking car bomb. We could go into the city, Millie suggested. What happened to having lunch? I asked. Millie glared at me. Are you hungry? This heat has stolen my appetite. At least if we go into the city, we can find some place with air conditioning. Oh, yeah, I noticed you don't have central air, I said. 4 window units, Corden said, finally recovering from her episode and standing up. Tucker says air conditioning is for pussies, Millie said. Real men can stand with little heat. Well, this pussy needs to cool down, Corden said, fanning herself between her legs. As usual, that girl left nothing to the imagination. I wondered if I hadn't made the mistake by breaking things off with her. Surely I could buy a new charger for my iPhone. There had to be an Apple store in New York City, right? Tucker stormed back into the room with a glass of water in hand. He marched right up to Catsby and tossed it in his face. How do you like that, you son of a bitch? Catsby patted down his fur but didn't say anything. I'll go grab a towel, Millie says. Tucker smirked and set the glass on the table. I heard somebody talking about going to Manhattan. I'm game. Someone check the subway schedule, I said. Tucker groaned. I'd rather be sticking a glow stick up my ass and take public transportation. Do you do that a lot? Catsby said coolly. Take public transportation? No. No, I was talking about the glow stick. Tucker glared at him. What I put up my ass is none of your business, cat. Millie returned and began toweling off Catsby. Tucker watched him with such intensity that I wondered if he wasn't going to shoot lasers out of his eyes and blow them both away. There would be no denying what was passing between Catsby and Millie. It was very obvious to everyone in the room, even Corden, who was still in a bit of a daze. If they weren't lovers, they were the next closest thing, a pet and its owner. We're going to town, Tucker said, an evil glint in his eye. We'll get a hotel. I have a room at the Times Square Hilton, Catsby offered. It's a penthouse suite when I'm in town for business. Great, I said. Should we call a taxi? I've got a better idea, he said. We'll take city bikes. In this weather? Millie asked. I think it will do us some good, Tucker replied. Exercise. What's the last time any of you got a workout in? But we're positively hammered, Millie said. You and your damn moonshine. We'll ride tandem city bikes then, Tucker said. I'll die. I'll positively die, Millie retorts. Tucker scowls at her. She was the mother of his children, sorta, but he probably wanted her to die for bringing the cat into the world. Let me be clear, I'm not suggesting that he was capable of actually physically assaulting his wife. He said many times he'd never lay a hand on a woman, and I believe him. But there are other ways to hurt someone, more insidious ways, like taking them bicycling in triple-digit weather. If his wife just so happened to die on the way to town, well, no sweat off his sack. It's okay, Corden piped up. I drove. My ride is right around the corner. What about you guys? Tucker asked, looking at Catsby and me. We took Catsby's helicopter, Charlie Tango, I said. Tucker glared at the cat. You named your helicopter? Catsby shook his head. I bought it in a fire sale from this tech guy out in Seattle. He was going through a rough divorce and selling things left and right. It was parked right up on the roof. It's the same helicopter that's crashed into the building 3 times. Tucker looked up. You can't just park a helicopter anywhere you like. Our roof isn't a helipad. It could. As if on cue, the helicopter crashed through the ceiling and into the kitchen, smashing the table and chairs and sending all of us in the living room flying for cover. Of course, when the dust lifted, we brushed ourselves off. Miraculously, no one had been harmed. You could see that the clouds overhead and the hole in the ceiling. I've always wanted a skylight, Millie says. Catsby started to say apology. That's a typo. That's a big typo. Catsby started to apologize, but cut him off before he could even get 2 words out. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to deal with it. Dick and I will grab a tandem city bike. The rest of you can ride in Corden's car. Oh, it's not a car, Corden says. It's an Oscar Mayer Wienerbill. Bork, bork. We're almost there, guys. Why am I suddenly reminded of the short story we read in 10th grade, which happened to be the same class in which was Catsby? What's up, Fenrir? Welcome back! We are at the tail end of reading the Catsby book. Full through. It's taking a bit longer than expected. Whew. Alright. They're going to the city. Chapter 28. Did you catch all that? Tucker asked over his shoulder, spitting out a small chunk of plastic. We were both pedaling the tandem, but we were making very slow progress towards Manhattan. Tucker's impressive physique was all for show. When it came to putting it into action, he could barely move his bulky legs to the pedal. He left me to do most of the work, and I was positively hammered and not that strong to begin with. Catch what? Charlie Tango falling through the roof? Tucker drew his lip up to a snarl. That's not what I was talking about. You all must think I'm some big dummy head, some poo-poo patootie. I'm a big... But listen here, I have a kind of a sixth sense when it comes to these things. That you're a telepath? That I'm a what? Like Professor Sex and the XXX men movies. You can read minds. He steers us out of traffic and we drifted too far into the road and the cars were honking at us. You know I'm not into that superhero junk. I don't need to be able to read minds to know something's going on between this Catsby fellow and my girl. And I could tell by the way you reacted back there, you must have known the whole time. I live in the guy's house, I said. Billy visits on the occasion. I'm not privy to what goes on behind closed doors. None of my business. Tucker grunted. I looked into this furry. Hired a private investigator to dig into his background. You want to know what I found? You found that he's an Arizona man, I said with confidence. Is that what he told you? He didn't go to Arizona. He went to the University of Phoenix, that online college. He's nothing more than a 2-bit hoodlum, a joker, a midnight toker. My heart sank. Not an Arizona man? I'm not sure what kind of game he's playing, Tucker continued, but he's going to lose. The road. The what? The road. Watch the road, I said. My breathing had grown ragged. I felt like I was on the verge of another heart attack, like that time I had mistaken cocaine for Sterva. Tucker made a sharp right and we careened down the side of the street. This isn't the way to Manhattan, I said. Tucker didn't say anything. Instead, he continued to steer us through the side streets. I pedaled to keep us moving without any idea where we were headed. Full beards and rainbow-puking unicorn tattoos, however, clued me into our location. What are we doing back in Williamsburg? Going to go see a friend. A girlfriend? What's it to you? Because we're already an hour late to the Manhattan because someone's not helping with the peddling, I said. We don't have time for your booty call. We have time for whatever I want, Tucker says. We cruised to a stop at the Books and More. We dismounted and leaned the bike against the light post. The bike fell over, smashing into the cement. I tried to right the bike, but Tucker dragged me away. It's just a rental, he said. I made a mental note to never lend anything to Tucker ever again. Inside the store, Harper greeted us with a small nod. His skin was pale and clammy, and he looked like the guy on a month-long blender. In other words, he looked like what I probably looked like. Just another reason not to look into the mirror. The other reason I never looked into the mirror is I'm afraid of my reflection won't appear. That's how I know I'll be a vampire. I would rather be confined into some underground hell with the devil whipping me on a St. Andrew's cross for eternity than walk the earth, unaware of my own unbeating heart. I need to talk to lemma. She's in the back, Harper said, his voice weak as his body. You know where to find her. Are you going to go buy that first edition finally? We really need the money. If you really need the money, you should get into another line of work, Tucker says. Funny you should say that. We're trying to sell the store. Get out of town for a while. Go west, maybe. Or east. I'm not good with directions. That's insane! Who moves out of the city? There's nothing out there, Tucker says, waving his hand around. I went to school in the Midwest. You don't know how empty that heartland is. We'll find someplace. And then, in a low whisper, Harper added, I think Lemma is seeing someone behind my back. We leave town. Things will be like the way they were in the old days. Maybe we'll fall in love again. See about that, Tucker says, stomping to the back room. I shifted my weight and wiped the sweat off my brow. It occurred to me that Harper had no idea the suspected cuckold was right underneath his nose. The man was book smart, but he lacked the common sense. I could empathize. How long have you owned the store? I asked, attempting to dispel the silence. About 10 years. So you remember the time BA? His eyes glazed over. Before Amazon. Yeah, you look a little young. I'm 22, I said. Last time I checked, at least. Ah, you probably don't remember what it was like. There used to be bookstores at every block. Now they're payday loan places. One of the last bookstores in New York. Hell, we're one of the last ones in the country. It's time to hang up the old reading glasses, though. Isn't this place called Books and More? Certainly you could just sell more of the more. He frowned. The more stands for more books. That's unfortunate. The bookstore cat raced past me under the counter. Tucker followed shortly after, fuming. Let's go, Dick. We hopped back onto our city bike. Tucker didn't tell me what Lemma had said, but it was clear that she was leaving town with her husband. Tucker was now faced with the prospect of losing not only his wife, but his mistress too. I sensed the anger and confusion boiling in his mind like under our skin in the midday sun. I half expected him to explode into flames like Ghost Rider. I didn't dare mention this to Tucker. I didn't want to be subjected to a half-hour lecture on the nerd's takeover of pop culture. I wasn't going to defend Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider films either. No way. Nicolas Cage is a personal hero of mine, but those films were flaming bags of dog doo. Chapter 29. An hour later, we arrived at the Hilton. Gordon's Wienermobile was already parked out front. Tucker rolled the bike into traffic. We took the elevator straight into the top of the hotel. Tucker tried to act all nonchalant when Gordon let us in, but he couldn't hide the jealousy that was in his eyes. The penthouse suite was large and ostriches. I hadn't expected anything less from Catsby. I thought we would just go to the movies, I said, marveling at the opulent palace, which included a hot tub and a single-lane bowling alley. This place put Tucker's little dead celebrity flophouse to shame. One of the lesser Hilton sisters was behind the counter, ready to rent us bowling shoes at the drop of a hat. If anyone literally dropped a hat, someone would probably hop out of the closet and pick it up. There's a movie theater next room, Gatsby said. You sure they allow pets in this place? Tucker asked. Millie emerged from the bathroom. Guys finally made it! I was beginning to think you got lost. I'm a man, Tucker said, jacking up the bass in his voice. I don't get lost. Unless you're looking for the clit, Gordon said, giving me an evil eye. This was true, but my excuse, a good one, was that she was in need of a trim. It was like looking for Bigfoot in the Pacific Northwest. Where's the booze? Tucker asked, his voice brimming with irritation. Now calm down, Old Spice. We'll phone in. Have a few bottles. Don't Old Spice me. Where'd you pick that up, anyhow? I mean, I could call you something better if you prefer, but I don't think you'd like the other one better. Millie jumped between them once again. You too. If this turns out to a big brohana, I'ma leave once more. There's no need to fight. Catsby phoned off for the alcohol. Meanwhile, Tucker and Millie were faced off with each other like they were about to fight or make love. There's such a thin line between emotional extremes, it's hard to tell sometimes. So you're an Arizona man, Tucker said, without looking at Catsby's direction. I strolled to the window and looked into Times Square, which is as gaudy and packed as ever. What a beautiful, revolting city. That's correct, Catsby says. So let's hear about it, Old Spice. Catsby cleared his throat. I was enrolled in a few online classes at the University of Phoenix, which is the headquarters in Phoenix, Arizona. I never graduated though, so there's nothing much to talk about. Tucker glanced around the room to gauge our reactions to this ho-hum revelation. Reading in style? Uh-huh. We're almost through. There's so little of the book left. You may look at me and assume that I've always been well off, but that's not the case, Catsby said. I worked at Starbucks for a little while and they paid my tuition to the University of Phoenix. I was let go when tough times came, so it was the end of my education. I could go back at any time I wanted, but what's the point? It's like one of those little old ladies who fishes for her associate arts degree on her deathbed. Pointless for someone like me who has it all. You have it all, Tucker said. It wasn't a question, it was an accusation. Before Catsby could answer, there was a knock at the door. I answered, a waiter standing there with a couple of bottles of rum. I snatched them and slammed the door. I have one more question for you, Mr. Catsby, Tucker said, a crazed look in his eye. Actually, it's the same crazed look he's had in his eye all day. You want to get Reddit up in here? Catsby asked. Go ahead, ask me anything. Just what do you think you're doing with my wife? Gordon and I exchanged a terrified look that could only be represented by the word yikes. Millie covered over her face and started sobbing. I suppose the latest rage is to sit down and do nothing while your wife runs around to do some strange cat, Tucker continued. Is that it? Family values mean nothing? Oh, how I wish for the good old days of when wives actually obeyed their husbands to come back. Does anyone read the Bible anymore? Tucker flung his words around the room with such venom, and I reflectively ducked when he looked my way. He was speaking nonsense like a Fox News anchor with a broken teleprompter. You haven't even read the Bible, Millie said, tears streaming down her face. You watched the TV miniseries and said that was more than enough. Tucker glared at her. I know I don't throw big parties like your friends here, so what is it? Sorry that I don't want to invite every Tom, Dick, and Harry into our home. Tucker turned to me. No offense, Dick. I shrugged. I tossed back a glass of rum and poured myself another. I'm gonna tell you something, Old Spice, Catsby said. Tucker leered back and crossed his arms. Oh, this is gonna be good. I passed him a drink. He downed it in one gulp. Neither of us is gonna be in the condition to bike home afterwards. Catsby cleared his throat. Millie is not in love with you. Millie was never in love with you. You're insane, Tucker screamed. You think she loves you? She never would have married you if I had the means to support her when we first met. When you first met. You mean this has been going on since before college? Catsby nodded. And another thing. Tucker cut him off. I don't want to hear it from you. I want to hear it from her. Millie, is this true? Millie slid down on the floor where she had curled up into a ball, and between sobs, she said over and over, yes, yes, yes. What are you doing with my wife? Doing her, obviously? Tucker balled up his fist and he faced Catsby. You've been screwing my wife? Millie looked up. Whoa, wait, hold on, time out. All eyes were on her. We never had sex, she continued. That's disgusting. I mean, he's a cat, and I'm a person. I just pet him. I scratch him behind the ears. That sort of thing. For God's sake, he doesn't even have testicles. I winced and felt my sack tighten. Catsby returned away from everybody, embarrassed by the revelation. Well, isn't this a turn of events? Tucker shouted, pleased with himself. The anger had disappeared from his voice. Instead, he sounded downright juvenile. Do you still love me? Tucker asked his wife. Millie shrugged. It's whatevers. Good enough for me, Tucker said. I want to speak with her alone, Catsby said, finding his voice again. Go for it, Tucker said. Why don't you two go for a long drive and talk about your precious little feelings? She's not leaving me, you know? Not for some feline hustler. Hustler? Millie said. I thought she said you were on the up and go. Go ahead, Catsby. Tell her all about your little pyramid scheme. It's not a pyramid scheme, he began. It's called Amway. Millie stared at him blankly as if he just told her that he'd murdered one of her children. He began telling Millie his story, his real story, denying all the allegations about his dealings and trying to do best to clear his name. It was obvious that it wasn't working. Not this time. She drew further and further away from him. His words were hitting her ears but not processed by her brain, which honestly happened a quite bit with Millie. When it sounded like Catsby had reached the end of his sob story, Tucker excused them. Why don't you both head out now? Go get a head start on us. Gordon tossed her keys to Catsby. Take my ride. You guys can have a little bit of privacy. Go ahead, Tucker said with a nod of approval. And on your way back to Brooklyn, maybe you can explain to my wife what a furry is. A furry? Millie questions. We can talk about it when we get in the car, Catsby said, ushering her out the door. They left without saying goodbye, like Batman. I looked around the room, unsure of which one of us was Commissioner Gordon and which one of us was Robin. The likely answer was none of us. We were all Jokers, Riddlers, and Penguins. Maybe Gordon was Catwoman, though. I could see her filling out a leather catsuit pretty nicely. Wait, Gordon said. Did you really think he was a cat this entire time? Tucker just shrugged it off as if to say, that's my wife for ya. I breathed a sigh of relief. All things considered, it felt like we narrowly avoided a tragedy. Catsby's heart had been crushed, of course, but there were plenty of ways to remedy a broken heart. Alcohol. Time. More alcohol. My point is that it wasn't the end of the world. Although we could have ended the day on a bittersweet note, it could have been a lot worse. I'd fully expected someone was going to be killed. Little did I know, that's exactly what was about to happen. And if you're looking for a happy ending, put the put this book down and visit the massage parlor. This shit's about to hit the fans, boys and girls. Oh no. Alright. The wiener bill didn't stop. It came roaring out of the darkness, bouncing down and on down the narrow Brooklyn street like an out-of-control Macy's Thanksgiving Day. Another car, one following the Wienermobile, stopped after the accident. The driver rushed to the victim's aid, but it was too late. Their life had been snuffed out like a late-inning Cubs rally. Gordon, Tucker, and I were on our way back to Park Slope when we came upon the scene. As our taxi rolled up past the flashing lights of the pack emergency vehicles, something compelled Tucker to ask the driver to stop. At first, I was worried he wanted to have another word with his mistress, since we were close to books and more. Then I realized with horror that he must have recognized the distinct shape of the masked horse underneath the black tarp. Tucker leapt out of the cab and rushed to the scene on the accident. I instructed Gordon to wait with the driver, and I followed Tucker. I followed him, attending to Lima. She was hovering over the draped corpse, shaking and crying. "That limp bastard," she cried. "He didn't even slow down." "What happened here?" Tucker asked. "What bastard?" "He's dead. Dead!" Tucker frowned at the body on the ground. "Who's dead?" "Harper!" A grisly-looking cop approached us, clipboard in hand. "We saw it happen. We're taking statements." "I saw it," Lima said. "I'm his wife." "Not anymore," I thought grimly. "What was your husband doing in the middle of the street?" the cop asked. "We were just having some fun in the bedroom. He put my horse mask on. I don't know what happened, and then he went wild, untamed. He ran out of our apartment and into the streets." "Did you see what car that did this?" "It wasn't a car. It was a hot dog. A giant hot dog. When the driver saw Harper, he just stepped on the gas and ran straight through him." "A hot dog," the cop said. What kind of hot dog? Talking Polar sausage, kielbasa. I don't know. It was just a freaking hot dog. In a bun? Did it have ketchup or mustard? Was it a Chicago style? Was it mustard only? "Why is this important?" Tucker snapped. "Her husband has died, and you're asking whether there was any ketchup on the car that killed him? How many Wienermobiles could be in Brooklyn?" The cop gave an icy stare. "Wienermobile? I didn't hear the lady call it a Wienermobile." Tucker scrambled for an answer. "No? Well, I just assumed. It's the only hot dog you can drive that I've ever heard of." The cop eyed Tucker and me with suspicion. "Did either of you see the accident with the Wienermobile?" We both shook our heads. "Then move along. This place is no room for gawkers." Tucker nodded and whispered something to Lima. Her eyes lit up, but she didn't say a word. We headed back to the taxi. "What did you say back to Lima back there? Did you tell her we knew the driver?" "I hated her husband more than anybody, but he didn't deserve to die." Tucker opened up the cab door for me. "I may have dropped a few hints as to the driver's identity." "I thought it would be over between you and Catsby. Isn't your wife enough?" "It will be over," he said. "Soon." 31. "Miley must be home," Tucker said, eyeing the light on their bedroom window. The front door was locked. Tucker paused before stepping inside. Sorry, Dick. I should have just had the taxi take you back to Jersey. If you're coming back here, that is. After what Catsby did. I doubt he'll be here. He's probably halfway to Mexico by now." Gordon rolled her eyes. "Oh, please. He's got money. He'll buy his way out of this." "Maybe so," I said. "Let's just wait to hear his side of the story before just passing judgment." "Always the sensible one, aren't you?" Tucker said. "You're both welcome to stay here. Helicopter destroyed our guest bedroom, but we do have the couch. You'd have to share, though." I faced Gordon, who smiled back at me. It was tempting. There seemed to be a chance at reconciliation. Ultimately, I felt compelled to return to Catsby's. If he was there, I had to let him know that the clock was ticking. Thanks, but I'll go for a walk and then head back to Jersey, I said. Gordon seemed disappointed, but she planted a goodnight kiss on my cheek. Tucker grunted his goodbye and then disappeared inside. I walked onto the street corner, where a familiar furry figure leapt out at me behind a stoop. It's me, Catsby said. Of course it's you. Who else would it be? I glanced back at the Buchanan's apartment. What are you doing out here? There's the Wienermobile. He said nothing. That bookseller is dead. You know that, right? So it wasn't a horse? Catsby asked. No, it wasn't a horse. And it wasn't ketchup on the fender either. I flinched. Wait, where did you park? The Wienermobile? Oh, it's over there in the East River. The parking garage in the middle of the East River? No, Old Spice. The Wienermobile is at the bottom of the East River. Gordon wasn't going to be happy about this turn of events. From what I recall, she still owed taxes after winning it in the 4th of July hot dog eating competition. How did it happen? How did the accident happen? It was an accident, right? Of course, he says. I tried to grab the wheel, but she slapped me away. I don't know what she was thinking. You don't mean... Wait, oh, Millie was driving? Women drivers, he said, shaking his head. Know what I'm saying? Women drivers, I said, nodding in agreement. I know what you're saying. Let the record show that I later checked on the internet for statistics, and women are actually safer drivers compared to men. I'm not gonna tell anyone she was driving, Catsby said. Keep that between us. I'll take the blame. You'll be arrested. You won't last a day in prison in that fursuit. You'll have to catch me first. I'm gonna fly somewhere countryside like Switzerland or Russia. I'll tell them I'm a hacker or something, that the US government is after me. Then what are you doing here? Get out! He stared at the illuminated window down from the block. I'm waiting for Millie. She said she'd ask her husband for a divorce, tell him that it's over, and that she'd be taking the kids. She's coming with me. I laughed out loud. I don't suppose I should have done it, but come on, is he serious? You head home, he says, ignoring my laughter.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Are you guys good? Are you guys okay? Look, we got 2 chapters left, calm down. You go home, I can take it from here, he says. I'm waiting here. For how long? His frown had never looked more serious. As long as it takes. I wanted to say something more, but there was nothing else to say. I headed towards the main thoroughfare of the hall cab. There was no way Millie was going to go anywhere with Catsby. We had all seen the distant look in her eyes when he tried to explain himself to her. She may have loved him once upon a time, but that time is long since past. A couple of months had been more than a coda. A movie tracked into the end of a cancelled TV series. They had their serenity. It was all over for them now. Let me make this very clear that serenity is italicized, and they're making a jab, and that we're never gonna get a season 2 of Firefly, and the disrespect. Chapter 32. The moment I returned to Catsby's mansion, I passed out in the foyer. It had been a long day, and maybe for a few more drinks at the bar on the shore. Maybe that's one thing to talk about blackouts. You don't remember exactly what caused them. You just don't wake up the next morning on a lithium and puddle of sweat and tears and know, yep, that's how I got here. I glanced at the television in his room, but it didn't stay on. Surely the murder would be all over the news, but the last thing I wanted to do was relive the horror. I showered and I changed. On my way back downstairs, the front door opened. Catsby walked in, alone, his grumpy expression somehow sadder in the early morning light. Where's Millie? I asked. I knew damn well where she was. She was probably with her husband. She just needs more time, Catsby said, slamming the door. She just needs to sort some things out with Tucker. You know, you should leave the country then. Get a head start. I'll let her know where you're at and she can join you later. He hopped into the empty refrigerator box like he liked to and to sulk in time to time. I'm not leaving without her, Old Spice. he said, his voice muffled by the cardboard. The doorbell rang, and his head poked up. The police, I said. Head to the back door. I'll stall. He leapt out of the box with such surprising speed for a man in a full-body costume. What if it's not the police? What if it's Millie? Catsby threw the doors open, and gunshots rang through the mansion, echoing down the halls. I dropped to the floor, covering the back of my neck like I was in the middle of a Sharknado drill at school. I think I might have wetted myself, but when I wasn't wetting myself in the summer, the shooting continued. 6 shots in total, according to the police report. Catsby's body careened backwards and landed in a heap next to me. I didn't hear him hit the tile. My ears were ringing. It all seemed to happen in slow motion, like a Zack Snyder movie. It was equally as violent. When the shooting stopped, I glanced up and saw the murderer, smoking gun still in hand. Lemma. She appeared to be in a trance. I raised my palms to indicate surrender. I was slowly getting to my feet when I felt something whisk over my head. The next thing I know, a throwing star was stuck in Lemma's forehead. She fell and landed on top of Catsby. I turned my head to see the butler striking a karate pose, his legs spread and bent, his arms still extended after releasing the throwing star. We both paused at a beat, catching our breath from the excitement. Together, we rolled Lemma's body off Catsby. His orange fursuit was stained in a bright red, matted down with her blood. There weren't any visible bullet holes in Catsby's costume. There was no doubt that he had been hit multiple times. Blood had soaked through the backside and was pooling underneath him. I rolled him onto his side, frantically running my hands to find the wet furs in search of a zipper. Hello, Zero! Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh my, thank you for the bits! Frantically running my hands through the wet fursuit in search of a zipper. There was none. How do we get him out? I asked. We don't, the butler says. There has to be a zipper or something. What do we do when he takes a shower? He rolled Catsby onto his back again. It's sewed on, Mr. Norway. The only openings are in the headpiece and down below for using the toilet. I stared at Catsby's open eyes. Not the big anime eyes that were glued to the headpiece, but his real human eyes visible through the slits beneath the cartoon eyes. His real eyes were lifeless. I reached a finger in and closed them, and putting the man I knew as Jay-Z Catsby the rest. If he had 9 lives, he had spent them all. The firemen were the first to arrive on the scene, attending to the victims. They rushed to my side as well since I was covered in blood, and then discovered to much surprise that I had been shot in the gut. A stray bullet had gone clean through me. I was so drunk from the night before that I hadn't felt a damn thing. As they loaded me onto the stretcher, I saw the firemen cutting Catsby's fursuit. I closed my eyes. There was just some things that were just too much to stomach. It was like Hulk Hogan's sex tape. As I recovered in the hospital for the second time that summer, the media had just had a field day with killings. They say journalists are unbiased. Ha! We all have biases. Journalists, by and large, must be dog people. It's the only explanation for what slanted coverage Jay-Z Catsby's mud was plastered on the front page of New York Post, alongside Lemma and Harper. The tagline, Cat Scratch Fever. They made Catsby out to be a villain, dragging his good name through the mud. They also dug up his real name, which I won't repeat out of respect for the dead. What kind of monster could throw someone down with a Wienermobile and not even stop, they asked. The answer, everyone agreed, was plain as day. A monster who has been hiding his real face all along underneath a lurked, heartless sociopath. Catsby's name could have easily been cleared if Millie had come forward admitting that she was driving that fateful night in Williamsburg. Detectives interviewed every single one of us who had been at Times Square Hilton with Catsby. None of us revealed the truth. I doubt Tucker or Corden even knew the truth, but I couldn't turn my own cousin in, and Millie, for her part, kept her mouth shut. Who could blame her? It was an open and shut case, as far as the police were concerned. Catsby looked guilty as hell, sinking into the Wienerbill into the East River. No one would have had to know the truth, unless off chance this book was published and Millie is still alive. Sorry, Millie. The police talked me into multiple times in the hospital. Or maybe I should say that they interrogated me. Was I really in charge of Catsby's finances? Did I know how he made his money? I told him everything I knew. He was an independent business owner, an IBO in Amway lingo. I apologized for the mess that I left in his office. Once I figured out that I couldn't even add 2 and 2 together, they decided that I was being straight with them. I learned from a TV expose that they were so interested in the details of Catsby's operation. Amway was just a cover for Catsby's real business, orphic trafficking. Hearts, livers, lungs, and kidneys. He and his business associated straight from belly flop were in charge of a vast network of organ harvesters. Thieves cut organs out of the living and recently deceased and then sell them to the black market. There's a good chance that one of their operatives were the ones that stole my kidney early in the summer. Not only that, but the organ I had received as transplant may as very well might have been my own. I was angry for the next few days about this. Pissed off even. However, Catsby was dead. What's the point in holding a grudge against the dead? You can yell at them all you want, but they're never going to hear you. Unless there's such thing as ghosts, in which case I might reevaluate my position. There was no denying that Catsby had most likely caused me excruciating, unimaginable pain. But by the end of the day, I had my kidney back. He must have known he'd be the cause of my misfortune, because he had been so willingly to give me up into a transfusion using his own blood. He picked me up when I was down. He gave me a roof over my head. Otherwise, what else would I have done with the Airbnb I was renting down when it burned down? Called my parents and asked for more money? Probably. With the beating Catsby's name on the press, it was no surprise that the public turned against him. Thousands of revelers that frequented his parties earlier in the summer had abandoned him. I blamed most of this on Full the Wolf Street, who no doubt introduced Catsby into this gruesome organ trafficking business that he had gotten caught up on. Strafton Bellyflop was sitting in jail, awaiting his own court date. 6 days into the hospital, I was discharged. This time, there was no car waiting outside for me. I wasn't even sure if I had someplace to live. Had the Fez seized all of Catsby's property, including his mansion? I arrived at the old Catsby's place late in the evening. Weeds were already beginning to overgrow the property. If I told you the place hadn't been inhabited for years, you would have believed me. I mean, basically, I can tell you anything and you'd believe me. I'm the narrator. That's right. You have no choice but to rely on me. You can always look up everything I'm saying online if you want to, but I guess that's to keep it honest. Or so you hope. Anyway, the front door was locked, and I didn't have a key on me. Nothing under the welcome mat either. I rang the bell a couple of times, hoping that the butler or the weatherman would show any of his other servants might answer me, but I was only greeted with silence. I crept to the back of the house. The yacht was still docked on the beach. Since I had nowhere to stay for the night, and no one else was using it, why not lay out on one of those chairs on the deck? I walked onto the dock, the wooden planks creaking underneath my feet. Everything had fallen apart. It seemed all within less of a week's time. Same could be said for a person. If we don't take ourselves, we're liable to fall deeper into despair at the alarmingly fast rate. Getting shot had been a godsend for me. I sobered up while in the hospital and could see that my drinking had been out of control. As I said before, the symptom of post-recession era, I was sick of it. Sick of it all. Thanks, Obama. And I was ready to go back to the Midwest. I was ready to go back to my parents' house. I was ready to go back to my books. I hadn't read anything all summer except for the fan fictions at my previous job. Forget the knockoffs. I was ready to read real books again. Once on board, something out on the water caught my eye. Something dancing. Something red. It fitted around, sometimes in circles, sometimes in figure eights. It disappeared, only to reappear in seconds in another spot. No. Further. It was Catsby's red light. Come to pay your final respects. I swiveled around me to see the butler on the deck behind me. He must have been in the cabin when I boarded. He was holding something small and silver in his right hand. At first glance, I thought it was a knife because of the way the moonlight reflected off the surface. He pointed it at me, and a red dot appeared at my chest. The butler twirled his wrists, and the red light danced. The red light was a laser pointer, he said, clicking it off. To you and me, yes. But to Catsby, it was so much more. It represented Mrs. Buchanan. It represented them being together, happy at last with a litter of their own. The red light was his future, always out of Paul's reach. He would stare at it for hours. He'd even boat after it on the occasion. Closer we got, the further away it got. Poor guy, I don't think he ever found out that it was a laser pointer, and I didn't have the heart to tell him. The red light had remained the perfect metaphor, right to the very end. It was nothing more than a cheap illusion, a servant's trick on his master. Even in Catsby's final moments, he believed in a future where he and Millie lived together. She gave him all the scratches and pets he desired, and he gave her all of a cat could do for an owner. I was still a little confused on the last point. What do cats do for their owners exactly? They're not best friends. They're not like dogs. They entertain them, I suppose, but on an equally aggravate and disdain their owners. It's a contract we enter to, willingly, and they break our stuff. That's the craziest part about owning a cat, and yet despite my bad experiences with the pet dragon, I wouldn't have minded owning a cat. I suppose I can't shake the dream, for I've always had one bewilders of the versions of Huckleberry Finn. So what do we do now? I ask. The butler leaned back in his reclined chair. The funeral is tomorrow. If you want to pay your last respects tonight before the media circuit. The back door to the house is unlocked. The casket is in the living room. Inside the abandoned house, I flipped the light switch. Nothing. The power company must have already cut the electricity. Thankfully, there was enough moonlight streaming into the windows to illuminate my way. You know what they say about living in glass houses. They have great natural lighting. In his living room, I found the casket sitting on the table. The lid was open. Moonlight streaked across it, and I could see Catsby's nose poking out above the casket. After a long pause, I crossed the room and cautiously, quietly, as if worried about waking up the dead. Up close, my former employee didn't look that much different than when he had been living. His trademark frown was still there. The crooner that washed the blood out of his fursuit. In death, his orange fur had a radiant sheen that looked like it had been lacking in life, like it had been steam cleaned. It's disturbing when someone looks better in death than they ever did in life. The most unwavering aspect, however, were those plastic eyes. They were wide open and as cartoonish as ever. They were glued to the headpiece, of course, so I didn't know if they had any option, but still. You poor son of a bitch, I said underneath my breath. And that's when I felt something brush against my leg. I looked down. A small orange tabby. I kneeled to get a closer look at the cat. During all my time at Catsby's, I've never actually seen a cat. Maybe it had snuck inside when the casket was being delivered. In any case, the cat's orange complexion and frown were strikingly familiar. I stroked its back, and it purred its approval. What do you say we get out of here, little guy? He cocked his head as if considering the question. I opened my arms wide and he hopped willingly into my clutches. I held him tight to my chest as he continued purring. Maybe there was a little girl crying somewhere over her lost cat, but that wasn't my concern. He didn't have a collar, so he was mine now. Finders keepers. Keepers loser weepers. It'll be just me and you, buddy. We'll go wherever we want. Leave this wretched place behind. I'll call my parents. We'll have them add some more money into the bank account. Spend as much time here as we want, cruising across the country. And you can be whoever you want. Actually, scratch that. We'll just take the yacht. Our next adventure shall be on the boat. The cat stared at me with his big brown eyes. He could probably already tell that our road trip would turn out less informative and more of a Mad Max taxi trial. You need a name, don't you? Considering the circumstances, I think I'll call you Jay-Z. Jay-Z Catsby II. Catsby purred in delight. We returned to the boat. I woke the butler, who said he would be delighted to cruise the world with us. As he untethered the boat, I scanned the horizon. For a second, I thought I could see the blinking red light. But no, The butler had put his pointer away. There was nothing out there, nothing but time, distance, and the years that would recede us like many of my father's hairs on his forehead. "We're all ready," the butler said. I took the wheel and Catsby perched on my shoulder. I turned the key in the ignition and the yacht starts up. I've never piloted one before, but how different could it be than driving a car? So we beat on, our boat against the current, borne back seamlessly into the shore. When I say we bore back ceaselessly onto the shore, I wasn't trying to be poetic. What I meant is that we crashed on the rocky shoreline just a few miles south of the dock. Driving a boat was probably as easy as driving a car, but I forgot something very important. I've never driven a car. I had always had roommates or public transportation or my parents. My bad. The boat splintered into millions of pieces. It happened so fast. Catsby and I plunged into the Atlantic Ocean. We were underwater for what felt like minutes. Although we miraculously survived together, our ordeal wasn't over. We were swept out to sea. I was immediately worried that we would be attacked by a shark, a giant squid. And then I remembered, all marine life is extinct due to the pollution. Unfortunately, drowning was still a distinct possibility. I latched onto a passing piece of debris, the door to the cabin. I placed Catsby on it, and while I treaded the water, Catsby shook himself off and stared at me, as if to ask if I would be joining him on the door. I shook my head. There wasn't enough room for the both of us. "We'll make it," I said, shivering. Despite the record temperatures we had been experiencing, the sea was a cold bitch for the dead of night. "It'll be a few minutes, but someone will be here." I couldn't be sure. I couldn't have been sure of anything anymore. But I thought I saw a small tear run down Catsby's face. "Don't do that. Don't say your goodbyes now. You're going to live. You're going to go on and make kittens and watch them grow up. You'll die an old cat, warm in your bed. You hear me, Catsby?" He cocked his head as if to suggest that he was indifferent to what I was saying. Perhaps he, like all cats I suppose, didn't understand English. How I wished my dearly departed friend was still here to bridge the gap. Maybe he really didn't speak to cats, but his palace of lies was crumbling down. If he had still been around, maybe I wouldn't adrift at sea. "Promise me you'll live. Promise me you won't let go." I reached a hand out to Catsby II. He made no move to put his paw on my hand. Instead, he lapped at the fur on his stomach. He stared, hacking almost immediately, and spit a wet hairball on my face. "I love you too," I said, wiping it away. We drifted along the choppy sea for a while. Minutes, hours, I don't know. How long could I trend in water? Even if I were strong enough to swim, it wouldn't have been of any use. I couldn't even see the shore in the darkness, it was so dark. We bumped into something, the butler's lifeless body. I never did learn his name. Or maybe he told me and I just forgotten. Maybe he didn't have to die in vain. I pulled his floating corpse closer and patted down his pants pockets. I found something long and something long and cylindrical. I pulled out the laser pointer and breathed a sigh of relief. I could shine it into the night sky. Someone would have to see it. I pressed the button on its side and an explosion of red light shot up into the air, cutting it like a darkness like Darth Vader's lightsaber through Luke's arm. Catsby's eyes followed the darting red light into the sky carefully, but he wasn't stupid. He made no attempt to jump off the door. Water was no place for a cat. Hell, water was no place for a human being. If God had meant for us to swim, he would have given us fins. That's why I was never a fan of Aquaman. He was so unnatural, a heathen abomination. The silver lining to drowning at sea would be that I wouldn't live long enough to see an Aquaman movie. After a few minutes of wavering the laser pointer, it began to flicker, and it soon died out completely. I hit it across the door a few times to get it working again, but to no luck. We were doomed. I chucked the dead laser pointer out into the sea. "I guess that's it," I whispered. I whispered in a hoarse voice to Catsby, or at least what I assume a horse would sound like. I never heard one talk. "Maybe you won't live long enough to have babies." The more I think about it, you're probably already spayed or neutered. That's a moot point. I pause. A sound in the distance. Did you hear that? Catsby looked at me like I was crazy. Sea drives you to madness, sure. That's what we all established in literature. Look up that poor chap in Moby Dick who's chasing a whale around. Would he have chased an equally large elephant around? No, because the sea does something to the mind. But I had heard something. The sound of wings. Flapping. I scanned the clouds in the direction. Bird. A plane. Judi Dench? The dragon deceased through the clouds and cruised across the water towards us. Although 10 times larger than when I last seen her before she burnt down my house, she was still the same dragon I woke up to in the hotel bathroom. I've since learned that dragons grow at an incredibly fast pace, since they were originally engineered as weapons of war. Can't wait 20 years for your genetic weapon of mass destruction to mature. Judi Dench flew over us, and then turned around. On the second pass, she landed in the water with a terrible splash that nearly dropped Catsby off the door. I could see that the dragon wasn't alone. Corden! Judi Dench paddled closer to us. Corden, riding on her back, extended an arm. Need a lift, lover boy? I gripped her hand and she pulled me aboard the dragon's back. Hold on, we have to get Catsby. Catsby, but he's... I reached out for the cat, and he scrambled upon my arms and into my lap. This here is Catsby, I said, petting the creature. Oh, well he does look a lot like him, doesn't he? It's uncanny. She paused. You don't think that's actually him? I'll be real with you, stranger things have happened. You're right about that, she said. Where are you guys headed to, anyway? Nowhere fast, I said, trying to sound like a rebel. Instead, I sounded like a dork. What else was new? And you? Oh, well, I found this dragon in one of Catsby's garages this week. I'm supposed to be taking it into California for another hot dog eating competition next month. Until then, I don't know. Are you staying with Tucker and Millie? She shook her head. Hadn't you heard? Tucker and Millie left town. Say what? What? She said. Thanks. No, so where did they go? They just packed their bags and left town. Millie said that they had 2 tickets to paradise. Wherever that is, I have no idea. 2 tickets, I said. What about the kids? Corden laughed. I think they're a little bit tired of being parents. Can you blame them? I nodded. I was just starting out on a boat trip. Want to join me? I mean, I guess we would have to find a new boat, but I heard the Mississippi River is nice this time of year. Just me, you, and Catsby. The orange tabby meowed in recognition of its name. Forget the boat trip, Corden said with a wicked smile. Where we're going, we don't need boats. She patted the dragon's neck, and with that we flew off into the early morning sky. I don't know what would happen between us, but there was a feeling in the air that anything was possible. Because hey, we were riding a freaking sweet-ass dragon. Plus, I still had Catsby's Rite Aid card in my wallet. The future was wide open. Who knows? Maybe we'd even stop at a Shake Shack somewhere along the way. And so Judi Dench's wings beat on. Ta-da! That's it. That's the whole story. It took us 5 hours, but it's done. Is that it? Yeah. That's it. I'm surprised you were still here, Ravage. Nope, that was Catsby. I don't know what the original Gatsby is like, but that was that. Not that. Oh man. It's actually mostly like that, except it takes itself seriously. About a rich man that no one has seen and throws bomb-ass parties. Did he have a love interest?
Hey, take me with you. I hate this job.
I will admit I had the stream open the whole while, but not paying attention. I'm back from making nuggies. Are we still reading Catsby? We just finished. Catsby's done. Catsby, it's done. It's gone. It's complete. We found the dragon. They rode into the morning dew. And the OTP of
Ding, ding.
the OTP of Cordon Bleu and Dick with their new tabby friend. I was listening while getting my splicer tile. Oh boy. Man. That was a ride. It definitely had less. It had less shock moments, I guess, than 50 Shades. But I think what made Earl Grey so goddamn funny is just the perspective of Anna, that she was just that fucking stupid. Like her having the whole ass conversation of don't crash the helicopter into the sun and having complications of ordering just a fucking coffee. And then the not safe for work scenes.
I'm a guy. Thank you, forever.
We didn't have the full speed asshole jab. No, there was no not safe for work scenes in the Catsby book, which I was really surprised. We'll have nothing as wild as that. Yeah, we won't have anything as wild as Earl Grey getting a running start to jumping on a waterbed and inserting it into the wrong hole. The comparative boringness in Catsby is really the Earl Grey, I guess. What's more wild is Perry doing a foot reveal on stream and then posting it to TikTok. No, we don't have to talk about that. That's already done. That's done. I mean, there was talk of ass eating in chapter 3. Yeah, Ari has it right. It was more like a sock reveal. Oh, man. I was gonna try and play Destiny today, but I will be real with you. It is already 4:30. And if I don't give my voice a break, I might not have a voice for Pact of Pain tomorrow. Didn't feel sorry for anyone except Myrtle and her husband. Is that supposed to be Millie and Tucker? Pact of Pain win? Pact of Pain's tomorrow. Start at noon tomorrow. Still need to figure out a sound effect that I want for my routine. I mean, when you figure it out, just let me know. Daisy run. Oh, I see, I see. No,
Just
Mike,
stay
Destiny
calm.
farming?
You already have everything you need to beat it.
The power to believe in myself?
No, a knife!
What I'll probably do is I'll, probably work on some other personal projects, maybe work on some drawings to give my voice a break. Daisy runs Mortal Dunks. Oh, I see. The mission is great. Right, we got new stuff this week.
Holy fucking
right?
shit, it's a space rhino. Oh my god, what the fuck?
I did add it. I added a lot of stuff. Stuff set up.
Holy fucking shit, it's a
Thank you,
space
Saber.
rhino. Oh my god, what the fuck?
Well, I'm glad people had fun. I don't know how well these book streams go. I'd like to do more of them with like less like parody shit. I do have a couple of books that I just genuinely want to read and would share, or ones that I want to go back and read because they were just really, really good. But those books are they're not parody books. So Great Catsby was a negative 3 out of 10. I'm sorry. It was one of her other, like, she has other shit that she's written. Burn the book. Like, everything that's written by this person is fiction. Ain't Got Time to Bleed. The Day of Donald Trump, Trump Wins America. 50 Shames of Earl Grey. Ghost from Our Past, Hope Never Dies, an Obama-Biden mystery, Hope Rides Again, sequel to an Obama-Biden mystery, How to Survive a Sharknado, Secret Santa, the Horror for Holidays novel, the Tall Tale Hard-On and Other Preservations, as well as the sequel, which is 50 Shames Gone Grey. And then she has 2 non-fiction pieces, which is Great Philosophers Who Failed at Love, and then Literary Rogues, followed by poetry books. It's beginning to look a lot like Fuck This. Let's See Them Poems. Look, Mom, I'm a poet, and so is my cat. And then the summer of '82, the poetry of Brett Kanagava? That's a very long name. It's beginning to look a lot like Fuck This is one of their poetry books, which I'll be real with you, I'm very tempted to look up. Book time with Perih is fun. I leave the stream while playing the game. So it's about a furry or by cats, because there was a whole confusion moment. It was about a furry. The Jay-Z Catsby was a furry. The only real cats that were in the book was the orange tabby at the end of the book, and then apparently Catsby Stewart was a cat who got turned into a human by a wizard and then proceeded into an acting career. You should read us Origin by Dan Brown. I feel like you're setting me up for failure here. I will consider ordering the Sharknado book and the poem book. Apparently a lot of people want the Sharknado book. They write a lot. I mean, when you're writing parody books that are literally stuff that can be read in a couple of hours, I could read faster if I wasn't like verbally reading. I could be done with that book in like 2.5 hours tops. But because I can't speak for shit, I stumble across my words too much. Which is a downside for doing anything ASMR related. But if you guys can deal with me tripping up over words, then I will be more than happy to read more nonsense. One of the big things is with R.L. Stine getting his movies on Netflix. Apparently R.L. Stine's Fear Street narratives are getting all reprinted, which is really exciting because that's what I used to read as a kid. I absolutely loved Fear Street. I didn't really care for Goosebumps because they just always felt too garbage to me. Like, I get they were like little adventure books, like pick your own demise type things, but I never got into them. Versus Fear Street, which was actual like teen horror that I was reading in elementary school. But they're reprinting the books in like bulk, so I have the entirety of the Fear Street saga as well as the Betrayal saga right now that I bought. And then they have the Vampire Goodnight Kiss 1, 2, and then trilogy piece in one book series. I want to buy them, and I want to read them, rather it be on stream or off stream. I really want to read them again. Because, for anyone who isn't familiar with Fear Street and has read Goosebumps, Fear Street goes hard. One of the most distinct details I keep in the back of my mind from a Fear Street book is the elaborate setting of someone being shoved into a oven and having yeast stuffed down their throat when they were unconscious, and they baked the bread inside of their mouth and suffocated them that way. The brain doesn't process words individually when you read silently. Reading pronounces. It's not pronounced fox, right? It's fa, like F-A?
Real?
What?
Real?
What? Is it faux?
Faux. Faux pas.
Wait, so the thing in Final Fantasy, right? The new trials with the creepy fox statue. Is that one pronounced faux too? No, don't laugh. I'm being serious. It's the one in Daryl. Is the one in Final pronounced faux too? Is it Faux Hollows? I see. I see. Oh god. So as long as Sharknado doesn't have any weird words in it. How hard is Mike dying? He might be considering a divorce. I don't know. Words, man, what are they? They use the word faux because it's a pun on the way that the word looks like be pronounced using like English sucks. I'll be real with you. English sucks ass. Too many words that don't make sense. Anyway. But yeah, there's quite a handful of people here that weren't here at the start, so I'll run down things very quickly, and then I might I more than likely will probably close up because realistically, I can feel my throat closing up. My streamer doesn't know how to English. I don't. I really don't. That's why my name was Perih the Distressed. The English VTuber can't English. What do I label it as then? What do I label it as then? Gibberish VTuber? Because I can't speak gibberish either. That's an actual fucking language. Like, people made that an actual language. Like, fuck. Language. English. Anyway, okay. So, bringing this back real quick. The 700 for returning, the very first stream, returning after break, was reading Catsby. We just did that. The handwritten postcards and goodies that I will be sending out, those will be something that are going to go out at the end of September for everyone that it involves. So I will be messaging everyone independently. I think I got in touch with everyone who's involved with that one, but I will message people independently to let them know when those go out, but that is estimated at the end of September. The high quality foot drawing is something that'll be posted probably within the week. The artist has already been commissioned and has already been sketched approval and stuff. They said at the very latest it'll be Saturday when it's complete, but whenever it is complete, I guarantee you it will be on Twitter. The special art stream is something that I'm probably going to do next week. I'll probably see if I can wiggle that into next week to do. And then the drinking stream and the B movie is something that'll be next month. I have to get in touch with a couple of people in terms of the drinking stream that'll be joining me, including Nana. And then I have to talk to Horatius, who coaxed me into agreeing that we will be reading the entire B movie script, and he will be helping us do that, so I don't have to read the entire script. When do we get the Spooky Squad again? Not this week, but next week. Horatius is doing stuff with his partner this week, so he's a little bit too packed. We have been talking about it to figure out what we're going to be playing next. I do not know what we're playing next. It might be Phasmo because Ghost Hunter Corp does not support online co-op yet. It only supports LAN co-op, which we cannot do. And then the B script is something that me and Horatius have to pick a time and day for as well. As far as the donations themselves, PayPal gave me a lot of issues, mainly because my account got raised suspicion for getting a lot of money in one sitting, and PayPal had me correct a lot of things and give them evidence that I wasn't a bot or stealing people's money, and the rest of the holds for the donation stuff should be coming off on the 17th of this month. So I'm hoping to have the receipt and the donation, the $900 donated on the 17th or 18th at the absolute latest, so we can go ahead and have that complete 100%. What do you mean cutting and verbally abusive? I don't know what you're talking about. Gmod with the spooky crew? It depends. I would like to play Gmod because it has a lot of fun, like, dumb shit that you can do in it. The only thing is it's such an ass to set up. If you don't have, like, the correct stuff set up, then the whole world is like, error. And for anyone who's noticed or hasn't noticed yet, there's a lot of stuff in the Twitch about system now. I revised it I know there's a lot. It's a lot. I try to make it look as smooth as possible, though, to answer any questions in advance. There's also a couple of shoutouts at the very bottom to recommended / same vibe individuals. If you guys need more people to follow or want to follow frequent people that are seen on the stream, Kagu is getting into streaming now. She's going at her own pace, but she is trying to do streaming now. She doesn't have a schedule or anything set 100%, but she has been test running stuff and playing Blessed Unleashed and a couple of other goodies like Genshin. So you guys can follow her now. Stuff like that. What's up, Zed? Been a while. I also have the schedule that I post on Twitter. For people who don't have a Twitter or don't really give shit about mass multimedia, which I completely understand, I have the schedule on Twitch, a physical linking thingamajig now, which will say the very exact schedule and what to expect the weeks going forward. Whenever I post the schedule elsewhere, I will update that link. And that will also have any additional events that are either on Mondays or Thursdays when I don't typically stream. Those can be found on that as well as on in Discord. One of the other big things is a lot of the emotes are getting revamped and added. There's bit emotes now. I have to finish the other two, but for the 1K, get shacks. And high quality emotes for the ones that haven't already been upgraded yet will be coming soon when I have those. And then I want to shout out ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs more time before anything else. ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs is the one who handled the new highlights in the hair and the hairstyle itself. She completely reconstructed and did multiple hair sets for me. She did wonderfully on these, and I can't thank her enough with how fluffy the physics are now. Right? Right? And I can't shout out Kitten on Twitch yet, but Kitten at FuzzArt on Twitter is the one who made my custom suit. So, shout out to her as well. I don't know how often I'll be wearing the suit or whatever. I discussed this earlier, but because of the blend shapes, the different hairs, and different outfits that I have about 18 different models that I can run around with now, which is exciting. I redid my Hana shade tools to be a little bit more adequate
Eyes up,
on
Guardian.
the tracking. Foxhound, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. And I can show this off again, but I actually did some adjustments on the skin textures as well. The dimples are a little lighter, but I went back to the dots. And then I have the stars underneath the eyes as official. So, there's that. There's a lot of stuff that was happening in this 10 days. So, I am super excited to be back. It's exciting. It was killing me not streaming, but at the same time, I didn't have time for anything else. God, there was so much. I'll often do dishes since my sister isn't anymore. You do that. Yeah. Recognize ᴄᴇᴅɪᴛs hair. Yeah, it's so nice. But thank you so much for those who stuck around, those who indulged in the reading and everything else. It's really nice to be back. Let's see here. sounds about right.
This is where the legend started.
Loud. But I'll do a poll. I have a couple of polls that I need to do. One's gonna be Discord exclusive due to a couple of things. Wah wah. But I'll throw up a poll on Twitter as well, just to see what you guys think about any more of the reading streams and how to go about it. I do it right now, but my poll button is still broken on Twitch. I don't know why. I have to contact support to figure out what the fuck their problem is. But expect a couple of things to be happening this week to get a general judge of how the next couple of months are going to go. But we are going to end this off with some Minecraft, because it looks very pretty. Something about being in the Bronze Age and working out of the Bronze Age. It's some sort of mod, some sort of tech mod. Technode craft. I think I got lost during the reading, but my wife really likes the suit. Oh, thank you! Thank you so much. I will probably be contacting her after I take a break stuff. I really want to look at her her portfolios and stuff, because she has such a nice style, and I'm really excited to look more into it. I might commission. But thank you guys so much. I'm gonna spend the rest of the day giving my voice a rest for Pack to Pain tomorrow, because we're gonna be playing Hand Simulator Survival, which is gonna be great. And Code Vein on Friday, returning to the Cathedral, and Destiny on Saturday. But you guys go say hi to Drac. Admire his very shiny Minecraft. I need to figure out what I need to do to get the mod. But you guys have a good one.
Ready?